8% virtual. Come on, Growth Summit. We are super excited, super stoked. All of you are here. We've seen a bunch of names come in, still waiting on a ton of people to come in. Names, I need to see faces.
Yeah.
Faces on the screen. We want to see cameras on, see your awake. I know some of you haven't had your morning coffee, but super stoked. All of you still beautiful. We're still going to enjoy this time. We still want to see your faces. So
I can't believe that Deanna Privet's camera has an off feature.
It has an off feature.
If I look like Deanna Privet, there would be no off feature on it. And let's get awkward real quick.
Shout out Deanna. All right.
Guys, we do appreciate you jumping on here. We want this to be interactive, right? If it's just Jonah and I up here, it'll get boring. HR will be called.
Yes.
So we want you guys chiming in. Turn your cameras on.
Come on.
Thank you, Tanisha. Appreciate you. Turn that camera on.
She's on a beach somewhere.
She's
enjoying
she's
that.
making she's casting the dream out there. Here's where I want to be.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it. I like it.
Exactly. Hunter Palmer's been with us.
I'll be there
with us. Alexis Rodriguez is with us. Come on. Thank you guys for being here. Joe Spector's with us. Cameras on. Awesome, guys. Awesome. Super glad you're here. We've got a lot of things going on.
We want to see the chats. Hunter Palmer is in the building. That is correct.
Come on.
I like it. We never trust him. Yeah. I think you're talking about, that's Marine. You're talking about Josh, I just forgot your name. 100% Jonah.
Wow. That's my name.
Yeah. I got to sing the whole Jonah and the Whale song. And then it comes to me.
Please don't. It's guys, the Cowboys are going to lose on Monday anyway. So
that is correct. They are. It doesn't matter the day. We're losing out the rest of the year, but not here. We appreciate you guys. Let's go. Get your cameras on. Tell us where you are joining us from.
Yes.
Chris Hess got his camera on. We go to the same barber. Looking fly, brother. I like it. Where are y'all joining us from? Let's get everybody in here. Decatur, Texas. Absolutely.
Decatur, Texas.
The Hunter Palmer.
There we go. Chicago. Nikki from Chicago. Welcome. Come on in.
Wisconsin.
Woo. Austin, Texas. Oh, I didn't know Austin, Texas had beaches. That's pretty cool.
I didn't say internet. That's good. West Palm Beach. Nick Pena. Yes, sir.
Let's go.
I love
Miami.
Palm Beach.
Speaking of Miami, we are going to be there in December with the 8% Roadshow. So you're going to want to sign up there.
Maybe
8%. Let's go. Let's go. Get on there. Cameras on, y'all. Cameras on. Let's wake up. Let's get excited. Woo!
December 12th in Miami. Get your tickets now. Cody told us, we were at the roadshow in Kansas City yesterday.
Yes.
About 85 people showed up. Awesome. Amazing energy. It was great to be in the room. We had like 4 baptized. It was amazing. I don't know where I just turned around, the baptistry was there. But Cody is telling us that Miami will be the most attended roadshow he has ever done.
Let's go.
Their tickets are coming in like crazy. There's going to be a lot of value, a lot of good stuff. So get in the room because there's a good chance. We were carrying in chairs yesterday. There's a good chance it will sell out.
Come on now.
So get in the room.
That's what's up. Yeah. It's going to be a great time down there. We're going to be there. It's going to be fun, have amazing speakers. Cody's going to blow the roof off the place. So you're going to want to be there for that, literally and figuratively. And then
and let's be honest, your spouse, when you tell your spouse, hey, would you like to go to Kansas City for a road show? They're like, oh, okay, sure. Nothing against Kansas City. But if you tell your spouse, hey, you want to go to Miami for the road show?
Yeah, there's a little
nobody's upset.
There. Nope, not at all. Not at all. There's a little pull there. And I think it's going to be good for everyone to get your tickets. So make sure you are there. Make sure you are ready. What do we got going on today? We got a ton of good stuff going on.
A lot of big stuff. I heard a story yesterday. I was sitting down to dinner with a gentleman. He's an agent of ours, Jason White. Jason White, interesting dude, man. I didn't know this about him because I don't pay attention. But Jason White is a pilot that flies, a private pilot. He flies surgeons and organs across the country. I don't know if he's supposed to tell people that, but he did, and I did.
That's what he does. Public knowledge now.
But he was telling me, I said, man, how often, when you're flying, how often do you use autopilot and all that stuff? He said, as much as we can. And I said, why? He said, no, here's the thing, Dallas. If you're going a long distance in a very fast jet, one little bump of the controls can veer you off by hundreds of miles, right? If you're not careful. And that got me thinking, one little bump, one little thing that you do can move you in your career path where you end up miles away from where you thought you were going to be or where for somebody else is. That can be a good thing or that can be a bad thing. There are people on here today that made the decision, I'm going to get up, I'm going to attend a virtual event, I'm going to learn today. I'm going to hear from guys like Brian Askins, John Wetmore, Ed Pritchett, Hank Stewart, all these guys, and I'm just going to make a little bump. You may hear one thing today that just bumps your career just a little bit and puts you in a different stratosphere when it comes to your career. So I hope something helps today. What are you looking forward to today, man?
Honestly, I'm looking forward to Cody's speaking spot. Listen, I know that y'all have heard of Cody. I mean, this is his event. It's awesome. Okay. But Cody brings an energy to the room like no other. He'll bring an energy to your room. Okay. So wherever you're at today, in your office, in your home, wherever you may be. All right. I hope that you're ready to take the energy that Cody has. And after this whole thing is done, go out and bring that energy to other people, because that energy paired with the bump that you need to get on through life and to make some sales and to do your job day in and day out, that's what's going to bring a whole bunch of success. And so I'm excited to see what Cody has to bring for us today. It's going to be a phenomenal time.
Yeah, do this for me. One, have your cameras on. Be interactive. This show is not just about you sitting back taking something in. This show is about you giving something back too, right? So we want you to have your cameras on, jump in the chat. For example, right now, I would love for you to tell me in the chat, what do you want out of this? Who are you looking to hear from? What do you want out of this? What is one piece of information that you hope, hey, man, I hope I hear this and it solves this? What do you want to hear? Take some notes, and then on a separate sheet of paper, go over there and write down as you go throughout the day, here's what I'm going to apply. Right? Because if you hear something but you don't apply it, it's not worth anything, right? I think there's a Bible verse about there somewhere.
There's something in there. I mean, you got 66 books to choose from, so you'll find something in there. It'll be great for you. But
proud of you, buddy.
Hey, I know what I'm talking about sometimes.
Absolutely.
So get in the chat. Tell us what you're expecting from today, what you want to get out of today. Write some goals down on a piece of paper. Like Dallas said, make sure that you are getting the full experience out of this. It's going to be an incredible time. And so in the chat, come on, we're seeing more things coming in. Increased close rate. Let's go. Someone missed the KC show. There are plenty more opportunities for you.
We'll do it again this weekend. We'll just head back there now, and it may just
right
be
after
me
this.
and Joe.
Right after this,
we'll do it.
We'll just drive up to KC.
I like it.
It might be in the middle of the street that we do the.
We'll do it. I've done weirder things in my career. Joe Camper, what up, man? I love you, buddy.
Oh God.
KC show was insane. Jason High said increased close rate and overcoming objections. I like that.
There you go.
Having trouble hearing voices.
I think that might be an AV thing. I don't know.
Well, either that or Joe's got some voices that he's hearing. I don't know.
I need to clarify that,
I'm
Joe.
hoping that's what you're talking about, just us. But we will try to speak up here.
Yeah.
What else? What do you guys want to know? What do you guys want to know? Welcome to the pre-show. Audio is a little wild.
Yeah.
That's Jonah.
That's me. I'm just wild. That's what we like to call myself. Jonah Wild, Wild Jonah.
Joe Camper. Now, to be clear, we are trying to get the audio extra special and we get it really fixed because Jonah's going to drop a rap here later today.
That's
just called
false,
CABOOM.
But don't listen to
CABOOM rap.
what this man says about the rap. It's just not going to happen. I've done some of that in the past. It was an old me.
I need to see that. Please tell me that's on YouTube somewhere.
It's not going to be on YouTube anywhere. Message me, email me. I might send you something.
More and increased final expense policies from Mahindra. I like it. Also annuities. I want to take that to the next level.
Come on now.
I've done some of it in the past. That's the that's the only thing I heard.
I shouldn't have even said that. Now Cody's going to be on me for getting that out.
There is a CD out there somewhere.
There's not.
No, that I did with a group.
Okay.
Yeah, Barbershop Quartet back in the
day.
So we've all got our past. You know what I mean?
So at Intermission today, Dallas is going to be bringing us a little four-part harmony from his own.
There's only one part here, and it's the worst one. So.
Okay. Well.
So you can rap together. No, I'm a Christian. We don't rap.
Jonah
May.
Okay, that's different. All right. This is getting out of hand.
That's
So we're gonna move forward. Got some. Come on, y'all need to keep writing your goals.
Yeah.
Turn those cameras on. I see Deanna Cox got her camera on. I see Dave Dillman got his camera on. We got a ton of people getting. There we go. Come on. Now we're all coming
Tanisha
on.
wants to write her first app. Let's do something real quick, Tanisha. Okay, let me help you out here real quick. First app. Tanisha, can people jump on and speak? Or put in the chat. Put in the chat. What product line are you in? Put in the chat. We'll just go. We just went dead. Okay, cool. Here we go. Where's Tanisha?
She's getting there.
There we go.
FE.
Medicare and FE. All right, Tanisha, write down. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to write down 10 people that you could walk into their house, right? You know that their back door is unlocked. These are family and friends, hopefully. I'm not encouraging B&E. I'm talking about 10 people that you know and love. You could walk into their house, right? You could go to their refrigerator,
yeah,
and you could get something to eat and they wouldn't care. Then this afternoon, you call those 10 people and you say, hey, I need to sit down with you. I need to practice, whatever.
Yeah.
And I need to make sure you're in the best situation possible. If they're over 65 for your Medicare, don't use the word best, but you know what I'm saying.
Fair enough.
We're compliant.
Yeah.
But also, I need to just make sure in the best situation possible. You will write one app, right? You will. And if you need help, you call me. I'll help you write one app. I don't care.
Come on now.
Yeah, we'll do it. I like it.
Dallas making things happen for people here. This is
Yeah.
awesome. So, and that's good advice for everybody here too. So if you're
That's how
just
to get
getting
started,
started, exactly.
Yeah.
If you're just getting started, find your friends and family, find your circle of influence, practice with them. Who knows? You might even sell them a policy without even knowing.
You know, the number one reason, and I tell agents, so when I got started, I started with Mutual of Omaha. They came in, they said, write down 100 people that you know and love. And that was before Al Gore had invented the internet. So there was no Facebook or anything like that. Like I remember sitting at my mom's kitchen table, flipping through remember how your mom had that little thing with all the names and numbers and all that stuff? Address book. That's the word, not journal. I didn't read my mom's journal.
You read her diary.
That's another therapy session. But I remember going through that and be like, Mom, are they still alive? Do we talk to them? Are they in the feud? Which side are they on? And just writing down 100 people.
Yeah.
Then going through and calling all those. And the number one excuse that the reason people don't do that is because they feel like it's going to be awkward. Well, let me tell you what is more awkward. Standing at someone's funeral and them saying, don't you do life insurance, right? We didn't have anything.
That is awkward.
So have a little bit of awkward now.
Yeah.
Service that client. I've heard people say, I don't write friends and family. Shame on you, man. If you believe in what you do, go out there and write those friends and family.
Yeah.
Write down 100 people that you know and love.
True. And then those people, with that practice that you have, you'll be able to actually go into people's houses that you've never met before and treat them like friends and family.
And
Sell
that's
them
B&E,
care.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's not B&E, but set up an appointment. Make sure they know you're coming. That's more important. But other than that, that will help you. It will genuinely bless you. So I hope you're taking this advice, writing this down right from the start. We're in the pre-show and you're already getting free advice.
Yeah.
Come on.
Guys,
come on now.
Only people that really want it do that stuff. In my years, 23 years in the business, I've had 4 people actually do it. 4. And it's worked 4 times, right, in business. So let's see here. Benjamin said, I want to get more notes. I wanted to get more notes, blueprint on how to get leads, how many appointments to book, how many sit downs, closes from sits. Benjamin, I think you're going to like John Wetmore because that's exactly what he does, what he talks about and stuff like that. What else? Anybody else? Let's see.
People saying what they're selling. We got Medicare, FE. Looks like we got a lot of people doing Medicare and FE. So that's a great starting place.
Good starting place. Great cross sell like crazy. Do all of that stuff, all the good stuff. We've got Abby is going to be joining us today talking about all the different things you can get through the CA shop. Is that right, Abby? She's over here to the side. Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah. She's telling me I'm number 1 right now. And so we appreciate Abby and all that she's doing. You guys do need some new swag.
True.
You need some new swag,
We need
buddy.
some merch. Listen,
I'm not going to point out that that's old.
It's old. All right. This is old logo. Shame on me. I am wearing a shirt underneath this that is 8%. However, the mic will be adjusted if I unzip the jacket. We're not going to do that. So
we had a pre-show talk.
Pre-show talk.
Both of us leave this.
Got reprimanded, and it was a good time. But Dallas looks good. Thank God he showed up ready to go.
Listen, some people have content. Some people make up for it
with
jackets and stuff like that.
Yeah, some people have hair too. It just works out.
All right,
that way.
we going there.
Hey, it's all good. But anyway, we got an exciting show for you guys today. Growth Summit. All right. Obviously, exactly how to double your income in 2025. That is our goal. All of our speakers are going to be incredible. So you guys are in for a treat. One more time, since we've got a whole nother group of people in here, shout out where you're watching from. Let us know you're here. And put that in the chat, and we will get going here in just a couple minutes. So let us know where you're from. Come on, let us know. Let's fill up that chat. Even raise a hand. Just be like, I'm here. I'm ready. I'm going to turn my camera on in here in just a second. I know Deanna Prevette said that she was literally on a call. She was finishing up an appointment this morning. Okay, guys, it's early. If you guys aren't even running appointments this early in the morning, what are you even doing? Deanna Prevette's doing it. Come on.
Yeah.
So we're going to be ready here in just a minute. Turn your cameras on. Get ready.
Cody told us the only 2 reasons to have your camera off. I think only one reason.
Singular reason.
And that was, what was it? Showering?
If you're showering. If you're in the shower.
Which that should have been done an hour and a half ago.
Yeah,
so,
true.
There we go. Greg Smith turned his camera on. Appreciate you, Brian. I'm not going to mess your last name up, buddy. I appreciate you. Woo. Andrew Ryman coming in. Yvette Cortez. Appreciate you coming.
Marcus.
Joe Taylor
driving. Yo. Stay safe, Marcus.
Let's go.
Be safe.
Appreciate you guys being here. I'm working until it's until this is full time. I don't know what full time. Oh, I got
insurance industry.
I thought you were saying that we weren't
a little slow, guys.
We're
getting there.
I'm pretty.
Getting there. We got someone watching.
City,
San Diego. Anna,
Kansas
come on now. Anna, that's a common mistake. We got to figure out which one that is. But Kansas City. I'm gonna say
Italy.
Whoa, wow. Sarah from Italy.
Sarah, we are, I believe Power Players is coming to Italy.
Woo, come on now.
Venice. In April.
Venice is coming in April.
You need to be there. That would be amazing.
Cody's going to be there. We're going to have a good time. You should be on Power Players so you can join us. Come on now.
Joe Camper, what kind of jersey we got on today? I see the top of it there. What do we got, brother? That's little softball vice
pres. Let's go.
I like it. Listen, I love it. Joe told me their slogan, the older we get, the better we were. So just keep on cranking, man. I like it. I lost a tooth playing softball, and that's when I quit. So long story. There was a pretzel that was too, you know what I mean? So
wow. A pretzel.
We got Roderick coming on with this. Roderick Travis, appreciate you. Sarah, I'm going to try. Resigio? Maybe close. Yes.
I don't know.
She says
it's
just
crazy.
Yeah.
No,
we're not letting y'all talk.
Kind of.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. But she's in Venice, so it doesn't matter. She's cooler than all of us.
That is amazing.
That's there. Dang. Andrew, Brian, Jara, Kyle, Joe Taylor, Roderick Travis. Come on, we got a ton of people coming in here. It's super cool.
Houston, Texas. I like it.
We are waiting just a couple more minutes because we are getting you guys in here, making sure you do not miss a thing. So, as we've stated before, cameras on, get ready. None of you are in the shower, okay? So that's good. Thank you.
We're assuming.
Some of you should be in the shower and come back here in a few minutes.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Just to make sure you're safe
smell
there.
vision. We're good.
I mean, we can't smell. This isn't 4D, 5D. That'd be really weird. But some of you haven't had your coffee. I can see some frowns. Let's get some smiles up in this place. It's a good day. Come on now. It's a Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Come on now.
Alexis Rodriguez, appreciate you, buddy.
Here we go.
Look at that. He's got a suit coat on.
Come on now.
Ready to rock.
He's ready.
A virtual event.
He's ready.
Look, from Trinidad.
Oh my gosh, Angela.
I cannot. I honestly cannot say Trinidad without adding the Tobago. It's Trinidad and Tobago. Fair. You know what I mean? I don't know why. I think I saw it on Seinfeld or something like that.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, we are ready to go.
Come on,
guys. We hope you're ready to take notes. Apply something today.
Yes.
Put on your seatbelts. Some of you literally lock it in. we are going to throw it to a video. So let's kick it off and watch this.
Let's go.
We're cueing the video now.
It's coming. Promise. Stay tuned.
This is called a tease. They said, look, sit here and look pretty.
Yeah, just keep doing
So I'm
that.
going to go off screen.
I promise. The suspense is killing everybody.
Yeah, it's killing us. I'll
Killing
tell you
us,
that much.
literally.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anticipation's the best part.
1. I was off. Maybe we start with 5.
There we
it
go.
is.
Can you hear this?
I need more than a piece, my brother. If you rollin' with me, my brother, just know we going past the peak, my brother. And I keep my eyes on the prize so I can never see defeat, my brother. Walking the finest line between the shining night and royalty, my brother. I ain't playing, but they see I leveled up. They fed up, I don't act like I'm fed enough. Hate the game, but I'm sure you can bet it's us. Can't complain, but I'm sure you attempted, brother. Fested up everything that you estimate and underrate. You can say this the latest of the greats. I always keep the statement up to date by the way that I elevate above the ranks on the way from the fleet. Take a seat, or stay out of reach. Word is mine, I ain't claiming a piece. Throne is mine, but I stay on my feet. Locked and loaded, I pray that you get low. If you rollin', I pray you don't get cold. Is you ready for all, my brother? Is you ready for all, my brother? Backing up. Is you ready for all?
8% virtual. What is up? Happy Friday. I am super excited to be with you for our growth summit, man. Who is ready for today? Let me see you in chat. What is up? Zinwa from Connecticut, man. Also, Nikki, let's go, Joe Campert. Happy Friday. Welcome to Growth Summit. Today is all about exactly how to increase your income in 2025. We've never done a pre-show. Jonah and Dallas are helping me out with a pre-show today. If you enjoyed our pre-show, let them know in chat, as we're going to keep improving and doing some different things, as I want to keep leveling up everything we do. Today is about helping you level up everything you do. Would you agree? You are here today because you're like, bro, it is time to level up. It is almost the end of 2024 and 2025 is upon us. It is so close. It's coming. You can literally taste it. It's about to be here. And how are you going to set up your year to maximize and have an amazing 2025? And so happy Friday. Welcome to your Growth Summit, a 8% virtual event. Again, I was backstage, back studio, whatever you want to call it, as CA studio in the chat. Yes, I was. Joe caught me. Also, we got Kyle with a boom.
Right back.
Deanna, good to see you. She's finishing up an app. Let's go. Zinwa, let's go. He said, you pronounced my name 100% accurately, Cody. That is amazing. I'm from Arkansas. I should not be able to do that, man. But like, freak, I'm proving the status quo wrong today, which is awesome. I'm here live in our studio and our office in Springfield, Missouri. Again, super excited to be with you. I'm going to train on this exact topic before we bring our very first speaker in. I want you to say, bro, I got my money's worth. Well, it's free, but you're spending your time. I got my money's worth in the first 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes of being a part of this
I love you as
today.
well.
Also, I can see all these cameras popping on since I got on here. Let's go, man. You guys are amazing. Good to see you. What's up, Christopher? What's up, Greg? What's up, Jennifer? What's up, Nathan? What's up, Marcus? What's up, Kyle? What's up, Joe? I sound like an auctioneer. What's up, Lee? What's up, Anna? What's up, Angela? What is up? Here's what I want to know. Okay, before I jump in, okay, I have to know, how much money are you on pace to make this year? And conservatively, I'm not saying, oh, if you've made 50 grand, you're like, oh, I'm going to make 500,000. It's like, okay, well, you better hurry up. You know what I mean? You got 450K, you got like 6 weeks, right? I would love to know, how much money are you on pace to actually make this year? Because what's the title again? Exactly how to double your income in 2025. Well, how do we double your income in 2025 if we don't know what you made in 2024? And if you're watching and you're like, bro, I don't even know how much I made this year, that's a huge problem. That's a huge red flag. That is a nugget right off the bat. I believe in knowing exactly what you do every step of the way. Here's what I mean. We did $609,000 in revenue in this company last month. This company. I know down to the penny what we are doing every single day, every single week, every single month, every single quarter, every single year. I know exactly what we're on pace to do. Why? Because numbers matter. That's the first huge nugget today. Numbers are important and you need to know your numbers. Would you agree? Type yes in chat if you're like, bro, I agree that numbers are important, but also type me if you haven't been auditing your numbers and the math of your business well enough. Because what it tells me, Cordell, what it tells me is that agents, it tells me how serious they are when they know their numbers.
Yeah, 6 weeks.
Right? So, whether you're the rapper Fat Joe or you're my buddy Skinny Joe Taylor, who I met in Atlanta, who used to DJ for Fat Joe. Okay, he's in the building today. I'm like, dude, that's amazing. But dude, if he doesn't know his numbers, it's really hard to double when you don't know how to double. Like for my first year when I first got started in the business, by the way. Okay, I'm 19. I'm an intern. I'm 20. I'm an agent, right? Like I'm kind of curious. Who knows my story really well? Give me a no if you do not know my story completely, really, totally yet. I'll give it to you really quick because I do believe in connecting with new people, being vulnerable, connecting with a new audience. Also, chat is freaking lightening up, and you guys are crushing it today on virtual. I love you guys already. I got started in the business at 20 years old. I was in college playing basketball, taking 21 credit hours a semester, and I went to a recruiting meeting. There was about 10 of us in the room. The manager said, okay, everybody stand up. He said, now take a look around. We had 9. He told 9 people to sit down. He left 1 person standing. Hunter Palmer and I are both very competitive. He did not leave me standing. He left 1 person standing. And then he looked at that person, 1 out of the 10 in the room, and said, maybe one of you will make it. I'm like, dang, dude, that's not really a positive way to start this career. However, 92% of agents fell in their first 3 years, hence the name 8% Nation today. But I remember in that moment saying, if there is going to be a 1, Peter, if there is going to be a 1, Angelia, if there is going to be a 1, I am going to be the one. This was way back. I'm old now. I'm 34. This was way back when I was 20 years old. I'm like, if there's going to be a 1, I'll be the one. I made a commitment that it was going, what was going to happen. And I remember in that moment, I go to my dad, huge nugget here. Catch this. I go to my dad. I'm like, hey, I feel like I need a goal or a target. It's weird to go start selling insurance and want to accomplish and have goals and want to win in this year, but not have a target. I think it's weird. Marcus, I think it's strange, bro. I do. And so I asked my dad, I said, hey, what should my target be? He said, you're my son. You will make $100,000 your first year. I'm like, dang, bro, who's he talking to? Right? I'm like, is there somebody else in the room? Is it like a ghost? Like, what's going on? He said, no, I'm talking to you. You will make $100,000 your first year. Well, guess what? I'm talking to you right now. If you've never made 6 figures before, type me in chat right now. And this isn't a shaming thing. Like, oh my gosh, no. This this can happen for you next year. This is possible. But I'm saying this stuff because, but if you do not believe that it's possible, it will not happen. I didn't believe I could make 6 figures my first year. Full transparency. That is the truth. But my father believed more in me than I believed more in me. You need someone. Maybe I can be that for you in the rest of this year in 2025. If you allow me, I would like to help you. I would like to spend more time with you. I would like to coach you. I would like to pour into you. I can already tell in the room who really wants help by how engaged and focused you are. You can tell who thinks they've got it all figured out and who really wants to go to another level. You can see it. I can sense it by looking at you right now. But what I do know is for you to double your income and go make that year, I made $117,391.13 cold calling and cold door knocking while I'm in college playing basketball. I was part-time. We had a lady, Katarina, in Kansas City yesterday. She bought our ultimate ticket. We were having lunch together before the road show. Also in Miami, we've already got 13 of our 15 ultimate seats sold where they could actually have lunch with me before the event. And I think it's still like under $200 or whatever, which is cool. We never want money to be getting in the way of helping people. I literally was asking her like, hey, what do you want to do? What do you want to accomplish? And she's like, can I do this part-time? She's like, because every recruiter I talk to says no. I'm like, can you have more success full-time? Sure. You should be able to do that. I was part-time. I was in college playing basketball. I was getting per diem of a little bit of cash, like $182, handed to me in an envelope when I would go on basketball trips for food for that few days we were gone for a tournament. I was kind of a part-time income, by the way. I guess I could say I was like I don't know. I wasn't the NIL yet. So it was like, here's McDonald's money, but you get the idea. Okay. However, I was part-time. Do I want you to be full-time and make this a career and do an amazing job? Yes, but start where you're at. Stop telling everybody else. Stop listening to everybody. It's like, oh, dude, you got to quit your job immediately. I asked her, I hate saying this, but like I asked her yesterday, I'm like, hey, well, how long could you go without a paycheck? I'm like, could you go for 8, 12 weeks? She said, no. Let me keep your job. It's okay. It is. Right? I'm not saying your upline or your company, your manager is going to love that comment, but like, dude, the goal is to win. The goal is not to go broke. I've been broke a bunch throughout my career. It ain't fun. It ain't. But I do know that you need to start where you're at today and figure out what the target is for 2025. What is the target? Like we had some people, you are lighting up chat so much. I don't even remember what the numbers were for how much you were going to make this year. But let's just say post again. What do you think you're going to make this year? Sarah's like, bro, I want to be coached. I love that, man. I love that. How much money do you want to make? Because I went and made $117K part-time, 6 figures for years, started putting up videos on YouTube. Remember my very first video, I'm in a 9x9 office. I'm in a gray sweater. My chair is squeaking. I've got an outline on a shelf. I've got a phone propped up. I'm in 9x9 office by myself, and I'm freaking so nervous to shoot this video 42 times. So nervous. But guess what? I moved. I committed. I kept going. No matter what, I was not going to quit. Somebody said I went to dinner with a group last night after the show, and they said, hey, I said, what was your favorite part of today? He pulled out his notebook. Dude had freaking like 15 pages of notes. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude. He's like, oh, there's more than that. I'm like, wow. I said, what was your favorite part? He said, you said, if you don't quit, you can't fail. He said, because when things aren't going well, I feel like I'm failing. He said, but you said, I'm not failing because I haven't failed yet. I'm just not maybe winning at the time. But I've not actually failed till I'm like, dude, I'm throwing in the towel. Then am I actually failing because I chose to mentally quit? But the problem is people are quitting here. So when you're looking at, I've made this amount of money, I want to make this amount of money, it is here. Your ability to double your income in 2025 is here. I don't care if you're making a bunch of money like Hunter Palmer or Deanna Prevette or others, Joe Campert, etc., other freaking bad A's that we got on the call today. They can still double their income. Guess what? We've doubled our company. We bought a marketing company out 18 months ago, and we've doubled it. You can do it. You can do it. But until you figure out what the income is and what the target is and belief, it will not happen. Right? I'm giving you the steps to exactly double your income in 2025. Has this been good so far? Yes or no? Be honest with me. Jump in chat and let me know. Okay. Because again, I want this to be valuable for you. I want you to say, bro, I am committed. I'm learning. I'm enjoying this. This is helping me. Here's what I'm picking up. Like that. That is what I want from you. Also, I love Greg Smith's video. It looks like I'm in like a virtual Zoom over there with all the stuff behind him. That's cool. Okay, that's cool. Also, if people are jumping in, I have a 426 messages. Somehow I'm not seeing the messages in the the screen over here. If we can help that. So I'm missing most of your chat, which is freaking crazy. I think you guys are lighting it up and the Zoom can't even keep up, man. Let's go. I like that. I think that's good. I think that's good energy, right? There's a song by Young Wyland called Good Energy, which is a song I like, by the way. It's really cool. If you ever you can check it out. Young Wyland, you're welcome. Okay. And it's like, Jonah wasn't what I'm talking about. It's like, good energy. Ain't no negativity around me. Jonah and Dallas can sing. They talked about it in the pre-show. I can't freaking sing, as you can tell. However, I'm not afraid to make a fool of myself if I can help somebody. Okay. But that song is really cool. I enjoy that. Okay. Also, I can see the chat now. You guys are amazing. Look at this. Okay. What am I talking about? Income. Current income. Right? We've established that. Current income. Okay, cool. And don't quit saying I make, if you made $10,000 once in 1 month, in the last 12 months, quit saying you make 10 grand a month. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself. I said we did $609,000 last month in revenue. That's true. We've done over 600K 3 months in a row. For the last year, we haven't done 600K every month. That would be a lie. The problem is we want to look cool more than we want to be successful. So we're going to make up numbers and talk and round up all the time. And like, I used to do that too. I get it. But like, I'm telling you, the game has changed for you to level up. It's not making stuff up, right? Whether you're in Trinidad or Canada or wherever else was on the call, like, dude, it's still the same. Whether you're in Missouri, whether you're in Austin, Texas, it doesn't matter. The game is the same, but you have to stop lying to yourself and saying, dude, I make 8 grand a month. You did it once. It's not true. Current income, actual current income, because you have to audit where you're currently at before you can really go there, by the way. Okay. Is that making sense? Current income, 30K. Great. You figured it out, man. Let's go. Oh, Indonesia. Indonesia's in the house. Let's go. I'm amazing. Dude, I just found out, Dylan told me the other day, our number one city in the world for insurance agents that watch our content online is London. I'm like, that's pretty cool, by the way, right? Agents in London. I'm like, that's freaking amazing. Also, the reason, before I just get back to my notes, the reason we did the pre-show, and I've got Jonah and Dallas helping me out today. Okay. And they are new to this, by the way. This right here, they're new to it, but they're going to get freaking amazing at it. But the reason I say that is I hosted a show for 5 hours yesterday in Kansas City, got back at like 11 p.m., had a 7 a.m. Zoom I had to get on this morning. This is 5 hours long. I've got to go to Memphis. If anybody wants to come drive me to Memphis or fly me or whatever, I got to go to Memphis tomorrow for an event. I can't do it all because my energy is really important to me. Me bringing my best is important to me. Me being on my A game is important to me. Me pouring into you and helping you and getting to know you is important. But if I try to do all 15 hours next 3 days on my own without any help, I'm not going to come across my best. I just know it. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm okay asking for help. Are you okay asking for
virtual event?
Because most people struggle to ask for help. Like, dude, there's a guy, I'm in a small group with some business people at church. One of the guys said he owns a lawn care company. He hired a coach for $30,000, 30 grand.
Shatters.
Also, supposedly Dallas's mic is still on somehow. Okay. $30,000. This lawn care company hired a coach. And this guy's a young guy, man. He's like 28. Okay. He's like 28. Is it still hot or is it off? Just freaking unplug it or something. We have to. Okay. $30,000. Lawn care guy hires a coach for 30 grand. Guess what the advice was from the person that he hired for $30,000? That's an expensive coach, by the way. Can we keep it real? That's an expensive coach. Okay. Guess what the advice was? To scale the company. What do you think the advice was? Serious question. What do you think the advice was for this lawn care individual that I go to church with, that I'm in a business group with? Here was the advice. Your company's not doing great, so you should leave your company for your staff to run it on their own, and you should go sell solar in California. I'm like, bro, you paid $30,000 for that? My buddy John Wetmore would not approve of you like just leaving your company, going selling solar in California just because you feel like it, just because some $30,000 coach tells you so. Dude, John does coaching. He ain't telling nobody to freaking leave their business to go sell anything else other than what they're doing. Right? That's a good message to learn. Would you agree? That's a good message to learn. Stop trying to do 400,000 things and get good at this. Get good at it. Current income. Okay, cool. Then what is the target? Right? What is the target for you? What kind of money? What and don't make something up. Let's start with double. What would, if you doubled your income, what would that look like in 2025? Give me the number in chat now. What would that look like? Double. Okay, boom. Because now we've got a target of where we're playing the game, and we're trying to figure out how to play it. Like I was in an alumni game at my previous college that I played basketball at. I was at an alumni game this past Saturday, and I'm playing the game, and I'm playing it to win, but I can't play it the same way I played it when I was 20 years old, dude. I'm 34, man. Like I'm still pretty quick. I still got some handles. I can still go to the rim. Can't shoot a freaking lick, right? But free throws, I got those. But like, you know what I mean? However, I had to play the game a little differently. I played the game much differently than I did 14 years ago. Okay. Someone said if I double my income, I'll be at 206, 250, 100K, 180, 60, 480, 300, 125, 175, 135. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Now, this is a big piece. If that's the target, how do you raise your belief that you can actually hit the target? How do you raise your belief that you can actually hit the target? Ask that. Answer that. How do you do that? Well, we do that. I do that with our goal tracker. Okay, with our goal tracker. I do that by writing it down every day. Like when I made 117 grand, I didn't tell you this, but like I literally I wrote down what I was going to make on a Post-it note and put it on my speedometer. I was writing down multiple times a day. I was going to make six figures. I wrote up a contract and signed it, hung it up on the wall in my cubicle. I was reminding myself constantly that I was going to make six figures my first year. Why I remind myself? The only reason why I remind myself is so that I can raise my own belief. Because a lot of times I set targets and goals that I don't actually fully believe yet. Would you agree? Does that make sense? I don't fully believe it, but I want to believe it. So I remind myself as much as humanly possible. I remind everyone in my life, they're like, hey, we need you to come golfing at noon on Friday. No. Remember, I have a goal. Remember, I have a target. Remember, I'm raising my belief to go double my income in 2025. Okay. It hits different, but it's something that you have to be cognizant of. Okay. Current income. What's the target? That's just 2x, right? That's the double. How do we raise the belief? And then you've got to do the math. Right. And in most cases, okay, this isn't a perfect science, but it'll work in most cases. You just need to see twice as many people as you saw this year. If you made 60 grand and you run about 6 appointments a week, you just need to run 12 next year and you'll make 120. That's an easy thing to do. Now, how do we do that? We figure out what the target is. We remind ourselves constantly of what we're doing. We get some CABOOM leads to help us out, right? And then boom, we do double every week for the next year. Okay. Every week for the next year. But it's like, okay, but the thing is, yeah, sure. 100K may seem big if you're making 50, but you're making 1K a week and we're just going to 2K a week. And let's just say you're selling 2 policies. We're just selling 4. Like it is not, you're not even seeing that, but it is not rocket science, right? It is not rocket science. We complicate this game way too much. Way too much. Okay. Is this good? What's been your favorite part of the opening session so far? Jump in chat. Let me know. I'm checking the agenda to make sure I stay on schedule. I know we're throwing to a quick video, and then I have bringing up my buddy John Wetmore in 1 minute. What has stood out so far? What's been your favorite part of this initial opening session? Is I'm teaching you exactly how we double companies, exactly how you can double your income in 2025. Yvette says, knowing my numbers. Most business owners do not know their numbers. They don't. Like, I'm trying to scale our company right now, this company, to $1 million a month. We just need it. We just need another 39.1%, by the way. That's possible. 100%. I'm confident we'll do it at some point next year. So the stuff I'm teaching, I'm actually living out. I'm not just making it up. Reminder, I need help. Good. No number is key. Figure out how to get to know your numbers. I want to write more premium, not more apps. I love seeing people write down my numbers, how simple you made the process. Amen. Remind myself daily. You've got to remind yourself daily because life hits you hard and life is tough. And some days are not as fun as others. You still remind yourself to still believe every single day, no matter what's happening in your world. Okay. No matter what's happening in your world at all. Okay. Also, Brett, let me know when you are good to throw to our first or technically second video of my buddy Tim. Okay. Here's what I want you to do. If you are committed to scaling your business in 2025, you are excited for the speakers that we have today, and you are focused and plugged in, give me a 8 in chat for our 8% nation. Whether we do virtual events every quarter, we do road shows every single month, we do a annual national conference every July. Like, we are committed to events because we love helping people. Okay. We love helping people and we want to help you. Will you let us help you? Will you let us help you today? We want to help you. We know we can help you. You're here because you are like, bro, I am not arrogant. I don't have an ego. I need help. I appreciate that. You've been engaged. Your cameras have been on. You guys have been super freaking active in chat. Amazing virtual audience. One of our best virtual audiences of all time. I'm going to throw it to a quick video because I'm a big believer in this one concept that can help your business a bunch in 2025. And we will be right back with our first speaker. And now, I mean, I want to go kind of back through your career, but now you are literally selling policies every single day with leads coming in without having to spend money, just a little bit of time.
Yeah.
To give them a little context about this like phenomenon of social selling that's happening right now around the world. How many leads are coming in? What's it look like? And then we'll kind of reverse and rewind.
Yeah. So since last weekend, about a week and a half, we've had about 2.2 million views and about just under 1,800 leads come in.
What the freak?
all turning 65.
You almost made me curse. I'm not supposed to curse on my podcast. Bro. What? 1,800?
1,800 leads.
In like a week and a half.
Yep. This morning I got 80. So before we were doing this, I was sending out all the emails and everything. So
that is insane. I mean, dude, if you were to, if you were to go to CABOOM Leads and buy them, I mean, whatever 1,800 times, $30 is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd be looking at, let's just call it 2,000 times $30. What is that? 60 grand?
Yeah. And we got it in a week.
And you got it in a week.
For free.
Yeah, I'm like, is my math off? I don't know. You guys can let me know in the comments below if my math's off. I don't think it is, but yeah, for free in a week. Dang, dude, that's cool. Okay, cool. Okay, so also if you're listening and you're like, I would love to learn how to do that. Oh my gosh, that is life-changing and insane money and opportunity. Again, the link is below where you can be a part of a group that is a community of people that are learning social selling together. And we have featured coaches like Tim who are sharing concepts and ideas and how they're doing. And they're actually teaching, like exactly what they're doing, which is really cool. Obviously, Tim's also he's also like adding agents to his team. His team's growing, his agency's growing, and he's here to help people, which is awesome.
It's going to be awesome. So I get the privilege of introing our next speaker. We're super excited to have him. He has a $200 million agency, over 6,000 agents. He is awesome. He's also written a book. So you're going to want to find on that. But super excited to have him here. His name is John Wetmore. Come on, give it up in the chat for him.
Is up. Good morning, y'all. Appreciate the intro. And Cody, love everything you're doing, dude. You could actually end this event with what you trained on how to double, because literally most people don't have anywhere near enough activity just in their day-to-day business. to hit their goal of doubling. But as a couple people posted, I don't remember who posted it because there's a shit ton of y'all chatting. Most agents do overcomplicate this business, and it is a very simple business. It can certainly seem overwhelming at first, typically because you don't know what you're doing, and that's normal. And I think some people feel that's not normal. Hunter, I loved your comment. I'm trying to scroll and see it, but it's somewhere in there. You want to sell more premium, not more apps, which is dope. One of the things, and it wasn't on my talk, but I like the comment, so I'm gonna give you a little tip, whether for you or others. You know, when I was new, man, I remember early on selling life insurance back in 2012, 2013, part-time, just trying to figure the thing out. My first year, after I went to do annual reviews, I went through my list of clients and I was like, let me go through the big premiums and I'll call those first because they got money. It seems like everyone's broke. And I went through, and like my average app that year was like $40 a month on life premium. It was really bad because I was selling scared. I was selling based on my budget. I was selling based on like the fear of people not being able to afford things. And my approach was incorrect. And I had a mentor of mine talk to me, and he's like, you know, if you just show higher prices, people will buy more insurance. And I didn't really believe him at first. And so when I started sitting with clients, when I was showing pricing with any product you sell, one of the things that I did that changed my world, and I've trained agents to do, and it's really simple because I think a lot of people try to sell more premium incorrectly. But the way we did it, dude, is we would just go like, hey, Hunter, so I'm going to show you, we're going to work with your budget, of course, like I explained, yada, yada, whatever your pitch is, it is. But at the end, I'd be like, but I'm going to show you, they make me show you the most you're eligible for. This is the top number you can get that you qualify for. And I would always show them the max. So 250 grand is $385 or 50 grand whole, whatever your product is. You can go like, I'm going to show you the most you're eligible for. Here's the top number. And there's a lot of psychology of it as well, like price anchoring. They see something $435 a month, and then you show them something that $150 a month that maybe you thought was expensive, but relative to a max, it's like, oh, dang, that's actually really affordable. And the one thing other than that I learned is a lot of clients, I prejudged them, and people had more willingness or ability to pay for things than I thought they did. And so when I started showing, like even on final expense, I used to show like 8,000, 10,000, 12,000, and everyone picked 8 or 10. When I started showing like 10, 20, 40, so many people started buying 20. It was insane. And it's a really simple tip that works extremely well, and it takes your preconceived notions about clients out of the equation. And I've just learned a lot of clients, a lot of agents make the same mistake along the way. So I hope that helps you guys as well. And then, of course, I would think from there, dude, at your skill set, that was just a matter of uncovering other opportunities. You know what I mean? Doing a real good financial inventory, finding out what people have for retirement accounts, other insurance accounts, just other needs. And most agents are timid to ask a lot of questions about client situations. But if you get a full financial picture of what someone's got going on, take care of what you're there to take care of. And then second, once you're done with that piece of business that you showed up for, now it's navigating other opportunities, maybe at different times. Sometimes you can do it there. Sometimes it's rebook an appointment. But it's really easy to find a lot of IUL, annuity. And again, if y'all sell other products, cross-selling things in really simple ways. So what I did want to talk about is certainly I'm a big fan of doubling. When I made changes in my career back, I don't know, been almost 10 years ago now, it was very heavy activity based. It's the basis of the book that you can see that way. A ton of y'all have bought it, so I appreciate it. Thanks for sharing it, Joe. Appreciate you, dude. I'm not surprised you shared the link. You know, it was very heavily activity based for me because I realized I wasn't putting in enough work for the things I said I wanted. And for me, my income tripled in 1 year, just purely because of activity. And a lot of people are afraid to make that commitment, or they say they'll make the commitment and then they don't do it. I had someone DM me a little bit earlier and he's like, I always put out high activity goals, but I always miss them. Should I lower it? And I'm like, why don't you just hit them? Why don't we go with that? You know what I mean? It's like, it really is that simple. But I think the main reason that most of y'all don't hit goals, I see a lot of people. I was talking to a dude in my coaching program the other day, and he was like, every time I set a goal, I feel like I miss it, you know? And I'm like, the goal, what are the goals? And they're always like a result oriented goal. I want to make X amount. I want to buy this house. I want to do whatever the result you want is. And that's not a bad thing. But I think the piece that people miss is like, what are the steps I have to take to hit that goal? And for me, a goal is something I chase every day. A goal isn't something that I put down on a piece of paper and at the end of the year, I look at the paper and go, did I hit that goal? Dude, I'm going after the goal the second I open my eyes every morning. And I'm going after the goal until I close my eyes that night. For me, a goal is a chase. It's a journey to go achieve something and get something that I said I'm going to accomplish. But there's steps you got to take along the way to accomplish that goal. You can't just be like, I want to double my income. Hope like hell it gets there. You know, it's like, all right, what do I got to do to double my income? What steps do I got to take day in and day out? And where I learn a lot of y'all fail is you haven't, and you need to master your calendar. Like you really have to own your calendar and your schedule. Talking to another guy yesterday and on a training call with the True Wealth guys. I don't know if any of them are on here. If the kid's on here, cool. Hopefully he learns from it. You know, super nice guy, young kid. I think he was 21, 22 years old. Wanted to hit some things, challenged him a little bit the next day. I'll keep the story short, but I challenged him a little bit to a certain amount of activity. And I was trying to figure out his schedule, what time he was willing to get on the phones. And he goes, I don't know, I usually get on around 11. And I said, why so late? And he sort of stopped. He's like, I don't know. Like he was confused that starting at 11 a.m. was late, first of all. And I'm like, what time do you get up? He's like, well, 6. And then I have my routine and then I start dialing as soon as I'm done. And I asked him his routine and he goes, I go to the gym, I eat breakfast and I play with my dog. And I'm like, that takes 5 hours? I'm like, it doesn't compute in my head. Like, explain it further. You know, and it's like you start looking at that, and maybe some of y'all are giggling at it, but a lot of y'all are doing the equivalent in your world. There's all this stuff you do before you start doing the thing you know you need to do to hit the goal you want to say. And for me, I'm such a master of my calendar. I know long before I'm going to do something, when I'm going to do it, what time I'm going to do it, how long it's going to last. I know when all my calls are scheduled. I know when the gym's scheduled. If you could put it like if you could lay over day by day in the schedule, it's the same a lot. What I do in the middle varies a little bit, who I talk to call them on, things like that. But like, I get up at the same time, I go to the gym at the same time, I have a smoothie at the same time, I'm in the sauna at the same time, I do the cold plunge at the same time. Like my life is very dictated by my calendar. However, I allow deviations when life gets in the way, and I just make up for it. I get up earlier, I stay up later, I do more one day than the next day. I just adjust, but I don't let the things in my world dictate my calendar. My calendar dictates what happens in my life. And that's a big mistake a lot of y'all make as well. I think having discipline is insanely important. It's the D in the do more. For those that haven't read the book, the do more now, get better later is, again, literally if most of y'all just stopped worrying about all the trainings you do all day, every day, all night, every night, and actually just went to work, you would make more money. Most people, not saying training isn't important, but so many people focus on training and don't put the activity behind it to implement the training. Thank you, Reese, for sharing. If you guys want the link that Reese just shared, I actually have an exercise that you guys can go through that helps you with your yearly goals, your daily, weekly, monthly schedule, and gives you the ability to track all of your numbers every week, all year. And it does all kinds of math and formulas. It's a tracker I use to keep up with my stuff. If you just go to johnwetmore.com/resources, Reese put the link there. It's free. It'll just come to you. There's a couple of videos that explain the exercises, how to set goals, how to do your calendar, and then how to track all your numbers. I'm giving that out for anybody that wants it. Literally just come to your email for free. So I would say, from there, it's really learning how to have discipline and focus on in your daily world. I certainly believe focusing on your health is a very big piece of having the mental capacity to deal with everything you got going on. It's really hard to be disciplined in your business area when you're not disciplined in the rest of your life. I don't see a lot of people that are like undisciplined everywhere, and they kill it in business. It's not normal. Certainly there are a couple people out there that certainly figure out how to do it. But for me, I just learned, man, if I pay attention and focus on my health every day, the rest of my life goes a lot smoother. If I miss my normal routine, if I miss going to the gym, if I miss a workout and sweating and getting it in and getting my mind off life, my day goes different. I have a different mentality. My staff knows, my wife knows. People are like, you missed the gym today, didn't you? I'm like, yeah, that feeds me. And I think it's super important. And when you're not healthy, when you're in bad shape and you eat like crap and you feel terrible, it's like, it is hard to like focus on business every day. It drains. There's actual science on it, which I'm not going to regurgitate. I just read it and I learn it. And I'm like, oh, that makes all the sense in the world. But everyone knows when you eat like crap, you feel like crap. And when you feel like crap, it's really hard to do things at a high level. And we're talking about making six figures, multi-six figures. It's really hard to do that when you don't fuel your body and your soul and everything in your mind and things like that. So it's like really focus on that part of your life. My next thing I want to talk about is balance. Man, I get on almost every event I do, every conversation I have in group settings or whether I go to road shows or any other event, a lot of people ask me about balance. And I was thinking about it a little bit yesterday. I was watching a video on it from another guy, and it hit me. And I just really started to think, like, how do I want to talk about that? And how does it apply? And I realized that every single person over the years that's asked me about balance in this industry, I love you all, but every single person who's ever asked me about that is broke. I've never had someone rich ask me about balance ever in my career. I'm like, is it related? I'm kind of thinking so. You know, it's like, and balance is a funny thing. It's like the whole, I don't want to put an analogy. I don't know. We're talking about working out. It's like the whole like muscle versus fat thing. You know what I mean? Like one weighs more than the other. So you can be heavier with more muscle. You know what I mean? Like your body appearance can look different. Like when I started working out, I gained weight, but I looked more trim, you know? And man, I've learned like balance is very similar. That is very deceiving. Like when you work your ass off and you make enough money to change your family situation, the balance game is different. Like you don't need to sit around and watch Netflix to have balance. You don't need, like, when I can take care of my kids and, you know what I mean, make sure they're in the school they need to be in and have all the things they need to have and go to college and they don't have to worry. My family doesn't have to worry. My wife doesn't have to worry. She can stay, like they can just, that gives me mental balance that I need. Most people need this balance because there's something up here saying you need it. You know, but the more I've learned, like when I accomplish things, that fuel, and I have a lot of today balance relative to what most people view it as. And I think a big mistake a lot of people make is they view balance like, how much balance do I have today on Friday, November 15th? And then how much balance do I get again tomorrow on Saturday, November 16th? And then how much balance do I have on Sunday? And then how much balance do I have on Monday? Like you need balance every single day. And I just find it awkward. You know, for me, it's like the balance was 10 years ago. I was working a lot. I was gone a lot. I was taking a lot of phone calls. I was on the road a lot. I missed some things of my kids. I just wasn't at everything. But today it's shifted and I can make a lot more money with way less input of time today than I could 10, 12 years ago. You know, and I have an overabundance of balance today relative to what most people feel it at. Now, when I get stuff done, I get stuff done. Like I go into the office. I showed up just being transparent. Had stuff going on in my house. We just built a new house and we had some people in here the other day. And most days I don't go to the office till probably, I don't know, Reese can probably tell you. I walk in the door and Reese is there. He can probably tell you what the average time I come in is. But if I had to guess, it's probably, I don't know, what do you think, Reese? 10:30, maybe? Something like that's a pretty normal day, 11. Somewhere in that range, because I have a routine in the morning. My health is in the morning. It's the first few hours of my day, every day. 10:30, there you go. So remember the other day when I showed up early, bro? Like I had stuff going on in my house and there was like contractors here and I needed to get out. This stuff stresses me out. So I'm like, I'm going to the office. And I showed up at like, I don't know, it was like 9:15 or something. And they like freaked out because someone opened, we keep our door locked, but they heard the door open. And no one was supposed to be there. And I walked in and they were coming out to see who was there. And Amanda was like, what the hell are you doing here? Because it was 9:15. Like, that's my normal today. But 12 years ago, dude, I was up at 5 a.m., go to the gym at 5:30, finish at 6:30. I was at the office dialing by 7 a.m. 10 years ago to make stuff happen. Today, I can make stuff happen very differently. So what I see a big mistake a lot of people make is they think this plan of a high activity, high calls, out of balance, the whole work smarter, not harder thing. I hate that shit for people. Like, at the beginning when you're broke, you can't have that. Most people just can't have that right now. But a lot of y'all think what it feels like being busy and overwhelmed and not having, you think that's a forever plan. If you do this thing right, this industry is so, people in this industry, those of us that do this right, are so well compensated, and it like multiplies over time like an inordinate amount. It's not very linear. Like, the amount of effort versus the income continues to go up in multiples. And with time, you will have the balance you so seek. Do more now, reap the rewards later is your second book. I love it, Joe. I should do a second book. Fear messes with a lot of you guys. And I think fear is a funny thing. It's like, when you don't know what to expect, you have fear. And you typically don't know what to expect because you haven't done it enough to understand the law of averages that comes. Like, the ones that are making 6 figures on here, they know how much input it takes to get a certain amount of output. And they're not confused, And when you have those fears, it's like, I was watching an interview this morning. They were talking to Michael Jordan about fear. And they asked if he ever has fears of missing, like, game-winning shots, big opportunity shots. Like, does he have fears of that? And again, a lot of y'all have fear of going out and even taking a shot, much less missing a shot, just in your everyday life. And he's like, why would I have fear? I'm so well prepared, and I put in the work every day that I know my skills. I know my capability. Just because I miss one day doesn't define me. I'm so prepared. I know I'm going to kill it in the long run. And I'm kind of giving my version of what he said, but it's like, a lot of y'all have fear because you wing this industry. You literally are just winging this industry. You don't know your product. You don't know your underwriting. You don't know what clients qualify for. You don't know your numbers. You don't know what it takes to make a certain dollar amount. You're afraid to invest in your business. You think if you don't have money for leads, you can't go generate business. I'm like, go open your front door. There's 400 million people outside your front door seeking your product. And if you don't sell them your product, someone else is going to. Why do you need Cody's CABOOM Lead to hit you on the head to sell you insurance? If you're broke, go out and find business, cultivate business, go to networking meetings, go to Joe's office and find a guy like him who sells PNC and exchange business and refer him PNC business. He'll refer you life. And don't go to Joe because he already has, but someone like him. You all have 5,000 other insurance agencies around your local area. Are you creating referral partnerships anywhere? Are you going around the neighborhoods? Are you going to host events in your community? Are you doing anything besides literally just sitting at home sulking about your current result? And most people aren't, So it's like, stop having fears and go out and get what you want and learn your industry. Be a professional at what you do. You should know, if you've been here in your industry for a few months, you should know about everything inside and out. And if you don't, you're who I'm talking to right now. I had a mentor tell me once, and it rings in my head still every day of my life. He said, if you want to get paid like a professional, you better act like a professional. And many of y'all know your favorite athlete stats, and you don't know your own. You know the school they went to. You know their jersey number. You know how many fantasy football points they get every week. But you don't know what product to write Mary. It's like, we got to be professionals at what we do. And then I'll end with this because I only have a few minutes in the sales stuff, some advice. And I'll give, if you go to johnwetmore.com/events, I'm putting on a free virtual event next week. It's an hour. I do them like every 6 or 8 weeks. It's on the 20th at 2 p.m. Eastern, and I'm going to go through an hour of more sales training type stuff. But the sales tip I'll give you guys, and I'll end, I don't know if this timer's about up, is like, sell what your product does, not what it is. Meaning, what does it do for the client? Nobody cares about the A rating or the brochure or how long they've been in business. They don't care. They want to know what it does for their family. And use your product to solve a problem. And in order to solve a problem, you have to identify a problem. And in order to identify a problem, you have to ask really good, challenging questions to clients. And they will verbalize their problem to you. And your product, all it has to do is solve that problem in their life, and they will buy it. Sales is not complicated. And most of y'all are so busy pitching versus asking questions, identifying a problem, and solving it with your product. So that's my time. If I can help with anything, hit me up. Hope it helps. Cody, have a killer day, dude. Appreciate everything you do. See you guys.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you, brother.
Hey, the power of social media is insane. If you are not on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, wherever, you're missing out. And here's why. I just met with a lady. I had no idea where she came from, but when I asked her, she said, "You're TikTok." And I said, "Oh my goodness, which video?" And she told me the video. It was 3 years ago that I posted this video. And she's just now getting back to me. Now, I've kind of had a trickle campaign out there for a while, obviously, if the TikTok was 3 years ago, but it just goes to show, keep it out there, keep that as a funnel, buy leads, do social media. All the lines in the water is what brings the fish. So keep it going.
All right. Great stuff. Thank you, Deanna. Man, guys, if you're not following Deanna Privet, Tim the Medicare Man on social media, all those, you are missing out. And thank you to John. Great stuff as always. I love how John just keeps it simple. The key is activity. The key is doing what you're saying you're going to do. The key is having that calendar ready to go, making sure that you maximize your time. I love how he didn't say, "Hey, you're never supposed to play with your kids. You're supposed to work 24 hours a day." That's not where the message we're trying to get across. The message we're trying to get across is the time that you designate to work. Make sure you're working. Do more during those hours. Take full advantage of it. I remember years ago, Brian Askins told me, he said, "Dallas, I do everything I do for my family. So if I'm going to be at work away from my family, I'm going to maximize every second of it. So that when I am with my family, I know that I put in all the effort I can put in, and I've earned this time with my family." So great stuff. All right. We hope you guys are enjoying this. We love the comments, love the feedback. Keep them coming. Again, this is an interactive thing. This is not just us throwing something out there. This is something for you to be interactive with and for you to get the most out of. So, and interaction does that. Up next, we have a great speaker for you guys, Mr. Edward Pritchett of the Pritchett Agency. When it comes to knowing how to grow an agency, when it comes to knowing how to retain agents, which is huge. If you're in the final expense business, getting them is not just good. Making sure that they don't turn into that chargeback is a huge thing. So retention, retaining everything, this man has absolutely set the bar. Edward leads one of the largest agencies with the highest agent retention rate in his organization. He brings out the best of his agents and staff through mentorship and facilitating personal and professional growth. The unifying element of Edward's company is his dedication to helping others and bettering the communities around him. He has surrounded himself with people who are equally as driven. Edward currently resides in Dorado, Puerto Rico with his wife Rebecca and their 4 children. Ladies and gentlemen, please get your notepads out, get ready to get some nuggets, and help me welcome to the 8% virtual stage, Mr. Edward Pritchett.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I love having the opportunity to hear my friend John Wetmore talk anytime. So to be able to follow someone like him, a titan in this industry, and to see what he's doing and what he continues to do. Hopefully, I saw in the notes over here, everybody was saying, writing that down. And I'll share this. we were at the 8% conference this summer, and John, me and him were talking, and he gave me a signed copy of his book. And I was like, so how did you do it? What did you do? What was the process? And he walked me through the step-by-step process, the discipline that it takes, what all he went through. And 5 months later, I was able to launch my first book about a topic that I really believe in. That's my new book, Tax-Free Living. And what he was saying, like, it was just, if you just follow those who have done what you're wanting to do, right? If you do those same steps, we as human beings, we tend towards making things more complex than they actually are. And so, in talking with Cody, who I'm always grateful for the platform that he has created for all of us in the industry, whether you're in P&C, health, life, this platform with 8% is one that can allow you to truly grow your business to any level that you're wanting to grow your business to, right? It's about you being able to plug in and engage, get the information, but you have to get that information and then go and use it, right? You have to take what you're getting in situations like this and go and leverage it, right? It's great to listen to John talk on YouTube or watch all of the interviews that Cody's ever done, but if you never take any actionable steps in putting those things that are being shared into practice, you're not going to get results. And what I want to talk about as we're talking about like how to double, quadruple, octuple, whatever the higher, I don't know what the higher ones are. Octuple is the best I got for you guys today. But if that's what you want to do with your income in 2025, then you have to have an actionable plan that you execute, okay? And I've always learned that, again, we tend towards complexity, so let's keep it as simple as possible. And so as I talk about this ideal of build to scale, a lot of you are getting started in this industry and you're starting as just an independent solopreneur. You're just going out here to just make some income because you need it. I get it, right? If you're wanting to build an agency, before you start building, you need to build something that is scalable, okay? Start with the end in mind. If you want a large, if you want a $200 million agency, like I'm still taking notes from John Wetmore. I haven't built a $200 million agency yet. I built a $60 million agency. I can take you there. I can't take you past that point. And I won't tell you I can because I haven't done it. But if I'm going to build an agency that can scale to that size, I don't start building that when it's a $50 million agency or $100 million or 200. I build it when it's a $0 agency. So I'm going to walk you through just a couple steps that I want you to just to keep in mind as you're getting started. And getting started means wherever you are right now. This is getting started because maybe you weren't doing these things in the days previous to this, okay? This is start date, right? Like you can start one day or you can start 2 days. And that's the ideal with any of these things that you're plugging into, that you're engaging with, podcasts, conferences. I don't care how bad it's been before, this one can be the one, right? You may not get everything right when you come out of it. That's why you keep going to conferences. That's why I keep attending conferences. That's why I keep plugging into people who are in a place or getting results that I'm wanting to get. So I just want to go over that, just lay that groundwork as I get things started here. So let me make sure I can share my screen. Good old sending the request right now, see if I can get them to open that up. And there we go. All right. So build to scale. All right. And I'll come back and talk directly with you. But I want to walk you through some of this because the ideal here is you have to be able to have actionable steps. Okay. When you leave any kind of presentation, or when I was taking notes just now, as John was talking, I was, okay, what's the actionable step that I can take from what he's saying, right? That I can go out and do tomorrow or this coming week or this coming month. So as you're listening the rest of today, I would encourage you, as you're listening to these individuals who are out here killing it and they're here to share with you, make sure you're putting actionable steps from what they're saying into what you're gonna take and go and do, okay? So let's start off with the foundation. All right, I'm in real estate as well. I love the real estate world because you get to build something and see, flat ground, nothing there, and then 6 months, 9 months, maybe 12 months later, boom, it's a house or it's an apartment complex, right? Well, apartment complex might be 18 months or 24 months, but you get what I'm saying. Going from nothing to there's something. The foundation is the start. If I'm wanting to build a team, if I'm wanting to build a massive agency, right? The reason we build is because we know, like, I would rather get Henry Ford, I would rather get 1% of 100% of 100 people than 100% of my singular effort, right? Like, that's the reason we scale. I'm not trying to rob from everybody who's around me. Like, if you're planning on doing that, just don't even start, okay? But like, if I can help and empower, enable other individuals to go out and make the income that they're looking for in this industry, and I can get 1% for being the guide, being the aid, being the help to their future, how many times can I do that? So the start is who is on my team, who is on my bus, right? If I start off with the wrong people, then it's gonna be, here's one thing that I think we all can agree on when it comes to life. Life is gonna give you struggles. I don't know anybody who's figured out the pain-free or the struggle-free life. So when I'm going through struggle, do I want to go through struggle with people who are going to make that struggle more difficult? Or do I want to go through that struggle with people who they're on the team? They know me, they understand me, right? And I see, let's see, get that little, I don't know how that little red line got on there, but we'll see if we can get that take it off. Let's see if I can clear that. Sorry about that. There we go. All right, so the ideal of that right team, this is where we use knowledge that is around us. And one of the things that has been a big part of the foundation for me selecting my team and who's on my team, and I did say select, and I'm not just taking everybody, but I'm building a team based off who they are. You know, some of you guys may have heard of Myers-Briggs, DISC, Colors. I've used the 5 voices, which Giant Worldwide teaches a lot about that, but it kind of categorizes people into this idea. There are some people that their primary voice, all of us have all these voices, but the primary voice is a nurturer, or they're a creative, a guardian, a connector, or a pioneer, right? We all have all those voices, but one of them is our primary. And I need to understand who the people on my team are, and that's going to help in not only what roles they fill, but how to maximize their potential. Like, every person who wants to be a salesperson can be any one of these 5. I have some great nurturer, top producers, great creatives, guardians, connectors, and pioneers, but each of them has a lens with which they view the world in. And if I don't understand that to a certain degree, all that's going to lead to is conflict. So understanding your people, who's on my team, who am I? Right, let's start there. First, you start off as a team of 1. Who are you? What's your voice? What's your personality type? What's the lens that you look at the world, so that as you're discussing and talking with clients, talking with potential agents, talking with other business partners, maybe it's W-2 staff that you're hiring, you know how you're coming across, and you can respond in appropriate ways as you start learning who the people are on the other side of you. So the first part of that foundation is, yes, you got to build a team. I got to start putting people together, but I need to make sure that I understand who these team members are, okay? The second aspect of laying the foundation for building my team is, what is my culture going to be? Culture eats strategy for lunch. Just remember that. Culture eats strategy for lunch. I don't know who said it. Somebody can Google it. You can throw it in the chat, who actually gave that quote, but it's so true. The best strategy, the best plan in the world will be destroyed by bad culture. So you have to start early and remind often, right? Start early and remind often. You are initially a team of 1. What's going to be the culture? Maybe you're already plugged into a team with a great culture. Understand what the culture is and be a champion of that culture, so that as you're building your team, you're starting out on that right foundation. People that you know and you know them, and starting off with a culture that you can build and grow around. From there, we got to train. All right, this might be something that we don't talk about in the life insurance world as much as we should. You know, I've been watching a lot of y'all's TikTok videos about explaining policies and stuff. So maybe we need to go back to some of the training from the carriers every now and again. I won't call the Department of Insurance on anybody just yet, but training. Like, if I'm getting people started, if I'm getting a team started, what's the protocol for making sure that they start on a successful foot, right? Is there a standard for how people come on board, how they get the skills that they need to have to do what they need to do? And this applies both to your staff, your W-2 team, and agents, right? Maybe your agents are also W-2, maybe they're 1099. Everybody who is working with me has to be trained so that they can be successful in what they're going to do. That has to be a part of the culture. That has to be a part of the foundation, right? Hopefully they're bringing some knowledge already with them, but there has to be something that helps us further their knowledge so that if we're furthering their knowledge, they allow me to be able to do a lot more than what I can do. I am not a social media marketer, okay? I have my staff being trained by Cody Askins and his staff on how to help me. So I have marketers who they have a certain skill level. They're also continuing to do continuing education for themselves about how to better do. They came with certain skills, but they're growing that. And we're plugging in to mentors and advisors that are further ahead than we are so that they can teach us how to do that. So what are those standard systems that you have for yourself, for your team? And I did include yourself. Maybe I didn't say it early enough, but what are you training yourself on? How are you getting better on a regular basis at what you do? CRM tools and tracking. John said it just earlier. If you're not tracking numbers, if you don't know what's happening, you can't improve it. If you don't know what happens, you can't improve it. The way you can have more productivity and higher retention is people who see themselves growing. You may not be growing, an agent may not be growing by going out and making a whole bunch of sales tomorrow, but if they see that they're getting more knowledge in the industry that they're in, that is, there's some success, there's some gratification in that, right? If it's just left to their own devices, then they're just gonna leave. So if I'm wanting to build that team, I'm wanting to get them stronger, get them more capable at what they do, I have to keep these things first and forward in my mind. Now, efficiency, like if I'm wanting to make efficiency happen, what do I need to get very, very good at? All right. Number one is communication. Number two is communication. Who is the communication team? How does the team communicate, right? If those two things aren't happening, you're not gonna get anything done. That's how we function. Like it's great if we could all just see each other, but we couldn't talk to each other. How much could human beings get done together, right? You know, if I could just, if only my nose, the nose was the only thing that we had, and I could just smell people. Like, could we get much done through the sense of smell, right? It's the ability to talk and to hear that and put that into action that allows us to be able to make a business grow, make it thrive, help and serve the clients that we serve, right? So we look for a lot of things around communication to just make it automatic and quick, and that's great. AI is nice, it'll help, right? But we still need to make sure, especially internally, how does communication happen within your teams? How does an agent communicate an issue or communicate a success? And then that communication goes through a chain that helps it to get processed and taken care of so that it just doesn't sit there. The thing that gets people more than anything else is feeling like they are not heard. You ignore somebody long enough, they'll go away. You ignore somebody long enough, they will go away, right? And if you do it in the wrong way, they'll go away and they'll try to take you out as they're leaving. So who is the communication team, right? Who is in charge of, who is responsible for making sure communication is happening correctly and looking at it and understand it? And initially it's you. And then how do you continue to streamline that over time? Last couple of things, then we'll talk about a basic 5-year plan, okay? So once I have people on board, once I have the team in place, now I have to start motivating and making sure I keep top talent with me. Like it starts with the onboarding. Onboarding and training, that's the foundation, right? There has to be something that rewards and incentivizes. Like people do things based on incentives. I write about taxes and about how to minimize and hopefully take it down to 0 if you can get there, okay? But the tax code, there are 6,871 pages in the tax code right now, as of the June of 2022, all right? Of that, 40 pages are about how the government can tax you. The remaining 6,831 pages are about how you can avoid paying taxes. But the thing is, most people don't qualify to take advantage of those pages. don't know that that's what it says in those pages. Like they just think this whole thing is just to tax them. That's not what it's for. It looks so big because that keeps you out of it, and then you just keep paying taxes unnecessarily, right? If I am going to incentivize, like that's what the tax code was written that way, to incentivize what the government wants. It wants more small business. It wants people to create capital and create wealth and to invest back in various things. And so it gives an incentive in the form of a deduction, credit, or tax incentive, right? And it gets people who do a lot of that to do more of it. So as I'm working with my agents, as I'm working with staff, what are the things that are going to reward them, be rewarding to them, and incentivize them to do the things that are going to continue to drive your business forward, all right? And lastly, when you get to the top of that, is expanding out the leadership. If you're going to really grow a large, massive organization, you have to be able to expand out on leadership. There's only a certain number of direct reports that one person can handle. I mean, I always go back to the fact that Jesus only chose 12. So like, I can't handle more than 12 direct reports. If it was good enough for him, good enough for me. All right. So like, as I'm scaling this up, like what are the things that are going to allow me to be able to grow my business and grow the number of agents I have? How do I empower leaders to bring others along with me? So as we take all that into context, like what is that over a period of 5 years? And I say 5 years because again, this does not happen overnight. This is not an overnight thing, okay? You have to think about it in a long-term game plan. You don't go from 0 to $200 million in a year. Like that, just like if you did, that's a very fast-growing plant, and it's gonna be very shaky, okay? You wanna build a solid foundation and structure it so that it continues to grow correctly. And so in year one, you have this ideal of, I have to have a game plan, and then I just do recruitment and training. Like we got to get through year one and make sure that that's solid. Year two, I solidify those processes. Okay. I know you want to grow fast, right? You can go fast by yourself, but if you want to go far, you have to have a team. So I have to have some time to solidify the process. You can speed this up by borrowing from someone else's system. Okay. Then year three, I can start to expand my sales force. Year four, I'm testing that sales force. How much more can we handle? And year five, now I should be getting to that place where I'm adding on more leadership, more mentorship, and really starting to be able to see how far can we truly go together. So I wanted to share these things, a couple quick things so that I'll plug real quick. I mean, one of the things that I like to do in this industry is, again, share information that can help you and find people who are winning. I'm just copying Cody here. People who are winning, sharing what they're doing so that you can go out and do it. And then, tax-free living, I'm really excited about that because it's one of those things that I know that the more agents help their clients really see this as a generational product. That's what this is. This is not a one and done product. This is a generational product. And if we can really help our clients prepare for that and do that, whether that's with life insurance, health, or in the PNC, like it all leads to making the future generation better. And so that's what we get to go out and do every single day, take advantage of opportunities like this with this growth summit that Cody's putting on and other conferences that 8% does, and continue to grow yourself so that you can then grow your team. And that's how you're going to add more value to the market. And the more value you add to the market, the more it's going to come back to you. So I appreciate everyone who has taken the time to invest in yourself today, and very thankful for Cody and Lauren and everything that you and your team continue to do for all of us. And you guys enjoy the rest of this growth summit here today.
Appreciate you, Edward. Love you, brother. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, Edward Pritchett.
You talked about YouTube, you talked about your social media, you're everywhere, you're on TikTok, you're on YouTube, you're on Instagram. How has that helped you with your business?
Yeah, it has immensely. I first started, my first YouTube video was December 29th of 2015.
Hi, my name is Cody Askins, and welcome to the Cody Askins YouTube channel.
Hey, what's up, guys? Cody with Secure Agent Mentor.
Get in front of people, overcome those objections.
Get off to a fast start, man. Get off your couch.
Quit lying to ourselves. If we say we're gonna do something, let's do it.
I am the pain, a big in the spirit, you never been tamed. Let's go.
first question. I want to expand your brain. I can't put stuff in there if you're thinking small. Think about your biggest problem in your business right now and write it down. Those that take action and write it down actually believe they got a problem. The rest of you just think you're perfect. Good for you. If you don't write something down, why are you even here?
It's looking bleak, there's blood in the streets. A treat for the freaks, they feeding the beast. It's been weeks, at least it's moments of peace. Increase the heat. I wanna watch it burn.
What is up? Welcome back, man. Let's give it up for not only John, our pre-show. I had a little intro, then my buddy John Wetmore, Edward Pritchett, who is enjoying this thing so far. Let us hear you in chat. I would also love to know. Also, dude, Marcus Sims adding fire emojis to his background. How freaking cool is that? Also, I'd love to, Brett, if you can change this so I can see a little bit of this, the individuals. That's good. I'm also able to see chat. Appreciate you. What is up, Adele? Love live. Dude, I love doing these, by the way. Like, I'm actually wanting to do more of this type of content and events. And here's one thing we're thinking about doing. I'm going to get your feedback. Can I do that really quick? Can I get your feedback? I like getting raw live feedback, okay? Because if you guys don't like something we do, why would we do it, right? Well, here's one thing we're thinking about doing that I'm super excited about. In February, we have a live speaker school for our power players. It's called the Communication Blueprint. It's a speaker school for those that are wanting to learn how to speak, do webinars, jump on stages, MC events, all the crazy stuff, right? And we have a speaker school, my buddy Roger and I. We're doing that on a Wednesday, Thursday, and then I think it's February the 21st. We're looking at doing a Friday virtual event on February the 21st. But we're going to have a live studio audience. We're going to have about 2,000 watching virtually around the world. And then we are also going to have all the speakers speak downstairs, and we're going to create a studio in our meeting room in our building downstairs, and make it like a low ticket event, but stream it all over the world with a ton of AV equipment, screens, and a stage surrounding all the speakers. And really dial it up just a little bit more. If you like this idea of doing this concept, I don't know what the title will be or the theme will be yet, but if you like this concept, let me see you in chat. Okay, cool. Leslie says, love it. Kelly's like, boom. Tanya said, love it. I would be down for that. Yes. Okay, cool. And so you could watch virtually from, Trinidad. You can do it from, Indonesia, I think I saw earlier. You can do it from New York, Missouri, wherever, or you could actually come to Springfield, Missouri and actually participate and join and watch that live, which we haven't done a live studio audience for a virtual event in a very long time. So that would be pretty cool, I think. However, thank you for being engaged. Cameras on. You guys are lighting it up in chat. You guys have been amazing. John Wetmore, Edward Pritchett, freaking crushed it. Amazing dudes. And I love doing this. My team's like, they're like, hey, you speak every day, like multiple Zooms every day. You were speaking 5 hours yesterday. Are you gonna be okay today? I'm like, what do you mean? I'm going to be freaking okay today. I love this, man. Like, I'm passionate about this. When you have passion for something, you're not a candle. You don't burn out. Like, you enjoy what you're doing. It is easy to keep doing it. Would you agree? That's what I believe. When you love something, it's so easy to keep it moving and keep doing it, which is so cool. Also, perfect. Thank you, Brett. Here's a couple things I was thinking about. I'm gonna touch on specifically. I'm gonna train on a couple like small basic sales things that I think will help you make more money in 2025. I'm also gonna touch on one idea. This is my keynote portion of this. So earlier it was just like my own pre-show, pre-training intro. It wasn't really my talk. This is my talk. But I'm gonna be giving one idea on how you can see more people and double your income, and it has helped for me. And it's going to teach you how to get more eyeballs on you in 2025. Okay, so if you like that idea, you're going to love this. But one story I want to start out with that I want to get your attention on was I was at the Go High Level conference a couple weeks ago, and there was about 1,000, 1,200 people in the room. A bunch of the biggest speakers on the planet. Also, Go High Level is a huge software company. They're a top 5 CRM in the world. They get over 5 million users. Kind of crazy. The speaker lineup was insane. I was supposed to speak at the very end of day one. Okay. And a part of this will shock you. I speak every week, but this was a new speaking time for me in front of a bunch of people that don't know who I am. I was extremely nervous for this talk. I was actually more nervous for this talk than any other talk I've ever given. True story. And I'm like not eating on purpose all day because I don't speak till like 4 o'clock. right? Like I was like, oh my gosh, if I eat, I'm going to freaking throw up. I had to work out like 2 or 3 different times throughout the day just to like work out some nervous energy and like get on a treadmill and move, right? That actually helps a lot, by the way, as a side note. And I'm going up at the end of the day and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm calling my wife. She's like praying for me. You're going to be amazing. You're going to rock it, all these things, right? She's really awesome. And I run out on stage and nerves start to fade, deliver an amazing keynote, have a ton of fun. I brought energy to that room that room did not have the entire day, by the way. And that was commented by a bunch of big time people and attendees that were in the audience, which was awesome. However, when I was in the middle of speaking, over to my left on the 3rd row, there was a gentleman by the name of Ping Jun. Ping Jun. Ping, like literally where Steven is at, right? Like I can see those that have their camera on. I can't see if you don't have your camera on, right? You exist today if you have your camera on. So thank you for having your camera on. Okay. Right where Steven is, right here where I'm seeing him, Ping Jun was sitting there. He's got about 1 million followers on Instagram. He's got an 8-figure company. He's known around the world. Freaking awesome. And Ping is sitting 3rd row. And I see Ping and I stop in the middle of a talk, 1,000, 1,200 people. And I focus on Ping. I said, Ping. I'm like, dude, you don't know who I am. Most likely. I said, but I watched a video from you back in 2019. It's like March or April of 2019. And you talked about the power of doing small events and building relationships and getting good at events. Your video spoke to me so much. It inspired me so much that I went on a 16-city free tour back in 2019. Now, one of those cities, by the way, was New Orleans, where we only had 6 people in the room. We just had a team buy 20 tickets to Miami during this, by the way, like literally during this. Cheyenne's on here. She's got her camera on. She's shaking her head. It was insane, right? We are well over 150 tickets already for Miami, and we're a month out. We'll get 250 for sure. 5 years ago, we had 6 at events. Whatever's happening for you, I promise you, more is coming. And so as I'm speaking into Ping in the middle of this room, I'm like, bro, you are amazing. I love you. I appreciate all you're doing. You helped me so much, dude. And I just stopped talking to the whole room and I started talking to just Ping. And then the whole room erupted after I highlighted how much this dude meant to me. Okay. Here's the moral of the story, though. He comes up to me after the conference, gives me a big old hug, and says, Cody, you don't know this. He said, but my father passed away. He said, and for the last couple years, I stopped doing content. He said, but you inspired me to do content again. He said, you spoke life into me, and you are my favorite talk so far. He said, and if I helped you, he said, imagine the millions of people around the world that I've helped that I've never met before. He said, imagine the millions of people around the world that I could be helping that I haven't been helping because I pulled away from doing content. He said, I built an 8-figure company because I learned social media. You heard Edward talk about it a few minutes ago, how we're actually working with this team and helping them with their brand and marketing. And I meet with this entire marketing team and him every single quarter. Ping said, Cody, I'm going to get back at it. Thank you. I'm like, dude, how freaking cool is that? You know what's amazing about that is I don't know who Ping is unless he does a video and gets outside of his comfort zone today. You're going to have to get outside of your comfort zone in 2025. Would you agree? Also, too, though, Ping is also then coming up and telling me how much I've inspired him. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, that's freaking amazing. Guess what? We both had to get outside of our comfort zone and do content when we did not want to do content. I had 2 people yesterday at Kansas City that did videos with me that came up to me later. My team doesn't even know this. 2 people that came up to me later and said, I just got a lead to sell insurance because of what you taught at the Kansas City Roadshow. Because I had everybody do a video live in the room. And they Multiple people sold policies while they were there. They paid $27 to get in the room and they made money while they were present. Guess what? What I'm going to talk about for the next 30 to 40 minutes, you have the ability to make money while you are with me today. Would that be okay? If what we teach you allows you to make sales and make money while you're literally watching a Zoom, that is what's possible for you today. Guaranteed. However, you're going to have to get outside your comfort zone today, tomorrow, and every day moving forward. Is that okay? Give me a yes in chat if you are saying right hand up, left hand on the Bible, whatever, right? Yes, it is okay. I understand. I got to get out of my comfort zone. I got to do stuff I don't necessarily want to do. But I'm telling you, these next 60 minutes have the ability to be super, super, super impactful. Also, Brett, if you could update the timer to my newest number, that'd be perfect. Okay, whatever that is. 3 things I wanted to share before I get to some social stuff, though, really quick. So I was thinking about what else could I train on to help you double your income in 2025. There were 3 things I wanted to talk about, whether it's on social media or whether you're in person. There are 3 human-to-human tips that I want to share really quick, okay, that I've been doing since I was 20 years old that have helped me make a absolute ton of money. And I believe when you implement these, they will help you make more money in 2025. I know this to be true. They're simple, but most of you are not doing them. And I'll explain what I mean. Number 1, eye contact is a lost art in sales. I'm a door greeter at church. I work the info desk. Like I'm greeting new people at church and give them a mug. Hey, welcome to Courageous, which I pushed back on, by the way. I had an ego. I'm like, I go into this church for 3 years. You want me to welcome people to the info desk and pass out mugs? Like, no, thank you. Well, that was a pride problem. I do that with my wife every Sunday now. We freaking love passing out mugs and meeting people. Hey, welcome to Courageous Church. How long you been coming here? Oh, it's your first time. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Welcome. My name's Cody. Oh, let me give you a first timer's mug. Thank you so much for being here. What's your name? I think I got the pitch down. Would you agree? Right? I think I could do that on any church in the world, right? But it's because of the things I've learned that I can jump into any situation, whether it's a church, whether it's a funeral, whether it's an insurance office, whether it's at a conference, whether I'm in front of 1,200 people I don't know. I have human to human connection tips that I've learned that I do. Like, I feel like I look at the camera more than most people that speak on Zooms. Because it's hard to do, but it's important because eye contact matters. When I greet kids that are coming into church, they like walk past like this. Yeah, good morning. I'm like, whoa, 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 dude, I'm up here. I'm up here. I'm up here. That drives me nuts. Is there anybody else nuts? A lack of eye contact in 2024? There's some great parts of social media, but social media is freaking killing eye contact, bro. I'm like, dude, eye contact, very, very, very important. I make eye contact with every single person I walk by. I don't care if I'm on my way to the bathroom in the hallway. I make eye contact. I don't care if I'm getting in an elevator. I make eye contact. This matters. You're like, bro, this is super simple. Yeah. But it works and it will help you make more money next year. Dude, I got multiple people coming up from just my church now. Like I was thinking about taking a jet to Memphis tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to do that now, but I had a dude literally from church say, bro, you're so good with people. I want to jump on the jet and spend time with you. I'm like, oh, what do you do? He's like, oh, I've got a landscaping business. I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, you think you can help me? I'm like, yeah, I can help a landscaper. Why not? Why? Because I made eye contact and I'm getting to know people. Stop being scared to get outside your comfort zone. Stop being scared of doing tables and booths and going to trade shows and going to chamber events and mingling with people. Like I'm telling you, this is so freaking valuable. If you can get better at this, let me see who believes they can get better at eye contact in 2024 and 2025. It matters. It matters. Number 2, it drives me nuts, but like, I'm going to stop the soapbox and be like, yes. Okay. Also, if we can help the chat, I've got 450 messages I can't see. Okay. Number 2, after eye contact is, or I guess I can, I moved from there to there. Okay. That's fine. I'm cool with it there. Number 2, smile at everyone. Right? Someone flips you off in a car, just freaking smile at them. Who cares? it ain't worth getting in a road rage and fight, getting in wrecks and going to freaking prison and all this stuff because somebody's having a bad day and they don't know how to drive, or maybe you don't know how to drive. Who knows? If you're my wife, it's Cody doesn't know how to drive, right? I don't know, but like she's a great backseat driver if you're ever in the car with us, okay? And some of you guys are like, you great backseat drivers, by the way, right? She drives actually when we're in the car together because we just fight if she doesn't, you know. And I'm better at coaching. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. However, she's probably a better driver. All right. Okay. Smile at everyone, dude. We get this office next to us. I'm not gonna say the name of the company. Nobody ever smiles when they walk past me. It drives me nuts. I have to smile at literally everyone. Now, some of you are freaking grumpy and you have bad days and you have a bad attitude and you're wondering why you don't make any money. Dude, this simple stuff will make you a lot of money. Just these two things so far have made me millions and millions and millions of dollars in my career. Like we talk about eye contact. Most people, when they get on Zooms, they don't even turn their camera on. There may be a point in the near future. I'm thinking about it because it's a problem on Zooms, by the way, in the insurance industry. I am contemplating, if people don't have their camera on, I'm contemplating removing people from our Zooms because that's how important it is. I'm not saying I'm doing that today. I'm just saying in the future, I'm contemplating it because I have control of the Zoom, and most people are doing it because of it. And it's not because they're busy, like, okay, every now and then, but it's typically a lack of confidence of showing their face and being on a Zoom. Well, that's part of getting outside of your comfort zone. I'm speaking directly to you today. If that's you, you guys are like, dang, bro. I'm telling you. Okay. I'm telling you, it's important. Would you agree? Joe Camper, is this good or is this good, man? Like I'm telling you guys, this is the difference. This is the small stuff. If you can't do the little things, like we have a lot of things happen, like small things that just go terribly within our company. I can't be a leader with big things until I can lead with small things. I just can't. So when I say smile at everyone, would you agree? And if you disagree, it's okay. Be honest. I believe that I have better energy at events and on Zooms than any other person in our industry. I don't want that to come across arrogant. I just believe that to be true. And I believe you're here mostly because of that. I could just speak in tongues and different languages and gibberish and make stuff up, but I got good energy and I'm entertaining and we're smiling, we're having fun. You're going to come back. Now, is it cool if you learn as well? Obviously. But most people in our industry are not acknowledging people when they come in a Zoom. They're not smiling. They're not calling people by their name. They're not making eye contact with them. Like, oh, Nathan Marshall just turned his camera on. Let's freaking go, dude. That dude's going to make some money next year, right? It's time, bro. It's time. I've seen him. I believe I've seen him before. I don't know. Eye contact. Smile at everyone. Am I going? Is this good? Am I going too hard at you guys? Is this all right? Okay. Guess what? Also, we have more cameras on than we've had the entire time. Huh. Weird. Okay. Eye contact. Smile at everyone. Okay. Who's ready for number 3? Number 3. This is the biggest one probably, but it's the hardest one. Okay. When you get within 6 feet. Also, I just made this stuff up because my church is like, I don't know if I should say this. Joey, Joan, everybody that goes to church with me, close your ears. They're thinking about having me like coach some of their staff on some of the intangible ways to be better with people. Like that's being told to me. Is that going to happen? I don't know, but it may. Okay. If you're within 6 feet of someone, warm them up. I had a manager tell me this. Almost 14, 15 years ago now. He said, Cody, when you get within 6 feet of someone, he said, warm them up. I'm like, what do you mean? Like you get them a blanket or like a coat or like rub their arms really quick? Like, what are we talking about? No. Warm them up, like connect with them, right? Like literally talk to them. Say hello. Do the intangible things. Do the small things. Like when I walk, here's a serious question. When you get in an elevator with a stranger, do you make eye contact? Do you smile? Do you acknowledge them? Or do you just get in, press your button, and stand over here? Be honest. Tell on yourself in chat if you can get better at this. This is a problem in our society nowadays. It is. It's a freaking TikTok world, dude. Like you sum up people in 2 seconds. And you choose who you talk to. Guess who you should talk to? Everyone. Like the problem is you were raised to like not talk to strangers, but dude, strangers literally have everything you need, everything you want. Strangers are actually how you get paid, by the way. Did we not realize that when our teachers were like, hey, when our parents were like, don't talk to strangers. I'm getting trained to like not do sales well. That's stupid. Fair? That's unique. Some of you guys are like, I don't want kids talking to strangers. I get the idea, but dude, when you grow up, you should be talking to strangers. And it depends the setting. Like if you're at church, do you want your kids talking to strangers? Absolutely. Absolutely. Right? Like I'm going to give my kid, as soon as I have a kid, eventually, God willing, I'm going to give that kid a mic. Like 3 years old, they're going to be on stage talking to people. Well, why not? Why not? I want to set them up for success. Like I'm trying to set you up for success today. Also, what's funny is these 3 things I did not plan on talking about at all. But I felt like it was needed from what I'm seeing on the Zoom so far. Eye contact, smile at everyone. Get within 6 feet of someone, warm them up. Hey, how's your day going? Oh, it's bad weather. Yeah, I hear the weather is going to get better tomorrow, though. That would be great, wouldn't it? Dude, like, I'm not playing the gossip, negative, whiny, complaining game. Like, that ain't in my DNA because I want to win and succeed and help people, right? And make a bunch of money along the way. I'm okay with that. But I can't do it if I'm just having a bad attitude all the time. Also, which of these 3 do you need the most help with? And which of these 3 did you like the most? Seriously. Okay. If you're like, dude, because is it simple? Oh my gosh, it's simple. They should teach this in kindergarten. They should. For sure. Maybe we'll teach it in kindergarten one day. Who knows, man? I don't know. But I do know that like this is simple. This is simple. This is possible. This is what you need to work on immediately, starting now. Okay? I'm going to keep moving. Is that good? Is that okay? Got it? Okay, cool. Next. There's a few reasons why I like social media. Okay? There's a few reasons why I like social media a lot. One reason, it kind of speaks to this too. We had an agent that reached out to me on Instagram a few weeks ago. Well, I was in LA. I got to bed after like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. because of traveling. I'm get up in LA. Abby and my team are calling me at 7:34 in the morning saying, hey, there's a message in your Instagram that you have to check. You have to check. I'm like, okay. So I go in my Instagram and I see this message of this agent that is literally pouring his heart out in my Instagram DMs. This agent is having a rough time. This agent is struggling. This agent is being vulnerable. And unfortunately, towards the end of the message, this agent was contemplating whether they deserve to live anymore. Now, I'm not a therapist. I'm not a pastor. I'm not a counselor. One of the MCs, the host that's helping me out today, we're testing out some MCs helping me. Dallas called that my team notified Dallas. He called that agent within minutes, right? Both of us started communicating with that agent immediately. Why do I share that? Because life is tough and we go through stuff. But if we don't get outside of our comfort zone, we don't ever know about those things. I would rather know. That's the funnest way to kick off your day at 7:30 in the morning. No, but we're going back to like human to human. That's the stuff that matters. We are doing this to help people around the world. Our mission is to help every insurance agent in the world. Does that mean we only help them financially? No. I mean, yeah, the topic's financial today, but there's a lot of things around this thing that like we need help in a lot of different ways more than just finances. Would you agree? And so when I share that, like we want to help people see a bigger vision for their life. And my goal is that you are here today because you want to see a bigger vision for your life and you finally want everything in your life to get better. It can happen, but you've got to move at some point. That I know to be true. Like, here's the crazy thing about social. When I talk about social, okay? When I talk about social, because I love that because, we charge $5,000 an hour for coaching. dude, I don't care how much time I got to spend with somebody when they're struggling like that. I got to do it. I don't care how busy I am. I got to drop everything. This is human aspect of this that's so valuable and so important. Also, here's what's crazy about social. Okay. Wild when it comes to social. Most people don't know this. Right now, there's over 5 billion people actively using social media. 5 billion with a B. Billion. Over 60% of the planet is actively on social media. Is that insane? Is that bigger than you thought? Who's like, bro, that is nuts. Here's what's crazy about it though. 5 billion. Okay, cool. But there's been over 150 million new users over the last 12 months. And I estimate the next 12 months, more people will create a social media account than in the history of our planet. That's what I believe. So the timing could not be better. Well, yeah. Could you have started sooner? Sure. But if you haven't been using social media to increase your income and improve your business, it's one of the absolute best ways to do that. 150 million new users in the last 12 months. Also, the average human spends 2 hours and 24 minutes per day on social media. 2 hours and 24 minutes a day. Some of you guys are like, I'm looking at your eyeballs. You're like, oh, 2 hours and 24 minutes? Yes. That's a lot. Some of you guys are like, who thinks they spent a bunch of time on social media this morning before they even got on this, right? It's okay to be honest, right? It's okay. Abby's like, I see that hand, right? It's okay. However, and some of you guys are like, oh, I hate social media. Or some of you guys are like, oh, social media is terrible for kids and it's hurting our society. I don't disagree with you in some respects at all. What I do know is the question is, do you want to be a consumer or do you want to be a creator? I consume social a little bit, but I create it a lot more than I just consume it. So the question for you is, do you want to be a consumer or a creator? Dude, I want to be a leader, and I would rather creating means I'm a leader versus just taking and consuming. Creating means I'm giving versus just taking. I would rather give back than just constantly take and suck from society. Becoming a creator is a part of that as well. It is a big part of that. I'm looking around for okay. It's a big part of that. And there was an agent literally in our office a couple months earlier this year, and she had videos. She had shot videos, but she had never posted them. I'm curious, who's ever shot a video but you never posted it? Jump in chat. Put a me in chat if you've recorded a video but you never posted it. Look at all these. Look at all these. Look at all these. I'm guilty of that too, just for the record. Look at all the me's, man. Freaking everyone. Well, the crazy thing is, that agent, I said, her name was Katrina. I said, hey, Katrina, give me give me your phone. I want to show me which video that you did that you liked, but you never posted it. She's like, oh, this one. I'm like, okay, cool. Let me just watch it for a second. Oh, nice. Well, great. Okay, cool. I gave her phone back. A few hours later, she got a message in her Facebook DMs and said, I would like a quote about health insurance. She's like, what? In the next 72 hours, she sold 3 policies because I took her phone and posted the video for her. The video wasn't the problem. It was her posting it that was the problem. She literally, would you be okay with making $3 grand in 72 hours because I just take your phone and post a video? I would say so. But you have content, you have videos that you're not posting and you're wondering, how do I double my income? Dude, it's right there. It's in the palm of your hand. It's available. So the question is, how much is that costing you? If that cost her $3,000 in 3 days, by the way, while she was here for a week, and literally she's making sales every day just because I posted one stinking video and it blew her mind. Crazy. So the question is, how much is this costing you? Like, how much money do you guys make per sale? Throw in chat, how much money do you make per sale? I'm curious, whether it's $100, $1,000, 10 grand, $400. I don't know. How much money do you make every time you make a sale? And the truth is, if you're like, well, I'm brand new. Okay. But this is something that's very important to know. You should know down to the penny how much you make every time you sell a policy. Again, we talked about numbers in the opening talk, did we not? Also, I'm freaking burning up in here. I'm going to start sweating. I'm going to need a rag, but that's on the side of my backpack or something. Like, goodness gracious. And I have a hoodie on, so it's my fault. Okay. However, How much money is this costing you? Well, let's say $550. Okay, cool. Let's use, it depends, 500, 1,000. Okay, 1,350, 2,600 bucks. Okay, let's use 500 bucks. Also, you see the chat lights up less when I start asking for specific numbers. That should be alarming. It should set off alarm bells, bro. I just should, man. Let's be honest. Okay. All right. So, let's say it's 500 bucks. Can we say it's 500 bucks? Is that okay? How many additional sales do you think you could make if you learned video and social media a little bit better? Be honest. How many additional sales could you make per week if you learned how to do social media correctly? Do you believe you can help your business? Yeah. I'm not saying you love it yet. I'm not saying you know how to use it yet. I'm not saying you're comfortable. I'm not saying it's not outside your comfort zone, right? I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying at least one, at least 20, holy crap, 5, 10, 3 to 5, 5 to 10. I would agree, but I'm going to go with Joe Campert's number of 1. Let's just say it helped you sell 1 more policy per week. Could anybody use an extra 500 bucks a week? Guess what? I'll take 500 bucks a week. Guess what that is? $26,000. This is a small sell, and this is a small sample size. Who would be okay if I called my wife and said, hey, have Old Missouri Bank wire $26,000 straight into Greg Smith's checking account? Who would be okay with that? Robert, would that be okay? Leela? Mahindra? Angelia, Leslie, would it be okay if I wired, Tyrone, is it okay if I wired $26,000 into your checking account? Who would be okay with that? Guess what? I'm teaching you how to do that. And we can do it together and not just make me have to pay you. We can make money together, okay? Social media is an incredibly powerful tool, and it's costing people money. It's costing people money. Like, here's an example. For sake of time, I'm going to do something a little different. But what type of insurance policy? Yeah, I guess I need your account number. But what type of insurance policies are you guys selling? Throw in chat. If you don't know your numbers, you should definitely know what type of insurance you sell. I think that's a pretty easy one to jump in chat, by the way. What do you sell? IUL, final expense, FEX, MP, Medicare, final expense, life, PNC. I'm actually looking at some PNC stuff, by the way, generating PNC leads. Joey sells, yep, he's on my sales team. Peace of Mind, senior products, FEX, health, PNC. Okay. I shot a video with somebody yesterday, and they got a lead and made a sell in the same day. Here's what I taught them to say, by the way. Is it okay if I shoot a quick live video on what you should be doing? If you like the idea of a live video, let me know in chat. Okay. Well, for sake of time, I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on this, but I think that me actually demonstrating it live in front of hundreds of people is probably, I don't know, maybe it's the right thing to do. But you're like, wow, you're supposed to get nervous, man. True. And I'm super nervous, Abby. Okay. All right. You guys ready? Okay. I'll even do it like this. You can see the phone. Okay. If you are worried about your health insurance options in 2025 and you are not sure that you have the exact type of health insurance plan that has the best benefits and saves you the most amount of money, and you're about to lock in your plan for a year, but you're not sure it's the absolute best one, then you should reach out to me immediately. It doesn't cost you a thing for me to see if I can help. My name's Cody. I'm the health insurance guy. I'm here to help you. Shoot me a message if you're like, you know what? It's worth a look. Okay, so I've never sold health insurance, just for the record. Okay, like I haven't. But does it matter? No. Was that halfway decent? Was that all right? Dude, should I send that to you guys because you're on today and you just post me on your social and start making money since you guys don't want to freaking post videos? Okay, I'll just shoot the videos for you. If it helped everybody, I would start doing that. By the way, I'd be like, that's fine. Actually, we're thinking about doing that in our social selling insiders group. I just start showing videos, right? Which is cool. Okay. Here's what's possible though. Social media has changed businesses. We did a challenge. We're doing another challenge next week. We did a challenge a year ago, October of 2023. We had a lady by the name of Angela Taylor. Okay. Brett, I'm about to throw it to you. We had a lady by the name of Angela Taylor that was on our social selling challenge a year and a half. About 13 months ago. And she was in the middle of doing our social selling challenge. And here is her story.
I did not even have a TikTok before. I think your social selling challenge was like the end of October last year. I can't remember when it started, but I didn't have TikTok, nor was I interested in getting a TikTok to use for my life insurance business. Like I didn't really believe it at first, but I'm like, it's Cody. He knows what he's doing. So literally what I do is just the tips that you provided. I mean, you told us, just talk in the camera, be ourselves, don't change our voice, which for some reason I was doing that in the beginning and I wasn't getting any likes. I had like 3 followers. And I just talk about things that people seem to care about with life insurance. But something I noticed really kicked off and got me a lot more followers, and I've been getting appointments since this one, was when I said, about checking on the life insurance on your job. I guess a lot of people didn't know about that. So that one was one that everybody's still commenting on, and I get appointments from just that one post. I had 3 followers last year.
You have over 1,000 now. Followers.
I know, and it's crazy because the TikTok people are so easy to sell to that now I'm having to get back used to leads I get from ads, talking to them. Because on TikTok, it's when I get on the phone, it's it's no pushback. It's just, hey, sign me up. I seen the post, and then they'll reference a post. They'll tell their family books. And it's crazy because 1,000 followers is not even that much, but it's consistent appointments, and then they all have closed. And that's not me making that up, seriously, they are ready. Of course, the only times I didn't was when people got denied, unfortunately, but they're ready to buy when we get on the call.
And how much money do you think you've made from doing that these last several months since that social selling challenge?
I would say, and it's because mostly I'm part-time, because I have something else I do too, plus I homeschool, so I don't devote I need to probably devote more time to this, but weekly now consistently, I make a minimum of 5,000 to 6,000 AP, and that's just on a minimum, and that's consistently from applications.
From just
I really want to push myself more to make more because, but it's with my schedule. That's something, maybe, I don't know. I need to just really.
Hang on. So from just TikTok, 5-6 grand?
Yes, just from TikTok.
Never mind. We shouldn't have talked about social media. I'm sorry. You guys can all log off now. Okay?
Yeah.
It's never going to work. People always ask me that the biggest question I get asked is, if you were to start over, what would you do? I would do all the stuff that I've learned the last 8-9 years doing this, right? I would literally do that. It's funny. They're like, would you post on social? I'm like, are you kidding me? Would you create a YouTube channel? Are you kidding me? Would you have a podcast? Would you run ads and have funnels, right? Literally, would you speak on stages and host events and whatever? I would literally do, I gave you all a bunch of strategies last week. I would literally do all of those freaking things, crazy. Insane in the membrane. How crazy is that, right? Tanisha said, OMG. Kelly said, that is amazing. Here, and also, too, I got a further update from her. Angela, she's in one of our social selling groups. I got a further update from her. It's probably been a couple months ago. Joey could help me out. It's probably August. She said that after the challenge, she was learning social for a month or two. And then after that, she went on to make $90,000 in 4.5 months without spending any money on ads or marketing. 4.5 months. And she did it all with literally this, because of what we taught her in the social selling challenge. Now we're doing a social selling challenge once again next week, the Monday and Wednesday. And here's some of the popular things that hold people back when it comes to social. Okay. They're worried about the most popular reasons are they're worried about what other people think or how they look. The problem with that is that's a selfish reason. If that's you, type me in chat. If you're I'm worried about what other people think or how I look. Okay, that's very common. That's the most popular answer, by the way. We do quizzes at road shows. That's the most popular answer. Also, Brett, I'm not going to do the quiz for sake of time. That's the most popular answer. Number 2, though, after I worry about what other people think or how I look, number 2 is I don't know what to say. I need ideas, or I don't know what equipment to use. It's related to a lack of clarity. First is a lack of confidence, frankly. Second is a lack of clarity. Okay. And maybe it's confidence and clarity, But if we could solve the confidence and we could solve the clarity, who would start using social media more in your business? And I'm confident that you would. I am extremely confident that you would, because of what can come out of using social media. Okay. There are 3 things. I'm actually going to just use this one instead, but that at least tells me what it's on it. There are 3 things that I am going to add. So we're doing a social selling challenge this coming Monday at 5 o'clock and this coming Wednesday at 5 o'clock. You'll get 3 hours with me. It's called our 100K Sales Challenge. It's how you increase your income this year with social media. Okay. And so that is this literally coming up this next week, our next social selling challenge. However, my team is going to share the link. I'm going to incentivize you to join by giving you 3 extra bonuses right now. Would it be okay if I incentivize you, added some extra bonuses, and it was like, do this? Yes. Okay, cool. Number one, we're going to give you the early bird pricing of only $99. If you hit the link in chat, CodyAskins.com/SSC for social selling challenge. You're going to get early bird pricing discounted at only $99 while you are here today. Okay. Number two, and also it's 3 hours next week. It's on Monday and Wednesday, but we are also recording both sessions. Okay. We're going to record both sessions. Number 2 bonus that we are providing to you for signing up for the social selling challenge today. We're going to give you an executive ticket to our 8% 2025 annual conference. This is valued at $247. Okay. So let me recap. Make sure you follow me. If you have questions, jump in chat. Okay. Again, I'm encouraging you to sign up for the social selling challenge right now. I'm going to teach you next week on Monday and Wednesday how to leverage social media to go make 100K in sales next year. And I'm incentivizing you to sign up today by giving you a $99 discount and by giving you an executive ticket to our 8% 2025 conference, which is valued at $247. And I'm including that at no charge because you are on here today. We appreciate you being on. Okay. If you've enjoyed being on, give me a me in chat. Okay. $99. So discount, executive ticket. 3rd bonus that we are giving that is newer, but I think the team won't love that we're doing it, but you guys will enjoy that we're doing it, is I'm giving you your $99 back via CABOOM credit. So if you need to go buy leads at all in the next whatever time frame, you have a $99 credit code that is private for you. And I'm going to give out that code on Monday on the call. And if you're on the call or you're on the recording, you will have access to a $99 CABOOM credit. You're going to need leads anyway. You're going to buy leads anyway. Okay. Also, Brett, okay, cool. $99 CABOOM credit is the 3rd bonus that we are adding. So once again, hit the link, CodyAskins.com/SSC. I'm going to coach you for 3 hours. I'm also going to bring in, I think my friend Deanna Privet is coming on Monday, if I'm not mistaken. And that is Monday at 5 o'clock. And then 2nd session next week, Wednesday at 5 o'clock. If you're already buying leads, you will still get to use this CABOOM credit code. You will get to use it on one of your future orders. Okay. So again, discount it to make a decision today. $99. Executive ticket to the conference next year for our big 8% Nation conference. I'm including it. Other people are buying tickets. We have hundreds of tickets already sold for our big annual conference. I'm giving you one. And we're giving you a $99 credit for CABOOM via a call. Okay. Joe said the 2 Zoom calls also are crazy value. Signed up. Boom. Let's go. Thank you, brother. Yes. The Zoom calls are completely worth $999, but right now you're getting it discounted for $99. We're giving you an executive ticket and we're giving you $99 in CABOOM credit for registering today. I remember too. Okay, we're about to take a quick intermission to help some people get registered for this. If you have questions, jump in chat with those right now. Our team's going to be answering your questions and helping everybody get signed up. Okay, majority, I think last time, most of the virtual audience did sign up for this. So thank you for that. Here's what's cool about this. Okay, when I did my first video, I was terrified to do a video. Terrified. When you do your first video, you're probably going to be nervous. You're not going to know what to say. On Monday, I'm going to teach you to do your very first video, and I'm going to give you homework inside of the social selling challenge. Also, I remember going to my very first pilot lesson. I was getting my private pilot license, and I was going to the airport to go up into my first private flight with an instructor, and it was like 30 degrees and like 30 miles an hour winds, and I was like in this little plane, the little Cessna plane with like duct tape on it, and I've got a long sleeve shirt and a hoodie and a jacket, and I'm like, I'm cold, and I get in the plane and I'm like freaking out because we go up and the plane's like shaking like crazy because it's super windy, and it's my first time flying a plane with an instructor. And he said, here's what we're going to do first, Cody. We're going to teach you stalls. I'm like, what is stalls? He said, we're going to take the plane and we're going to pull it back until it starts shaking and it eventually just falls forward. And I'm like, well, we're going to do what? Bro, what are you talking about? He said, for your very first lesson, we're going to teach you stalls. And that's what happens. I'm like, I think I just changed my mind on doing flight lessons altogether. That is insane. He's like, just trust me. I'm like, gosh, dude, I just met. I don't know if I trust you yet. I don't know. I leave. I get off the plane after we do all those freaking crazy things for 2 or 3 hours. I had sweat through my shirt, my hoodie, and my jacket. All three. And I call my wife. I'm like, I'm leaving my first pilot lesson. I'm like, I don't know if I ever want to go back and do that again. I was freaking insane. She said, don't you teach people to get outside of their comfort zone? I'm like, not for this. Yes, I do. She's like, are you really not going to go back? I was like, I'll go back. I was freaking terrified. Guess what? Social media is daunting and kind of scary. I would like to help you. Will you let me help you with social media? Because social media has changed my life, and I know and believe it can change your life. It can help you increase your income in 2025. That I'm certain of, but you got to commit to learning it. You have to commit to learning it. Also, we're going to do a quick intermission. After the intermission, I'm going to come back, and I want our team to recognize the people that have joined the challenge. So as you join the challenge, type joined or typed challenge or something like that. Also, if you have questions along the way, okay, if I sign up but I'm unable to attend on Monday, I will still get the lead credit and will receive a recording. That is absolutely correct, Leticia. Yes, great question. Okay. Also, Anne just joined. Kelly just joined. Jamaica. I need to go back to Jamaica, by the way. Good to see you. Joe just joined. Audris just joined. Appreciate you. Matt just joined. Nathan just joined. Tanya just joined. Brian just joined. David just joined. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you doing this. Okay. I'm telling you, if you're committed to growing, learning social, pay $99, getting some of these bonuses, moving and taking a step while you're on this is one of the best things you can do. Okay. One of the best things you can do. Right. So I'm going to have the team answer questions. We're going to tell a little bit about CABOOM and some other things we're doing. You absolutely have to get on this. Also, yes, let's go. Good to see you. Met you at the TKO conference in LA. I love that. Phenomenal. That the in-person event is July of next year. And I'm doing a update call about that on December the 3rd. So you'll get an invite to that. Once you register for the challenge, you'll get assigned a ticket for free, and then you'll be on the update call December the 3rd as well. Okay. Appreciate you joining. Took the challenge. It was so good. That's amazing. With this work for experienced social media people. I mean, if you think I've got more experience at this than you, then yes. If you think that you have more experience than me, then I'm just going to have you coach the session. Okay. However, if you're like, hey, I think I could still learn a few things, then yes, you would enjoy it. Okay. You are joining by going to CodyAskins.com/SSC or hitting the link that the team is about to repost in Slack. I'm sorry. I use Slack every day in Zoom right now. Thank you, Joey. Okay. Thank you, Joey. All right. So, appreciate you guys. It's been an amazing morning. Thank you for joining the challenge. I'm going to turn it back over to Jonah for a few minutes. If you have questions, throw them in chat. We would help you get signed up, and we will be right back with speakers in a few minutes. Thank you.
Come on now. That is awesome. Awesome. Hey, how many of y'all having fun? How many of y'all are having fun? This is incredible. So much good content, so much good stuff. Hope you're taking notes. Hope you're ready. This intermission is a short time. All right. Use the restroom, grab an extra drink, do whatever you need to do. Come back to where you're watching and get back onto this, because there's so much more in store, and we're so excited that you guys are here still. Some of you are still just now joining. Glad that you are here, catching up on the second half. We are literally about halfway through this thing, and so we're in for the long haul, getting ready to finish this out. So during this time, we've actually got a special guest coming up here joining me. We're actually going to be talking a little bit about something called CABOOM. Most of you have heard about it. Some of you have never heard about it. So I want to bring my friend Cheyenne up here. Cheyenne, how are you?
What is happening, party people? How are we doing today?
Cheyenne
Love
is
it.
one of our reps here, and she is incredible. She is also on our events team. So if you've ever been to an 8%, maybe the virtual or in a road show, maybe 8% conference in July, you've most likely either gone online and got a ticket or talked or heard from Cheyenne. Honestly, a lot of emails. You probably had some emails from Cheyenne. So she's awesome. She's incredible. She gets what we like to say, butts and seats.
Butts and seats is the best way to say it.
That's her thing. So tell us just a few key points about CABOOM, why they should hop on, what is so special about CABOOM Leads.
Yeah, for sure. Well, there's a couple great things about CABOOM Leads that we really love, Jonah. But I'm going to say the most important ones is not only do we text you guys, but we text your leads too. So we make contact with your lead before you even have to make contact with your lead, which, I mean, that's half of the problem right there. So we do that. We show them your face. They're putting a face with the name so they know they're not getting a scam call. But then you guys get us as a team. So not only do you get the leads, you get us as a team. If you have any questions, you're like, hey, I need a script. Guess what? You can text us, you can text our team, and we've got scripts on hand for you guys specifically.
Wow, that's so cool. So a couple, key points she hit. Obviously, there's so much more to check out. So you can go to kaboomleads.com, check out the leads, check out all the different types we've got, everything we do, all the hoops we make people jump through to become a lead. It is such an awesome lead. And so many of you have actually been on this. And I think Cheyenne actually has a little bit of a story or something about someone that has used these leads.
Yes. So there is a person out there who deserves a ton of credit for so much work that she does. Deanna Privet. She is not only one of my clients, I call her one of my closest friends. She's on a call right now. But I want to shout her out. She had a huge week back in August, wrote a ton of policies, helped a ton of families use CABOOM. And within her first 3 leads that she got, she said, Cheyenne, these leads know that I'm calling. These leads know who I am before I hop on the call. They're reaching out to me before I can reach out to them. How easy is that? How easy is that if somebody's reaching out to you saying, hey, I need help, and I saw that you help people? How easy to help them out then?
That's so cool. Deanna, shout out to you and everything you're doing.
She's a beast over there.
Incredible. We love her. So she is awesome. And that's just one testimony. There are so many more. You can go on the site, check out all the testimonials of other people that have used these leads, have been very successful. And so you can find success here as well. I challenge you to go on that as you're signing up for SSC, open another tab, head to CABOOM Leads, check that out. Thank you so much, Cheyenne.
Yeah, not a problem. Hey, before they take a mic away from me real quick, like Jonah says, I get to travel to a ton of our events. I want to shout out Casey yesterday. That room was powerful. We had so much energy the entire time. It was a great place to be. We love you. We can't wait to get back out there. And guys, we're in your backyard, so why don't come hang out with us for a couple hours and get a ton of great content. True. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Cheyenne. Well, we are so excited you guys are here. Thank you so much for everything that you guys are doing in your space to help people, to get people policies and get them covered. This is so cool to have everybody here today. And so, like I said, short intermission, go ahead, take a restroom break, do whatever you need to do. And then our very next speaker is coming up very shortly. So I'm going to invite Dallas up here just to intro our next speaker, get us ready. So here we go. Dallas, tell us who we got coming up.
Up next is a man that I owe a lot to. And man, I tell you what, I've been in the business 23 years, and everything that I've learned in the business, I would say I would say most, let's say 94%. And I don't do math in public, but I just did it and it's 100% true. And 60% of the time it works every time. But every time this guy speaks, I learned something. I will tell you, let me give you a tip. If you're taking notes, learn shorthand real quick because you're going to get a lot in a very small amount of time. I went to church with this guy back in 2001 and I knew that I needed a career. And so kind of like the pursuit of happiness moment where the guy sees the guy driving a nice car. I saw Brian Askins driving a pretty nice truck and I'm like, dude, you're doing something right. And I am not, so I want to learn from you. And so he brought me in for an interview and here we are 23 years later. I owe a lot to him. Please help me welcome to the 8% virtual stage, Mr. Brian Askins. Is he on with us?
Stand by there, Dallas.
Is he? Are we riffing? I don't see it.
I know he's trying to figure out a way to get into the Zoom. He's in the Impact office. He's actually going to. He normally comes in and joins in person. He's going to join from his office, which is like how many feet away do you think it is? Like
I can hold on. I'll
90 feet.
Yeah, about 93 feet? Is what I came up with.
Something like
just
that.
right there.
Also, before we're waiting on Dallas or my dad, what has stood out from your point of view for our attendees today?
You know, the thing that has really stood out is I think every person has said is know your numbers. I think one of the big reasons a lot of people fail is, myself included, when you come into the insurance world, if you're coming from a corporate world or an hourly world, whatever it may be, you have been told what to do your entire life, right?
Yeah.
Even the best workers. They say, okay, you get here at this time, you clock in, you come to my office, I give you a list of what to do. Then you go to lunch at this time, and then you come back and I give you a list of what to do. And then, so somebody's tracking your numbers. It's just never been you. Then you get in the independent world and you're like, okay, I know how to work. I know how to get in there. I know how to grind, but you have no idea. And some people even make it, but they had no idea how they made it. They just worked and grounded, grounded, whatever. They worked really hard, but they don't track their numbers. And so they never get to that next level.
Well, we're never taught to, like, we are never taught how to be a business owner.
Right.
I mean, as a kid, you are never taught how to do what we've been doing. Like it's hard too. Like it's almost like talked about being self-employed, being a business owner, doing your own thing. Like you guys do, by the way, is like just amazing. It's perfect. It's the only thing you got to do. And like, you can just get rich overnight and it's, all this stuff. It's like, it's freaking brutal, man. Like it is very, very difficult. Okay. Now, is it rewarding if you work? Yes. Right. Would you guys agree? Like jump in chat if you're like, dude, it's a lot harder than I thought. Cause it's happened the other day. Someone started a business and they're like, dude, the first 90 days, and this is a different business, by the way. And they're like, first 90 days have sucked, man. This has not been good.
Right.
And I'm like, well, why did you think it was going to be easy? Like every business we've ever started, even though I like to think I can freaking sprinkle pixie dust on every business and like, voila, right? Boom, pops out a genie and then maybe make a ton of money. Nah, that's not true. Like it is every business I've ever started has been harder than I thought it would be. I think that's an important message for you guys to hear today.
Well, let me ask you this though. There's two, life is hard.
Yeah.
Period. So what's harder? You said earlier, I was listening to you earlier. You said, man, there's been times I've been broke.
Yeah.
Like, we've heard your story and all this stuff. Being broke is hard. Having a successful business is hard. So you really just get to pick which hard you want.
Janice's broke is harder.
Broke is hard. I think so too, because broke, man, there's a different level of stress with broke.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's hard and you're stressed. So it's pretty cool. I think, is he ready to go?
No.
Yeah, okay.
We're, as you can see, filling in. Here's what's cool though. So my dad is, I think he's wrapping up a meeting. He's actually next. My father, Brian Askins, literally my best friend, taught me everything I ever know. Freaking amazing dude. I'm excited for him to pour into you today because he's poured into me so much over the years. Well, here's what's really cool and why you can see Dallas and I like conveniently just jumping in and like filling in is tell them what we used to do. I don't think most people know this.
On Jock 98.7 every Friday at 2:00, you can hear the Fantasy Professionals on ESPN Radio. We did that for 4 years, talked about fantasy football. We even like convinced ourselves that it was helping our business. I don't know that we ever gained one client.
I didn't recruit.
you got to work. You got an employee out of it. I remember that too. A couple of them actually. I think
Probably. I don't
Eric.
know.
Probably, yeah. So, but no, we did that for 4 or 5 years. You guys, here's what's funny. You look at what time does and stuff like that. Production used to stop around October in our office. Like fantasy football was huge back then.
You guys play fantasy football,
any
right?
fantasy
You
football
guys play
people?
fantasy football? I know this cat that's about to speak plays a lot
Yeah.
of fantasy football.
We made a trade on a trip. If you go on a trip with Brian, if Brian ever gets you locked in a car, just accept the trade because he's not going to stop, right? The business world, he dominates it. In the trade world, he's like, listen, we're making a trade, Dallas. I don't care what we do. We're making a trade. So
100%.
I think I got
100%.
that McCaffrey guy. He's done for the year or something is what I heard.
Yeah. I mean, he loves some fantasy football. Would you agree?
I do love fantasy football, but I used to be in several leagues. I'm down to just one league now, which, you know,
You got to crank those numbers up, brother. Those are rookie numbers.
We used to be in like 9, 11, 13 different leagues. That is what I call stupid. So we don't do that anymore.
I was going to go dedication.
Dedicated
I'm in
to
5.
the wrong thing, right?
I'm in 5.
I think I should just work on my business and make some money instead of making $250 playing fantasy football.
Yeah.
That's true. True.
Either way, back to you to intro and throw to our speaker.
Yeah, as I said already, this guy's been doing it a long time. I will never forget. Brian called me in his office one day, and you guys, how many in here have ever heard the word you have great potential, right? Potential. Let me give you guys a hint. If you are over the age of 12 years old, potential should be a curse word to you, because no 42-year-old should be being told that they have potential. That's just a really nice way of saying, hey, you're not doing what you're capable of doing. Brian called me in his office one day. He said, Dallas, I want to tell you something. You have some good days, right? But then there's days where you don't reach your full, there's that word, potential. He said, success is easy. I don't know if you remember this, Brian. He said, success is easy. All you got to do is get up, work as hard as you possibly can today, make sure you're organized, make sure you're working, make sure you're doing everything you can to be successful. Then you do it tomorrow. And then you do it the next day. And before you know it, you wake up, and Brian, how long you been in the business now?
35 years.
35 years, you have what's called a career of success. So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brian Askins.
Hey, Dallas, thank you very, very much. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm super excited to talk to each of y'all for about 20 minutes here. And so I'm going to share my screen here. I'm going to kind of walk through a quick PowerPoint here with you real fast. And as we go here, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to put it in the chat. I don't care if you stop and ask me questions. But again, I'm just really, really excited to get a chance to meet with you. So again, my name is Brian Askins, and I've been in this business, and this tremendously great business, for 35 years. I absolutely love what I do, and absolutely love what I do. And I never dreamed I would be love what I do as much as I do. So fortunate and passionate about. I feel so fortunate to be in this business. So what I want to talk to you today about is so have y'all noticed that there's some people in the same industry that in the same organization, some are greatly succeeding in that organization, while some are failing in that same organization. In the exact same organization, some are succeeding while others are failing. So I want to walk you through. We're going to discuss today why that is and what that looks like. So one of the things is I would encourage you to get a notepad out and a pen, and I'm going to give you some information here. I want you to write this down. Now I won't have time to get through all this in great detail in 20 minutes. But what I'd love to do at the end, we're doing a free training next week. Dallas and I are. So if you're interested in learning more about what the topics I'm going to be discussing, we're going to be diving deep into those topics on that call next week, and that will be at the end of the presentation. But during this training, I'm going to go into a lot of details on these, but I really would love questions and comments for you to do that. So let's talk about one of the very first ones. So the very first one to me is you've got to have passion for what you do. And I know it's hard to do this on a Zoom, but if I were live with you right now, here's what I would do. I would say, Hey, I want you to repeat after me. And because when I say passion, I'm talking about what I'm about to tell you right now. I don't have to go to work. I get to go to work. Again, I don't have to go to work. I get to go to work. If you're an individual saying, I've got to go to work, well, that's not passion. I don't have to go to work. I get to go to work. I don't have to go take care of the client. I get to go take care of the client. And I love people who are just passionate. I love people that are passionate about success, people that are passionate about what they do. You need to have an unbelievable passion in this industry to excel at a high level. Let me let you in a little secret. I'm going to tell you a secret here. Write this secret down. Without passion, you will struggle in this industry. I promise you. People can tell when you don't have passion for what you're doing. And I hope you can see my passion. My goal, anytime I tell someone about the insurance industry, I tell them about what I do for a living. I want them to feel that passion. And when I'm in front of clients, I want the clients to feel that passion. If I'm recruiting an individual, I want them to feel that passion. But I have a passion for this great industry, the insurance industry, and I hope that you feel that, and I hope that you have a passion. But again, I want you to ask yourself, do I have to go to work, or do I get to go to work? Ask yourself that question. Do I have to go take care of the client, or do I get to go take care of that client? Again, ask yourself that question. And so the next thing I want to talk about is I want to talk about how to elevate your game here. Elevate your appointment game. Hardest thing to do is get in front of clients. That's by far the hardest thing to do is get in front of clients. When you're in front of a client, you need to make the most of that opportunity. So I'm going to give you some ideas here and some thoughts here. And I want you to, and again, this slide here really goes back to the passion slide I just talked about. It really goes back to passion. And I really want you to see this right here. I want you to do something mentally every single time you're about to get in front of a client. I just told you the hardest thing to do is get in front of a client. Does everybody agree on that? Put that in chat whether you agree or disagree. Hardest thing to do is get in front of the client. So when you're in front of that client, we need to take advantage of the opportunity. So I want you to, I do this every single time. I don't care. I pour into every client like they're my only client. They're my only client. I want them to think they're my only client I have. I pour into them. Prepare for every meeting as if these clients if they don't do business with you, your business may not make it. What if you had that mentality? Every time you walked into a client, you prepared so well that if this particular client you're about to go sit in front of did not do business with you, your business would not make it. Brings so much value that these clients don't refer you, your business may not make it. So again, you want to talk about, I get a lot of referrals every year, probably 300 to 400 referrals a year, maybe more. And I never ask a single client ever for referral. What I want to do is I want to bring so much value to where I don't have to ask. It's automatic. I'm getting referrals because of the value I bring. And so when you're in front of the client, the hardest thing to do is to get in front of a client. So when you're in front of a client, take advantage of the opportunity by cross-selling. Dallas is going to talk a little bit about cross-selling, so I won't get into that. But I'm telling you, cross-selling is the key to this whole thing. But write this one down here. Write this one down. Listen to your clients. There's a reason you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen, listen, listen. I can promise you, when the worst thing a producer can do is when a client's talking is to interrupt that person. That's something you should never, ever, ever do. Let that client talk, because if you'll let them talk, they're going to tell you what's important to them. They're going to tell you what their triggers are. They're going to tell you why that they're interested in a certain product. And I'll give you a quick example. So last week, earlier this week, I was with the client, and she starts talking. I don't say a word. I'm just listening. She's telling me how she has rental property. She's telling me how she has, they purchased a bunch of land, and they're trying to figure out what to do with all. And I'm just listening. I'm not saying a word. And so then I asked her a question. I said, I said, the lady's name. I said, what is your plan for long-term care? What is your long-term care plan? For long-term care coverage events, you have to have home health care or nursing home coverage. And she looked at me like, I don't have a plan. Well, we did a meeting with her this morning, uncovered she has multiple millions of dollars. So we're going to do some annuity business there, and also some long-term care business there. So what I'm saying is that listen to your clients. It's so important just to listen to your clients. Now let's talk about the next thing here, and I want to hurry through these because I got limited time here. The next one is revenue generating activities. Write these words down. I don't have a tattoo on my body, but if I ever get a tattoo, it's probably going to be RGA on my left arm here. Again, I don't have a tattoo, but if I ever get one, it'll probably be RGA. And revenue generating activities. This is the most important thing in the world here when it comes to business here. The most successful people spend their time conducting revenue generating activities. The most unsuccessful people in business spend their time on non-revenue generating activities. So let's discuss what some revenue generating activities are and what some revenue generating activities are not. You need to pay someone take care of the non-revenue generating activities. And I know you are probably saying, hey, Brian, I can't afford it. I can't afford an assistant. I can't afford to pay anybody. I'm going to tell you how you can't afford not to pay somebody. Okay. And again, I'm not saying you got to do it today or tomorrow, but as soon as you possibly can, I would make that move, make that jump. Pay someone to take care of the non-revenue generating activities. For example, like customer service, CRM, appointment scheduling, birthday cards, and answering the phone, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We could go on and on. But think about what it would cost you to pay an assistant. So let's just say, and I'm using a round number here because it's simply a round number. Say it costs you $50,000 for an assistant. And again, that's a very high, that's probably higher than what you have to start. I'm just using this one as a quick example. You can plug in any number. And let's say your average client is worth $1,000. I didn't say average case. If you're selling Medicare, if you sell a Medicare Advantage, you're making a little over $600, right? But what if you had a hospital indemnity plan to that? What if you had a life insurance plan to that from time to time? What if you had an annuity plan from time to time? So let's just say your average client is worth $1,000. Okay, let's say you take 2 weeks of vacation. You go to Mexico one week and you go to Vegas another week. Okay, so you got 2 weeks of vacation. That means you got 50 weeks there that you're working. What if you, and so your average client's $1,000. This person's costing you $50,000. And so if you could sell one additional case a week, that pays for that assistant, correct? Everybody agree with the math there? One additional case a week. So what if you could spend 100% of your time on revenue generating activities? You didn't have to do any customer service. You didn't have to put any clients in your CRM. You didn't have to do any of your own appointment schedules. You didn't have to send out your birthday cards. You didn't have to answer your own phone. None of that. You had someone doing all that, scheduling all your appointments, everything else. Could you sell one additional policy per week if you were simply doing nothing but revenue generating activities? And I believe the answer is yes. So let's move on here. I'm going to go to another thing here. And this kind of goes a little bit about what I talked about earlier, but I put this in there anyway because I just think a positive attitude is so important. Let me tell you something here, and you may want to write this down. Who you surround yourself with makes a difference. Who you surround yourself with makes a difference. You must lean into people in your life that truly care about your success. You need to align yourself with people who are headed in the same direction. And you need to align yourself with people who are positive. They have a positive attitude. They're thinking positive all the times. Align yourself with people with similar values. If you're aligned with people who are not with similar values, that's a tough thing to do. You got to have. I couldn't be aligned to someone who didn't have the same values that I do. But when you're positive, people want to be around you. Did you hear what I just said? When you're positive, people want to be around you. When you're negative, who wants to be around a negative person? Anybody raise your hand if you want to be around a negative person. Nobody does, right? People want to be around positive people. So when you're positive, you attract people. You attract clients. So every day before you walk out that door, say, I don't have to go to work. I get to go to work. I don't have to go meet with that client. I get to go meet with that client. It's all about that positive attitude, that positive that you do there. So let's talk about tools and resources here. And I'm going to walk you through just a couple things here, and I'm hurrying because my time's just about up here. But so make sure whoever you're with, whoever your upline is, they've got, I'm sure they do. They've got tons of tools and resources and support programs. Make sure that you are plugging into those tools, resources, and support programs. Make sure that you know what all those tools, resource, support programs are. I'll tell you, I'll tell you a quick story. We've got an agent that I met with yesterday, and we have a ton of tools, resource, support programs, trainings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I met with this agent, and they were asking a question. I said, well, that's on Impact Link. And they're like, really? I did not know that. And so it made me realize that we've got to do a better job of making sure our agents know about all the tools, resources, training, support programs. And so if you're an agent, regardless who your upline is, it doesn't matter. They've got tools, resources, training, supports that you can plug into. Make sure you know what those are. And one thing that our leadership team that I never ever allow them to say, and Dallas can vouch for this. It just burns me up anytime I hear it. I never want one of our support people saying, or one of our employees that are helping train agents, I never want to hear them say, hey, if you need help, let me know. Or, hey, if I can do anything for you, let me know. A new agent doesn't know what they need. A new agent doesn't know what questions to ask. And so that's why that, they don't know what questions to ask. And this is really more for the team builders on here, that people are building teams. I think the worst thing you could ever say to an agent is, hey, if you have any questions, let me know. Or if I can help you, let me know. They don't know what they need help on. They don't know what questions to ask. That's where we got to provide the tools, the resources, the training support, the structure to make sure that they succeed at a very, very, very high level. So we'll go move to the next one here. And the next one is personal development. This is one of the biggest things you can do as an individual. There's some things tell me if you agree on this in chat here. There's some things in this life you can control, and there's some things in this life you cannot control. Now, each one of us had one vote when it came to the presidential election, right? One vote. All of us had one vote. Now, our vote counted. If you voted, hopefully you did. Whether you voted for the Republican candidate or the Democratic candidate, your vote counted. Okay. Now, besides our one vote we cast, do we have any control over who the next president is? We didn't. That's something we can't control. If Kamala would have got more votes, she'd have been the president. Trump got more votes, so he's the president. Regardless of who you voted for, we had one vote. That's something we cannot control. But I'm going to tell you some stuff that you can control, and you need to control these things. So write these down. These are things I can control. You can control if you're a student of the business or not, a student of your practice. You can control that. And what do you mean by when you say, what do you mean by student of the business, student of the practice? You're doing your clients a disservice if you're not a student of your business, because there's no way you can put them in the best situation every single time if you're not a student of the business. Let me ask you a silly question here. How would you like to go to a doctor that is not a student of the practice? They're not a student of the medical field. They don't continue trying to get better. They don't continue to keep up with new modern medicine. How would you like to go to a dentist and they've got a drill in their hand and they tell you that to open your mouth, and they've not kept up with the latest trends, the latest technology. They've not kept up. They're not a student of the practice. So do you realize the importance of being a student of your business? Students of the business are simply more successful. When a student is not a student of the business, or an individual is not a student of the business, you aren't being fair to your clients. So let me tell you what I mean by this. I'm not talking about during business hours. I'm talking about nights and weekends. Study your products, study your presentations, develop your marketing programs, do everything that you can, like, for example, like how many of y'all are, and be honest in chat, how many of y'all you're going in there, you're selling one product, but you're not cross-selling at all? Put that in chat. If you're not, you need to look at cross-selling opportunities. And I think Dallas is speaking on this, and Dallas will show you a form that you really need to take a picture of. We have a form that every single time a client walks in the door, we hand them a form. It lists every product we offer, and we ask them to fill that form out before they meet with an agent, because they may be there for Medicare, but they're going to see we do life insurance and the retirement planning, annuities, things of that nature, long-term care, Medicare, obviously Medicare, health insurance, dental, vision, hearing, cancer, heart attack, stroke, accident coverage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all these different things. They're going to see all these different things here. And so it's so important for you to be a student of the business, and we'll talk more about that. Now, the next one is no investment. There's so many times that people they don't make investments in their business. And I'm telling you, the investment that will bring you the greatest return is a tremendously great assistant. We talked about that a little bit earlier. I just want to hit that again because I'm telling you that's so important. That way you can spend 100% of your time on revenue generating activities. We're in a competitive market. Insurance industry is a very competitive market. If you want to grow, you got to invest back in your business. Money, write this down right here and you want to frame this right here. I'm telling you, this right here is something that I said a long time ago, and it's something I put in my notes on my phone, because I want to make sure that every time I'm about to spend money, I go back to this statement I'm about to tell you. Money spent wisely is an investment. Money not spent wisely is an expense. There's a difference between an investment and an expense. There's a difference. We can spend money, We can both spend money. But if I'm spending my money wisely and you're not spending your money wisely, mine's an investment, yours is an expense, or vice versa if you're doing it. Now on the call Tuesday, we're going to get into we're going to help you build a business budget, and we're going to talk about personal expenses, taxes, and business expenses. We're going to talk about building a business budget, how to do that. And so let's just say, and this is hypothetical, this is not the answer to the question, but let's just say that you put 33% of your money towards personal expenses, 33% of your money towards taxes, which that's probably too high, but again, we're going to dive more deep into this next week. And 33% of business expenses, we're going to walk you through how to do that next week. So, and also here's another thing. You need a repeatable process. You don't want to wake up every single day and say, hey, what am I doing today? How many of y'all wake up every day and you're like, gosh, I'm not sure what I'm doing today. I don't have a plan. You need a repeatable process. Anytime there's ever been an issue or problem, I have always created a system. That's what I've always done. And that's one of the greatest things about this. You can develop a system that you can be successful in that's repeatable, a repeatable process. As an individual producer, you need a repeatable process, a process you're going to follow day in and day out, every single day. That way, when you wake up, you don't have to worry about, hey, what am I doing today? Let me give you a couple of ideas here. Networking groups. On Tuesday's call, I'm going to go deep into how to start your own networking group. I started my own networking group 10 years ago. Without a shadow of a doubt, that networking group, I made in excess of $1 million just simply from that networking group that I started myself from scratch. And I'm going to walk the details how to do that next week. Medicare seminars. We're going to walk the details of how to do Medicare seminars. We're going to walk through all the cross-selling pieces to show you how to cross-sell. If you're mentoring individuals, and this is more for the team builders on here, you better have a repeatable process unless you want a revolving door of agents. You ever seen an organization that there's just a revolving door? Agents are coming in and it's like a turnstile. It never stops. Agents are coming in, they're coming on this side, they're exiting on this side, they're coming on this side, and it's just a revolving door. And that's because there's no repeatable process. I believe one of the greatest characteristics for leaders is to have a transferable skills. That's one of the greatest ones of all, is to have transferable skills. And the mentorship, I've got under a minute to go. So I'm going to go to talk about mentorship here real quick here. And one of the things I'll say, and we'll get into more detail on Tuesday, you really need to have repeatable, you really need a mentor. And so there's got to be someone in your life, maybe in your current upline, maybe in, someone whoever brought you into business, someone that can mentor you. And you need that mentor. Because there's going to be times you're going to feel overwhelmed and you're not sure where to start. That mentor can help you. I've had the opportunity to mentor several individuals, but I was mentored really, really, really well in this industry. And that's one of the reasons I've been successful for the last 35 years. I give my mentor just a ton of praise because he deserves that. What an honor to help someone else succeed in this industry. And we'll talk a lot more about the mentorship next week. So this right here is the QR code. I am officially out of time here. So if you want to join that Wednesday training, or that Tuesday training, Tuesday at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, it's 1 hour. We're not trying to recruit you at all, none whatsoever. I just know there was no way for us to get into great detail, but we're going to bring a lot of value to you that day if you want to join this. So if you want to scan that QR code there, feel free to do that. I'll give you about 10 seconds to do that. And then I'm going to move to the last slide here. And Cody, I apologize. I'm going to be a minute over here. Okay. Has everybody got it? Anybody need it? Did it work for everybody? Okay. Okay. And then the last slide here is just a slide of me here. If you want to connect with me in any way, if you're having questions about anything, I'd be glad. Again, not looking to recruit you at all. I'd be glad to help you. I love helping people. I've been doing it for 35 years and just absolutely love what I do. But there's my contact information if you do want to have my contact information. So Cody, I will turn it back over to you in Dallas, but I appreciate y'all's time and hope everyone has a tremendous, tremendous day today.
Thanks, Pops.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brian. You are incredible. Give it up for Brian, everybody in the chat. If you could just put in the chat, say, I'm a student. Huge point. Listen to your clients. It's extremely, extremely important. Listen to what they have. RGA. It's a big thing. big thing there. So good stuff from Brian. We got a quick transition here, but our next speaker is from Elder Care Insurance Services. She is amazing. You're going to love every single word that she has to say to you today. So buckle up, get ready, be attentive to what she's got to say. It's going to be awesome. So welcome to the 8% Virtual Stage, Jennifer Harris.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Cody. Of course, thank you, Brian. That is a hard act to follow. But certainly have had the pleasure with working with Brian for many, many years. It's one of my most valuable relationships. So that's a little bit about what I'm going to talk about today. I know we're talking about how to grow your business in 2025, and I really kind of was torn about what did I need to talk about. And I sell insurance myself. It's not, as Brian said, I'm going to mimic him. It's not my passion. My passion is recruiting agents, and that is what I have had the pleasure of doing for the last 17 years here at Elder Care Insurance Services. So if you don't know who we are a national FMO out there, part of Integrity Marketing Group, and we started in the business over 35 years ago. And myself started 17 years ago. So I have been in this business for 17 years. Walked in from selling radio over the, radio ads, which is very, very hard because you're selling air. So I had to quickly transition into something that has grown into being my passion. And when I started at Elder Care, I started actually answering the phone in our agent service department, and then moved to contracting, and then moved to being a recruiter. I was a recruiter for probably 8 to 9 years. And then 6 years ago, I was moved to the position of the National Marketing Director here at Elder Care Insurance Service. And proud to say that in that time of becoming the National Marketing Director, we have tripled our growth in production and agents that have started working with us. But that's not all because of me. I've got a fantastic team that has helped me do that and helped us grow over the years. So that's what I want to talk about. How do you build a team? How do you recruit agents? Share kind of a little bit behind the scenes of what we do here on building a team, and how we're able to bring in different agents and then retain those agents, which is probably one of the most important factors, because anybody can recruit an agent, but how you build that relationship with them and how you retain that relationship with them for them not to move. Because look, to be honest with you, there is so many opportunities and there's so many choices out there in the insurance industry of who you choose to work with. And whether that is making sure that you, as an upline, if that's what you want to do, is to grow and recruit agents underneath you, you've got to have 5 different things that I kind of categorize into 5 different ways to be able to recruit, and how you're able to recruit and retain agents. And so that's what I want to talk about. The healthcare industry is ever changing, the landscape, and we need skilled agents. They're so like you, and you need to be able to bring the young into this industry, because it's so important in what we do and serve as many clients as we can. And you have to have the right people that are doing that in order to grow and scale your business. So kind of the 5 things at the top of my head that I thought about were your audience, your value, your focus, training, and culture. So let's kind of dive into what those are. So first, you got to consider your audience, right? There's a huge opportunity. Like I said, the insurance market is expanding rapidly, driven by, the aging baby boomers that we hear all the time, generations. So the demographic shifts places us in the prime, the best opportunity to meet agents where they're at, bring them into this industry where you can serve and help those agents grow to where they can help as many clients as they can. So you want to consider your audience. You want to make sure that those agents that you're bringing on are the right fit for your business, and they're going to have the same cultures and values that you have to serve as many clients as they can. So your goal is to build the best robust team of agents who are not only skilled, but they generally have a passion for supporting and helping as many clients as they can. So I want to invite you guys to interact with me on the chat today. I'll put up how you can connect with me. And once again, whoever you work with, it doesn't matter. I'm here to help you, whether that's giving you my experience and expertise in recruiting agents and how to build a team. That's what I want to help you with. So definitely, if you want to connect later, I invite you to do that. I think one of the most important things is, what is your value? And I talk to agents and agencies all the time about, hey, I want to start and I want to build a team. How do you do that? Well, one of the first things is you got to be able to clarify what your value is for those agents to come on board and work with you, and what that value is, whether that's how you're going to set those up. Are you going to set those up where you're providing leads, training, all of those things? And I think those are very, very important. As I said, training is one of my bullet points today, to make sure that you are giving them what they need to be able to grow. And eventually, as those agents are able to build a team by mimicking what you've taught them. And so you want to make sure that you are providing easy onboarding, contracting, training, all of those things. Are you going to provide leads? Like I said, are you going to provide and help them grow to what they need so that they can bring on different agents that are underneath them as well? Focus. Make sure that you're focusing on outreach. How do you do that? How do you get in front of agents? There are so many different ways in which that you can find agents that, going to the Department of Insurance and pulling life and health agents. So that normal traditional outreach of those phone calls, we have a team of recruiters, and, that's first and foremost, we're giving them a call when there's a new product. It's a great opportunity for you to be able to grab agents that aren't working underneath you. But also leveraging social media platforms and networking opportunities, creating engagement, so that get out there, being on these groups, connecting, talking to people. Networking is so huge on how you're able, because once they see and you're sharing the ideas, they also want to come on board and help you grow and share those same ideas that you're using to be successful in your business. So it's essential that we prevent Medicare industries, to make sure that we are fulfilling those things for agents to be able to be successful. So there's lots of young agents out there, going to different college or high school career days and things like that. I think we're such in a culture where, that college, I have 2 kids, one's a sophomore in college and one is a senior in high school. And, I have also pushed them to that college career path, but there's a lot of kids that college is not for them. And this is a great industry to be in. It's very successful. You can be very successful in it if you put in the hard work. It's not easy, just like anything else. But so sharing your values and your hard work and your systems with agents will help you build a bigger team and bring on different agents underneath you. You got to have training. Number 4, training. You got to have the training, because if you bring on a new agent that especially is new in this industry, like Brian just talked about, there's lots of different things that they don't know what they need. So you have to tell them, this is the carrier you need. This is the different tools and products that you need. Making sure that goes back to that value. What value do you have? The tools and resources that you have to help them be successful. You need to be able to offer those and for them to be able to learn from you on those different tools and things to be successful. And so training is so important, but so is mentorship. Attracting and retaining, top talent out there means that you have to be able to be a mentor for them and be able to help them do what you've done. So new agents often face, challenges. How do they navigate in this market? You need to help them through that journey so that you can cultivate an environment of growth and collaboration. We have a AEP kickoff every year. My favorite day is for us is our collaboration day, as we bring all of the agents all across the country together, and we collaborate on different ideas in which that they do in their business and how those things have made them successful. And there's no reason to reinvent the wheel, right? And so collaborating is one of the biggest things as far as retaining agents and being able to bring an agent that's out there on their own into your environment and culture to be able to help them grow and to be successful. Bottom line is you've got to be able to have and show them the way, your value, the tools, how to recruit, how to sell, so that they're able to mimic that and bring other agents in to do that. Now, there's also, there's a successful agent that's out there on their own and they're not getting the tools and resources that they need. They've got the selling down, but they need other things. And that's why they want to also move into a different, kind of culture, environment, so where you can also mentor them and give them all the resources that they might not be getting currently. Lastly, I want to talk about of my 5 points is that the vital aspect of creating that culture, once again, that values teamwork and recognition. So you want your agents to feel valued and appreciated for all their hard work. So celebrating milestones and successes, both big and small, that brings a sense of belonging to agents. And there is where agents will thrive and you will thrive as you bring them in and you give them that sense of recognition and, recognize outstanding performances. Not only does that motivate your agents that work with you, but it also signals to new recruits that they're joining a supportive and dynamic team. And so for you to be able to grow and bring new agents in, that recognition is really great at what we do. And it also, will help you bring and build on other agents that want to be part of that environment and that team with it. One of the things I say when I'm, talking to a new agent that I'm trying to recruit or a new agency is we want to meet you where you're at, right? And so every agent is different in their journey of being an insurance agent, right? And so the great thing, and I think the reason that we've been successful is we want to meet you where you're at. So whatever that is that we're customizable when it comes to the needs of agents out there. And so one could be really great, in the Medicare Advantage space, but want to add on the Medicare supplement space or ancillary space. And so we're going to train them and tell them the products that they need and help bring them up into this that part of where they can grow and be more successful, and at the end of the day, add more income. So that's what I mean by meeting them where they're at. We want to be as involved or as uninvolved as you want us in your business. And that's really, really important because some are going to come in and just take the tools that you have. Some need different things to motivate them. Some need different things in order for them to be successful in what they do. So it's just kind of figuring out that dynamic. At the end of the day, it's being in a place in which people want to, they trust you. It's just like selling a policy to a client. They got to like, know, and trust you to do business with you. And it's the same thing in recruiting agents. So you think about when you're out there selling to agents, it's selling to clients. It's almost exactly the same thing as recruiting an agent. You got to be able to retain them. You got to be able to service them. You got to be able to help them in different aspects of what all the things that they need. So it's just switching that mindset of, I'm not recruiting new clients, I'm recruiting agents to build a team. So, I want to also emphasize the importance of compliance in your recruitment efforts. So the Medicare landscape, as you all know, is filled with regulations, guidelines, and you have to make sure that who you're putting on your team is also has that same integrity as you do, no pun intended, but has that same integrity that you do, and that they're the people that you want to sit around the campfire with. They're the people that you want to, build a team and build a long-standing business with. So you want to make sure that when you're doing this and you decide that you want to be an upline, you want to help mentor agents, let's say that instead of upline. I hate that word. You want to be able to make sure that you're creating a culture that not only is compliant, but is a environment in which that agents can thrive in as well. Also, let's not forget about the power of referrals. It's one, like I said, it's almost the same as when you're out selling as insurance agents, as also when you're recruiting agents. A referral is one of the best compliments we can receive, because that means that you've created an environment in which, agents want to bring others into that environment. So they understand your organization, cultures, values, and expectations. So that makes them well positioned to identify, like-minded people and individuals who will be a great addition to your team. So don't forget about that. Ask for a referral. We have a referral program that we offer for our agents. If you refer those agents over to us, whether you refer them or you're bringing them on as part of your team. Recruiting agents is not just about filling positions, right? Anybody, like I said, anybody can recruit an agent in a lot of senses, but it's about building a thriving, knowledgeable team that can effectively serve more clients out there. And that's what you want. You want that to be able to be successful and everybody be successful in what they do day in and day out. So I welcome to work with any of you guys, and I hope for you to create, a powerful team of insurance agents who will drive your business forward and make a meaningful impact on the community. And I thank you guys for spending a little bit of time with me this morning, this afternoon, and I look forward to, your success in building this incredible team. And I don't know where I'm at on time, Cody. So I think
you are perfect. Jennifer,
right.
we revolve around you. So you tell us where you are and we'll just go with it. Great stuff as always. Guys, I've got to give it up to Jennifer. Jennifer, true or false, we have called you when you have been on an island on vacation and you have answered, correct?
Yes, that's your passion. That's my passion. That's what I said.
Yeah.
That this is my passion of what I do. And when you get to work with great people like Brian and Cody and you, Dallas, it makes it easy.
Like that I was third, but still, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Jennifer Harris, everybody, Elder Care Insurance Services. Brian says it all the time. One of the biggest reasons we have been successful is the fact that we have surrounded ourselves with great people, and Jennifer is one of those people. So we appreciate you guys staying on here. You guys are great people. What are some of the takeaways? We keep asking this, but we want to make sure that you're listening, that you are taking away. What are some of the takeaways that you guys have grabbed so far? But more than that, what are you going to implement? What are you going to apply that is going to take your business to the next level? Let's see some of them here. Come on. I'll stand here. I don't mind the awkward silence. What are some takeaways? What are you implementing? And guys, let me give you a hint. Don't say Monday. Nothing. Everybody, Monday is full of good intentions and bad action. Make sure RGA, good stuff. Revenue generating activity. If you're trying 2 times your numbers, you got to know your numbers. Positive tools, daily calendar meetings, repeatable processes, control your calendar, working on social media. Guys, I'm on social media, Dallas Keithley. I want you guys to friend me because I want to see some of this stuff on social media. All right. TikTok, help more people make more money. That's how it works. It sounds so simple, doesn't it? Help more people make more money. All right. Our next speaker is a guy that he has joined forces with his family. There's 4 of them that all work together. These guys work very hard. They're with the Diversified Health Marketers. And man, I've got to, over the last couple of years going through road shows and stuff with Cody, I've got to know these guys. Always a great time. You look up, you see them in the room, you know it's going to be a good time, and you know you're going to learn something. So right now we are joined first off by Dan Rose with the Rose Boys. It's Dan, Anthony, Michael, junior and senior, because they've got their dad working with them still. He's doing a great job out there. But right now we're joined by the COO of Diversified Health Marketers, Mr. Dan Rose, and then also a very special treat, the VP of Sales for Diversified Health Marketers, Miss Nicole Moore. Guys, please give it up. Welcome to the show. Take it away.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dallas. Appreciate you. And you're right. Just traveling the country with you for the last few months. It's been awesome getting to know you, what you do. And if you guys are looking for a good podcast to help you in this business, make sure you check out Dallas' podcast. It's awesome. But yeah, no, I'm Dan Rose. I'm the youngest of the 4 Rose boys. I'm kind of blessed in this business. My 2 best friends, my father, I work with my 2 brothers and my dad. It's pretty cool. What we do, our life's mission, our agency, is to positively impact the lives of our associates, our agents, our clients, and our employees. We built a pretty successful businesses in 2021. Just like Jennifer before us, we were purchased by Integrity, the giant conglomerate there. Do that with what you wish, but for us, it has been just an explosion of opportunity for our business. What we find on these calls in dealing with agents is they just don't know how to scale. So today, what we're going to talk about is ways for you as a neophyte who's just learning this business, working on your first to 15th paycheck. We're going to help you scale that opportunity. If you're someone who's in this business, it seems like whenever you talk to anybody, I want a team, I want a crew, I want people, but they just don't really understand what it means to recruit somebody, bring them in, make them successful, and ultimately, give up their own paycheck for time to make their success. So we want to talk about what it is for you to scale today, right? And I've asked our Nicole Moore, our sales manager. Nicole's been with our family organization for over 20 years. I believe, Nicole, year number 22. Is that correct? We're currently in 22. Yeah, that's correct. Nicole has been very much the glue in our organization, just training, developing salespeople. So between the 2 of us, we want to help you scale, right? If you're a neophyte, scale from maybe 1 agent to 2. If you're a big agency with 10, maybe scale to 15. These are the things that matter to agents when you're trying to scale, right? We were pretty lucky. We kind of found ourselves in this business on accident. It was 2017. And in 2017, we were at the tail end of our life opportunity and kind of in the search for what's next for us in this business, in the insurance industry. We stumbled across Medicare, literally by accident. And I know Nicole is going to talk more about that a little bit later on. But we stumbled on it on accident. Why was it so big for us? Because in March of 2020, you guys all know what happened, right? The world shut down. The idea of being able to be in the field pretty much went away. You couldn't do it. You couldn't be in a retail pharmacy to get Medicare applications. You couldn't be in somebody's home to collect a life insurance premium. You had to do it by phone. We were lucky because we started before the curve of the COVID selling over the phone. We picked up the traits, the keys that you need to know. And we're going to share all 5 of them with you today. All right. If you're new, if you're a vet, just trying to grow, here's the keys. To me, the number one important thing that you're looking to do when you scale your business, here's what matters. It's a relationship business. If you're an agency developing talent, you have to make sure that the person you're developing understands the commitment you are making to them. Whether it be time spent in the car riding along, time listening to them on their own calls, or just following along in the office to make sure that they have what they need to be successful. You have to spend time sharing your commitment with your individual that you're training. As well, if you're new to this, you actually have to, as a neophyte, I heard someone say on the previous, I think it was Brian mentioned, the importance of a mentor. Having a mentor in this business is so important, but it's a two-way street. It's the relationship from both sides. Some of the biggest things that happen there when in our experiences, people don't get vulnerable. And when they don't make themselves vulnerable, they're not able to cross a bridge. Whatever that bridge, it maybe it's with the client, they're not opening themselves up to the right relationship with the client, and or with a person they're training. And I want to share with you guys what I mean a little deeper by an example we use literally every day, and it's our head on the pillow example. If you're an agent or if you're an agency, this will apply to you. As agency, as managers, we look at our salespeople as if we are ready to terminate our agreement with them in one way or another, we're ready to move on from them. Can we put our head on the pillow that night, sleep through the night with the understanding that we just took away that person's livelihood? And for you as an agent, it could be the same thing. If you are in this business struggling, can you put your head on the pillow with the understanding that you have done every single thing you could to make yourself successful? And that comes from the relationship of the person you're training or the person that trained you. So we encourage you guys to be vulnerable on that route. I want to share a quick quote, and I think it's important that really pertains to this conversation. Everybody knows who Bill Belichick is, right? The Hall of Fame, Super Bowl winning, New England Patriots. Cool. He had I see some heads shaking yes on the screen. He had a famous quote. You have to bring in people who enhance what your overall team goal is without changing the basics of it. And I think that's so key, without changing the basics of it. So if you're looking to grow your business and you want to scale, the first thing that matters is making sure you're developing relationships, bringing in key people, and then going out to make it happen, right? And I think sometimes as an agency, you have to give up your own selfish production to make sure that someone else is growing out from under you and helping them. You know, what we always like to say is if you can train somebody and they're as 70% as good as you are at that same job, you got a pretty successful producer, yes? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Nicole, I want to kind of invite you on to share some of the other things that matter to new agents or new managers, right? Someone who's building an agency as they're recruiting.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everybody. So Dan spoke about commitment, right? How commitment is important, right? And how this is a relationship-driven business. Success is not a solo journey, right? I mean, when we built our entire sales team together, Dan and I, it took a village to build it up to what it looks like today, right? There is significance in being around people who inspire you, who challenge you, and for the most part, hold you accountable to your potential, right? But what I've come to realize is that the more you contribute, the more that you add value, the more success you will attract. Now, I know you've heard the saying, you reap what you sow, right? I think Zig Ziglar captioned that best when he said, you can have everything in life you want if you will just help other people get what they want. I believe the blueprint that you lay out for your team is a foundation for success, right? Creating a system that works, which brings me to the next point, right? Creating a script that works. Scripting matters. I believe the script serves as a foundation for greater success, right? Let's face it, bad scripts make mediocre salespeople exit the business immediately, right? And become a part of that 92% that Cody talks about. A script is not just a procedural requirement. It's actually a tool for ensuring compliance, one, right? It helps you build trust and rapport with your clients, and it improves efficiency, right? But most importantly, it helps you close more sales. I often refer to the script as my security blanket, right? Sort of like Linus from Charlie Brown and his iconic security blanket, right? So whenever Linus, will go out into the world, and encounter something challenging, right? For those who know Linus, for those who are familiar with Linus from Charlie Brown, his blanket is more than just a piece of fabric, right? It's his source of comfort and security, right? So whenever the world feels uncertain or overwhelming, Linus clings to that blanket, knowing it will give him the confidence to face whatever challenges come his way, right? I'm the same way with my script. I've had my script for a very long time, and I can assure you that it's committed to memory. However, I always have my script right next to me. In this business, we also face an overwhelming landscape, right? All the regulations, right? The variety of plans, the intricacies of what we're offering. It can sometimes be a lot to juggle. But just like Linus finds security in his blanket, we can find security in something just as reliable and comforting, our sales script, right? The sales script is there when we're unsure, when the conversation takes a tricky turn, or when we feel we might miss a critical detail. By following the script, we're ensuring that we cover all the important points and that we're staying compliant and we're communicating clearly with our clients. So just like Linus's blanket provides him with confidence to face the world, our script provides us with the confidence to navigate the complexity of Medicare Advantage sales, right? Think of it this way. When we follow the script, we don't have to worry about missing key details. We don't have to worry about not being compliant or leaving our prospects with unanswered questions. It gives us a clear, structured path where we can become more confident, effective, and skilled, right? Just by relying on the security and structure that the script offers. Another thing that matters when agents are struggling or agents are trying to build a team are leads. Leads can't be denied. We actually found ourselves in this line of the insurance business on accident, believe it or not, right? We were actually doing short-term medical plans. We were doing Medicare supplements and found ourselves getting into the Medicare Advantage arena, right? Quick story. The president of Diversified, right? One of Dan's brothers, Anthony Rose, he has a friend in the business from the early 2000s on the life side, and they lost contact for a few years. The guy gets into health insurance and he calls Anthony out the blue one day and says, I got this lead program I need you to work. And Anthony's like, well, what is it, right? He says, prescription drug plans. What we're going to do here is take prescription drug plan members who we already have an existing relationship with and upsell them into a Medicare Advantage plan. Anthony's like, perfect, right? We're actually just about to get into Medicare Advantage. Here we are 7 years later. We haven't really paid for leads in the past 7 years because we haven't had to, right? Now we have so many other lead sources, and you know we work CABOOMs. We're actually doing really well with CABOOMs. The leads matter. You can't go into this business without the right resources or tools to add to your toolbox. If you're working leads yourself, or if you're developing leads for someone else, you have to be sure you have the right lead in place. That's another way to scale, is having the right lead. So far we have the commitment, right? We have the sales script, we have the leads, and here's this beautiful system in place of what to say and who you're going to say it to, right? We found ourselves in 2018 doing it all wrong. We literally had a stack of leads printed out on paper with the old school phone sitting on the desk, and we were just dialing the phone, right? As a result, people couldn't make more than 50 to 70 calls a day because you had to manually dial every paper lead in that stack. What we had to do right around COVID, we had to change everything from the 1980s phone on our desk, and no shade to the 80s. I'm an 80s baby myself. But we had to change to a CRM where all of our leads were sitting in there and people can call 2 to 4 leads at a time, right? And they knew they were going to get someone on the phone. So the efficiency of technology matters for you as a new agent or for someone trying to scale in the business. What else matters when it comes to technology? The platform that you're on matters. If you're looking up a life quote, you need to make sure that you're getting the best option for that client, right? If you're doing a Medicare quote, you need to make sure that you have access to the best platform that's doing the shopping around for you, right? When you're entering drugs and doctors. One of the things that we've actually gotten really successful with within our technology and within our script, as we're working our leads, we have this platform, which is an AI coach, essentially, right? Anybody on our platform has access to this AI coach that pops up on their screen and tracks their conversation, okay? Making sure they're following the script that we've told the system to follow. So for instance, if they're 6 minutes into a call, right, and haven't asked the right questions, or haven't mentioned that the call is being monitored or recorded, or they haven't said their TPMO disclaimer, right, the system is going to interrupt their screen with a big page that says you didn't ask if they're, for instance, authorized to speak on behalf of the beneficiary, or you didn't mention that the call is being monitored or recorded, and so forth, right? This AI coach is going to stop you along the way in real time. So the technology matters because it's going to be your guide, right? Just like Linus's blanket. The one thing with tech, which is always cool to me, I spend my entire day listening to calls. Okay, I rarely get on the phone anymore to sell. I spend the majority of my time helping agents get from A to Z, right? I listen to calls all day. So not only is the AI doing it, but I'm doing it as well, right? You have to actively listen to your people. You have to be hands-on in that. I have the capability of whispering to them while they're on calls. And sometimes I have to barge into those calls. And trust me, agents hate when I barge into their calls, right? But sometimes that's necessary. That's the coaching. That's the commitment that Dan talked about earlier, right? Reassuring them that you're there alongside of them in the trenches. Having that open communication where I can send them messages and they send me messages when they need my assistance if I happen to be on with someone else, right? The capability of video calling, sharing screens where I can walk them through the application process, et cetera, right? So to scale your business, so far we have commitment, we have scripts, leads, and technology. And I think we need to touch on one more thing, but I'm going to hand it back over to Dan and he'll be able to go over that with everyone. I think you're muted. There you go.
Sorry about that, guys. I made the mistake of muting myself, so I wasn't talking over Nicole, and I didn't realize I wasn't allowed to be muted. So forgive me, everybody. But yeah, the last thing, and I think this is such an important one, right? To me, in this business, this is the elephant in the room in everything that you do. Compensation matters. Don't be the cheap agency. If you're hiring, recruiting, bringing people on, don't cut off your nose to spite your face and cut somebody's comp, right? The one thing that is always, always necessary, we must talk about it, the renewal matters to people. Even though you're just starting off, a year from now, getting paid on what you did is tremendous. Well, if you're an agency building team, think about what it'll be 3 years from now with 50 agents plus. The renewal matters. Make sure the renewal is generous. Make sure the renewal is built in. For an example, Nicole manages our inside sales team. She trains everybody in our organization, but she works day to day and manages our employee team. We have an entire employee team, an entire 1099 team. Our employee team came to us a few years ago. We found ourselves, Nicole was training them, managing, going from there. We found ourselves losing employees who were in the business for a year. They'd go to another agency. And we realized, holy crap, we're taking their renewal away and hurting them. So what we did is we put the renewal back in because it really matters. Essentially, if someone's with you, make sure they're getting a year over year over year renewal based on what's happening. Don't be cheap. Don't remove it. You'd be surprised how many offers out there strip the residual. And that's the biggest reason why people get into the insurance business, right? See some hands up in the air for that. The residual, yeah. I see one, I see two. Well, thank you for you too, right? Anyway, so the last thing is one of the other things I think is great is if you're in the process of building your agency out, don't underestimate the LOA model. The LOA model is tremendous because it adds so much value to your business. One of the things that it'll be able to do is as your revenues grow and your new agents are coming in and they're working without a paycheck, by you having such a bigger residual, having someone in an LOA model, you're actually able to set advances up for them where you're able to keep them afloat while they're generating their first few paychecks, right? It's such a key thing. People come in this business, usually they're broke. They lost an opportunity somewhere else and they need a check tomorrow. Well, as an LOA model, the more cash that you have, cash flow coming in, you have the ability to kind of advance cash, help them through. And when you're doing something like that, you're developing the relationship and they're not leaving you. We learned that the hard way. And now we haven't lost people that we choose to lose for that reason. All right. The one thing I would encourage you, if you are in this business, relatively new, weigh the option of the 1099. There are so many W-2 options out there for this same thing. You can sell over the phone in your home. A W-2 model is a great way to keep a steady income. And the cool part about it is it doesn't have to be forever. You can learn on the dime. Sorry, I see LOA in the chat. LOA as an agency is lines of authority. Essentially, anybody who you're working with, recruiting in, they're actually going to pay your organization and then you pay them, which means the value of your company is going to rise. So thank you, Nathan. Sorry for that. Sometimes I talk too quick. I'm a North Jersey guy. I'm just quick talking New Jersey guy, so forgive me. But the LOA model is a great model. The other part of it is it gives you the ability to set advances, right? So let's see. I think that's what we have. I think Dallas, you're going to be back with us. 5 things that matter. The relationship, it's a partner-driven business. Leads matter. The tech you're working on matters. Who you're talking to matters. And then naturally, the elephant in the room, we'd love to address comp one-on-one more. But my email's there, dan@thedavid.com. If you got anything out of it, please shoot me a text, shoot me an email. We appreciate everything that Cody Askins organization does for this business, and we hope to hear from you guys. Enjoy.
Love you, brother. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Nicole. Amazing job.
My pleasure.
Awesome stuff from Dan Rose. That was incredible. And thank you, Nicole, so much as well. Everything you guys said is right on the money. Super good stuff. So we thank you once again for being here. If you love what they had to say, go ahead and throw a hand up in the chat. Say, love it, love it, love it. Good stuff here. So quick transition again. Our next speaker is someone who is awesome, co-founder of True Wealth Financial. Also is phenomenal with fitness and wellness. Go check out his Instagram. It's great what you're going to see. And then also, just as an added bonus, some of you may not know, played a little rugby for the Ohio State University. So love that. I'm a huge Buckeye fan myself. So shout out to you on this. Mike Kwarteng is our next speaker. Let's welcome him to the virtual stage. Let's go.
Man, good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Guys, I'm so excited to see you guys on this beautiful, beautiful Friday morning. Cody, once again, thank you for this platform. I love what you're doing with the industry. It's so cool to just be here and see you guys. If you guys can hear me okay, put a 77 in the chat. Make sure you guys can hear me loud and clear. If you can hear me loud and clear, put a 777 in the chat. I do run an insurance agency here. We're based out of Columbus, Ohio. It's called True Wealth Financial. We're doing about over $500,000 a month in sales, tons of Medicare applications each month. We do life insurance, health insurance, and annuities here. So today, I'm going to show you guys the 3 steps to a 6-figure agent. I now coach and train a lot of insurance agents that are doing very, very well. Some are doing 6 figures. Some of them are going to be doing 7 figures here soon. But guys, I'm going to show you guys today the 3 steps to a 6-figure agent. Before I get into that topic, I do want you guys to write this down. Please, as I speak today, just do me a favor. Just write some things down. Just write it down. I promise you it'll help you out a lot. So the first question I want you guys to ask yourself throughout today is, what do you truly want for yourself? What do you truly want for yourself? What do you really, really want? What do you want? I was born in Bronx, New York. Both my parents are from Ghana. We went from Bronx, New York to Westerville, Ohio. If you don't know what Westerville, Ohio is, look it up. It's one of the top 100 suburbs in America. It was a big culture shock going from Bronx, New York to Westerville, Ohio. I went to the Ohio State University here in Columbus. I then joined the insurance business about 5 years ago. My business partner is Jalen Talley. That guy and me, we were both broke with multiple O's in college, but I still joined the business because I saw him do it. He was an insurance agent before me. And one day, like I said, he was, this is how broke he was. Jay, my business partner, he had a car. I think it was like a neon or like a key, some car. And the car had no speedometer on it. Yes, so Deanna, so the car had no speedometer on it. So to see how fast he was going on the road, he had to gauge the people next to him to see how fast he was going on the road. That's very dangerous. But he couldn't afford anything else. So at that time, we were both college roommates at the Ohio State University, and he got his insurance license. And he was struggling. I was helping him pay his bills at that time, but he still convinced me to join the insurance business. I don't know how, but hey, God is good. So I joined the insurance business because he came home one day with Chick-fil-A. Now, we had no money, and Chick-fil-A was a big thing back in the day. He's like, Mike, man, I just made a quick $2,000 in one day. I'm like, man, 2,000 one day? Man, who'd you rob? Who'd you rob? Because this is crazy. 2,000 one day? That sounds crazy. That sounds too good to be true. But then I talked to his mentor at the time, and this is what got me. is the time freedom he had, the financial freedom his mentor had. I was like, man, I want that. Not trying to covet what he had, but I said, man, I want that. I always wanted to become an entrepreneur. I just didn't know the vehicle to get there. So long story short, I get my insurance license September of 2019. My first 3 to 4 months, who can relate to this? I'm buying leads and breaking even. I'm buying leads and actually losing money. That was me. Buying leads, breaking even, no money, first 3 to 4 months. Now, some of you guys have children and a house. I don't have no children, just me and my lady now. But at that time, I couldn't even afford to take her to dinner and to things that she wanted to do. As a man, that hurts. So I was breaking even, buying leads, breaking even, doing door-to-door sales. For the first 3 to 4 months, I was making no money. And then it clicked for me. Write this down. This is what clicked for me. And you guys have probably heard the same thing all day today. I needed to put more work in. I needed to invest into my business. I needed to treat it like a business, not a hobby. When I started doing that, by month 6, I started earning 10 grand and above. And I've not looked back since. So when I ask you today, what do you truly, truly want? I want you to think about that. What I want out of life is simple. It's simple. I already thought about it. My why is this. I want to be an example for others. I want to be an example for people that look like me, that were in elementary school, that was in English as a second language, ESL. That's who I want to be an example for. I want to be an example for the people that didn't have much growing up, that have immigrant parents. I got a brother right now that he suffers from seizures 3 to 4 times a day. And I remember one time we were driving together. We just got done getting him a new phone, and we were driving down our hometown, and he said, Mike, man, I see all these different businesses and companies. I really wish I could work one day. He's 34 years old, grown man, hasn't worked for the last X amount of years because he has seizures so many times a day and they can't get it out. He has so many lesions in his head, telling me, his brother, younger brother, that, man, Mike, I wish I could work one day. Now, I'm not here to be that guy, but I think a lot of us can work on this phone here, on this call here, on this laptop here. You got someone that's asking God and asking him, can I work one day? But physically cannot do it. So what is your excuse? I need some water real quick. So guys, the 3 steps to a 6-figure agent. The 3 steps to a 6-figure agent. Here it is, right here. Here it is, write it down. The main thing is this. Here's the main thing. Here's the main thing. Here's the biggest thing. Repetition times skill set equals income. Repetition times your skill set equals your income. The more repetition you have in anything you do in life, especially this insurance business, by nature, what happens? You get better at it. So your skill set gets better. And by nature, now your income will also grow. That's the key to the insurance business in a nutshell. Repetition times skill set equals income. The first thing I'll tell you guys this is to master your routine, time blocking. This is the number 1 component to a successful agent is time blocking. Time block your day. Your day should be a non-negotiable. If someone asks you on Thursday at 5 p.m. to go to happy hour and you told yourself you're going to work your business, you cannot go. It's a non-negotiable. So routine is key. Have the morning routine. I think your morning routine should consist of mind, body, and spirit. It should consist of mind, body, and spirit. So post in the chat real quick. What are some things that you can do in your morning routine that helps you out with your mind, your body, and your spirit. Post in the chat. I think going to the gym, going on a walk. I just started doing Pilates with my lady because you know why? She wants to do it. I said, perfect. As long as we get out the house together, let's do it together. Mine, because it makes you feel good doing some sort of working out in the morning. And then your spirit, do something to help out your spiritual life. And then your mind, reading a book, listen to a podcast, something. Mind, body, and spirit in the morning is so important. Here's another quick tip too. Do not check social media or your emails or text people in the morning. Now, if you're doing that for work purposes, hey, do that if you want to. But I personally feel, me personally, I'm not a big fan of checking social media and my text or my phone or my emails because I don't want that negativity to start my day off. Because your mind's at a conscious state in the beginning. You only want positive activity, thoughts in the morning. So a lot of you guys, the first thing you do in the morning is check your bank account. That's gonna sometimes either excite you or make you upset. All right. So mind, body, and spirit in the morning. I also recommend as an agent to stay close to the fire. So in one fiscal year, I recommend you go to multiple events. You're doing good right now by being on this virtual call here today. But if your agency has events throughout the year, go to them. Go to them. And don't go to them and be like this and be that cool kid. No, go to them and learn and ask questions. If you don't know, ask. So going to an event a couple of times a year, it gets you inspired and encouraged and fired up again. I do it sometimes. Actually, I do it all the time. So going to events, you can even go to events like that, even about insurance. It could be like a Grant Cardone or Eric Thomas. Go to events that make you feel inspired again. That should be in your fiscal 1 year. And in 1 year, you should go to at least 2 or 3 or 4 events a year and stay close to the fire. All right. So routine, time blocking. If you got a spouse, before the month starts, let's figure out what your spouse and your children are doing. So you guys are all on the same page. So there's no excuses on when you're working long hours. It was already communicated as a family. Time blocking is key. There should be no gap. I can tell how much money you're going to make this month by your schedule. You got to time block your day. So routine is one. Now, next one is going to be what we all love to talk about is leads. It's leads. I do probably about like 20 to 30 interviews a week with agents across the map. And the question I always get is leads. Guys, there is $1 leads. There is real-time leads are 15, 20, 30 bucks. I get all of that. I'm going to give you guys some conversion rates off of leads and the leads you should be probably buying. And I also give the folks that don't want to buy leads how to get business without buying leads. So if you want to buy leads, if you're doing face-to-face sales, I recommend CABOOM. Just kidding. But yeah, CABOOM are great leads. Buy those. All right. So leads for face-to-face, you want to probably get about 40 to 50 leads a week. If you're doing face-to-face sales, you want to earn 6 figures a year, I would recommend buying about 40 to 50 leads a week. You can just door knock them. It's not really cold, but you're knocking the lead. Or you can call them ahead of time and then set an appointment. I came from a background just getting the lead like this and then going to their house and knocking them. And I made a lot of money doing that. And you should see about a 20% closing rate off of face-to-face sales. You're buying real-time leads. It should be about 20 or 30 bucks a pop, all in one county. If you're doing over-the-phone sales, you want to buy real-time leads, 15, 20, 25 bucks per lead. You get about a 75 to 100 of those in a week. You see about a 5 to 10% closing rate. And that should also net you a six-figure income as well. Now, let's say you don't want to buy leads. Let's say you don't want to buy leads. Before I go into that, the biggest thing that I see a lot of agents do is this. Who has a challenge when it comes to buying? Post in the chat, be vulnerable. Who has a challenge when it comes to buying leads? I always tell agents this. If you have a challenge about buying leads, you should not be mad when your clients miss a payment, because clients are doing the same thing you're doing. Clients are paying their phone bill, electric bill, car bill, their cat bill, their dog bill, and then they're paying their insurance bill last. You as an agent is probably doing the same thing too. You're paying all your other bills and you're paying your insurance business last. Oh, I know that hurt you, but I'm here. I'm your friend. I'm here to help you out today. You got to pay your business first. Pay your business first, and you pay yourself second. We make money as business by selling policies. Therefore, we need prospects and leads. You got to pay your business first and pay yourself second. And two, all the money you make is not your money. There's a thing called chargebacks. You need to have a retention process. You need to make sure you're following up with your clients. I can't get into it right now, but make sure you have a process when it comes to following up with your clients. The two things that agents fail at is having retention issues with persistency and not enough prospects. Now, next, let's say you don't want to buy leads. I'll give you guys 3 ways right now to earn 6 figures without buying leads. You can go to senior homes. There's tons of senior homes in your area. You go there and say, hey, Miss Coordinator, or hey, Mr. Coordinator, I want to host a pizza party here. Guys, go buy some Little Caesars pizza and some pop and host a pizza party at a senior home and say, hey, I want to educate your folks about insurance. I won't sell anything, but after the event, they want to talk to me, I will talk to them. I did it before years ago. You get about 30, probably 20 or 30 seniors in one room. You get about 3 to 4 sales afterwards. You only spent maybe 30 bucks on pizza and a pop. It's a win-win. Go to your local State Farm, local Allstates. State Farm and Allstate people, no offense, is any of you guys on the line, but no offense, but they can only help a certain amount of clients. If a client has a certain amount of health conditions, they cannot help them, and they're denying those clients. Start referral partners with State Farm and Allstate agents. They refer a ton of clients over to you. Lastly, nail techs, barbers, salons, people that work for themselves, especially plumbers, they need life insurance too. I will let it go and just go to a whole bunch of barber shops and ask them to need life insurance, and they'll work. So the first thing is having a strong routine. Second, leads and prospects. And put in the chat, guess what the last one is? Guess what the last one is? The last one is going to be a sales process. A sales process, a presentation, a script, a strong presentation. I think your script should have a approach, a discovery, a body, and a close. The approach is telling the client who you are and what you're going to talk about today. The discovery is going to be fact-finding questions. Write this down. Questions are to sales as breath is to life. Questions are to sales as breath is to life. The best insurance agents, like Hunter Palmer and Deanna, they're asking the best questions. They're asking the best questions to tell the client, to have the client pull out why they want to get insurance today. So discovery fact finding should be effective questions. Then the body should be informational, as in you're telling the client stuff about what is whole life and term life, what's an IUL, what's a Medicare, what's all this other stuff. And you're educating the client. And the closing should be showing quotes and then starting the application and then closing them right then and there. I train agents to do one call closes or one stop by closes. All right, so that's all I have for you guys here today. Once again, like I said, guys, this business is very, very lucrative. It just takes some time. It just takes time. You got to invest into yourself. I'll tell you guys this right now. Right now, most of you guys already have 75%. Most of you guys right now already have 75% of what you need to become a six-figure earner or even a five-figure a month earner. I don't know what it is. That's for you to decide. But most of you guys have it, 75% of the information you need to become, because for some of you guys, 50% of the battle is knowing what to do. You probably all have great uplines. The other 25% is having belief in yourself. The last 25% you need to adopt today is a mindset that you're going to win and is going to happen. That's all I have for you guys here today. Have a phenomenal day. Cody, man, I love you, man. Oh, not Cody.
Great stuff.
Dallas.
What up, Jalen?
Mike.
Ah, man, I saw Jalen yesterday.
I know. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, man, Jalen.
That's embarrassing.
There we go. Man, Mike, great stuff. Amazing stuff. I hope you guys were taking notes. You said a couple things. I wanted to ask you a couple questions real quick, if that's okay.
Yeah.
You talked about mentorship and making sure that you're spending time with the right people and designating certain times throughout your day. How much do so you're producing your team over $500,000 a month. Are you still meeting with a mentor, and how often?
Yes, I do pretty often. So I actually had to call my mentor just today, Roger Short, for about an hour or two. And I'm always looking to learn. And, it's funny because, people like Cody, I speak to Cody every once in a while, and I'm always learning from people like him. So, even at my level, I am always looking for more. I think for me, I'm looking for more leadership, looking for someone to pour into me for leadership. I think if I become a better leader, I can then lead the team a lot better. So yeah, to answer your question, I think I'm probably a bi-weekly basis, I meet my mentor to get more information.
That's amazing. And man, so last question. As you start to, because man, I know you're a student of the Bible. Everybody ought to have a Paul. Everybody ought to have a Timothy. How are you then transitioning what you take from your mentor and then passing it on down to people underneath you?
Man, that's so good. That's a great question. I never had that question before. I think for me, it has been just with time. I think in the beginning, I was not good at relating to agents, but as I talked to a lot of agents over time, I now meet them where they're at. I meet them where they're at, and because the Christ, he never, you never want to shove the word down someone's throat when it comes to the Bible and the word, but you want to meet them where they're at because that's all they can believe for. So when it comes to agents now, I meet them where they're at. If they want to earn literally just $5,000 a month, then I'm giving the blueprint to earn $5,000 a month. So I don't try to give them too many steps at one time. I kind of like to just give them small things in increments. And then also too, Dallas, I want the agents to go out there and make some mistakes. And then let's talk about it and let's coach about it and figure out how to get better. So to answer the question, just meeting them where they're at, I think is the key to being a leader in this business.
That's great stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Quang, appreciate you, buddy. If I could just suggest maybe get in the gym just a little bit more, you know what I mean? I think then you would get to where you need to be. So I'll give you guys advice. I was at a meeting with Jalen, and somebody took a picture, and I told myself, all right, learn something today, Dallas. Never stand next to Mike or Jalen in a picture, right? So that's my takeaway from Mike and Jalen. Mike, great job, great stuff as always. Guys, we want to keep this moving. Keep going in the chat. We've got a few here. Somebody said Cody's dad mentioned a cross-selling sheet. We can give you that cross-selling sheet. If you want to reach out directly to me, it's dallas.keithley, Keithley at impactlegacygroup.com. Also, Brian shared a QR code for this Tuesday afternoon at 4:30. We are going to be sharing that information in that meeting. If you got that QR code, click on that, come to that training. We would be happy to give you all that stuff, but either way, reach out. We can get that to you as well. So want to keep this thing rolling right along. Appreciate everybody that's commenting in the chat. Where is the QR code, please? I tell you what, I'll get that to Dylan. We will get that in the chat here in just a little bit. But we're going to keep on rolling here. We've got up next, you talk about a mentor, someone that has grown a company. And guys, here's the thing about mentors. If you go online, you can find a lot of people that have a lot of advice. But let me give you a little advice. Make sure they have done what you want to do. There's a lot of people out there that are like, hey, man, here's what you ought to do. Here's what you ought to do. Here's what you ought to do. The number one question you should be asking is, what have you done? Right? Because I want somebody that's been there, not just somebody that's read a book about how to be there. This next gentleman, Mr. Hank Stewart, he has done quite a bit. He's the president of sales and marketing for Senior Life Services. He's provided private consultation to some of the largest insurance companies in the world. His insight has guided both niche products development and unique implementation strategies required to bring those ideas to market. He's trained and driven over $1 billion. That's a B, boys and girls, $1 billion in sales revenue through his direct companies and client. And not only to mention, man, one night we were after an 8% event. I'm standing there. Hank tells us he's going to leave, and he tells us in song, and to steal a line from Step Brothers, man, it was like listening to Fergie and Jesus, right? It was amazing. Voice of an angel, great entrepreneur, great marketer, great mentor. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Hank Stewart.
Appreciate that introduction, Dallas. I don't know if I have a voice of an angel or not, but I can carry your tune at least a couple feet. I do want to mention that when you challenge Mike's gym skills, he folded his arms and showed off the guns there. So you might not want to do that again. It'll make the next picture that much rougher. Ladies and gentlemen of the 8% Nation, definitely have been getting some access to some good stuff all this morning and this afternoon. And of course, the goal each year is to make more and more money, right? Some people say money is the root of all evil. If you go back and take a little closer look at the place where that comes from, it says the love of money is the root of all evil. So it's not the money itself. There's lots of rich people all throughout humanity that have done some good stuff. But if you're willing to do anything for money, that can be the problem. So here we are on the cusp of 2025, and we want more money for our businesses, because when you have more money, then you can do good things. A lot of times the problems that we have in life are really financial problems, and we just don't realize it. So for instance, sometimes people think they have marital problems. That's what they think. My wife doesn't love me anymore. My husband doesn't love me anymore. But really, oftentimes those marital problems are just financial problems in disguise, because one of the number one things that couples argue about is money. If there was money there, you wouldn't be fighting over whether or not a dress could be bought, or whether or not you can go out to dinner, or whether or not the kids can get a new pair of shoes. Money actually eliminates a lot of problems that people think that they have. If nothing else, you have the money for therapy. If you do have some issues with the kids, or you do have some things going on in your life, money actually can fix a lot of the problems that we think we have. But then there's some things that money can't solve. There's health problems. There's sometimes your family members can have health challenges or things of that nature. So when it comes to making more money, sometimes one of the most important things we can do to make more net money is to protect ourselves against various exposures. So I want to take a few minutes to talk about this. I am not a financial consultant. I am not a CPA. I merely slept in a Holiday Inn last night. I'm going to give you some guiding principles of things that I use in my life to limit exposures. And if you choose to adopt some of these philosophies, you'll probably find it helpful, because many times we focus on, okay, I want to make twice as much next year as I made this year. But sometimes we forget about things that can happen that can cut your income in half, or eliminate your income entirely. So let's talk about a couple of those things. Number one, if you're going to get into the insurance industry and you want to make money, you need to be prepared to make money. So you probably want to have an entity, a separate business entity. Now, whether that's a C Corp or an S Corp or an LLC, you need to get with somebody smarter than me to determine what structure is best for you. But a common one that you'll hear about is a limited liability corporation or an LLC. I'm not telling you to get one. I'm just saying if you talk to some people that do taxes and financial planning, you'll probably hear about an LLC coming up. And whatever entity you get, you want something separate from yourself. If you are intending to make six figures, then you probably know that people that make six figures, it's a relatively small percentage of people, especially individuals. So let's think about it for a second. Anybody can be audited, but if you were the IRS and you were going to audit somebody, you'd probably go looking for the top 10% of earners in that particular pool. So if you've got, if you're making 100,000, you're up there with the top percent of income earners, whereas LLCs are going to be operating, these are, attorneys' offices and dentists and doctors. They're going to be operating in the millions. And of course, you want to get up there and play that game at some point. But if you're making 100, 200, 300, 500,000, you're going to be lower in the lower earning LLCs when you got people with gross revenues up into the millions and tens of millions. So it does present, slightly less of an audit risk if you are a smaller fish in a smaller pond. Food for thought. Something else you want to think about is segmentation or differentiation or whatever term your accountant uses, but you want to keep your money separate, right? So you want to make sure you have a business checking and savings account. You want to make sure that you have a personal checking and savings account. Why? The number one thing that can wipe your money out real quick is the IRS. So you don't want to have a situation that you expose yourself to an audit and then, if audited, expose yourself to a lot of fees and fines. So one of the beginnings of doing that is making sure you have business checking and savings. A good thing to put in your business savings account is the savings for your taxes. A good thing to put in your business checking account is where all your bills go. A good thing to put in your personal account is whatever money you intend to pay personal taxes on. So when you're looking at your adjusted gross income, again, people smarter than me, talk to them about these terms and phrases, they'll fill you in. But you want to make sure that you have your world separated. Business checking and savings, personal checking and savings. Something else that you want to have is errors and omissions insurance. If you don't have a physical workplace, then errors and omissions often will help you. We're human, we're having a bunch of conversations, and we're relying on people's interpretation of what we said. So what you said and what grandma says you said can sometimes be different. And that can create some legal difficulties. Boom, they can wipe you out in the blink of an eye. So errors and omissions, you want to have it. You want to make sure that it is suited to whatever you sell. So make sure that the limits and the type of coverage that you have makes sense based on the demographic that you sell to, the size of the products that you sell, the types of products that you sell, and the methods. Sometimes there's different errors and omissions required, whether you sell a product face-to-face or over the phone. Do some homework, make sure you have the right errors and omissions insurance there. And if you need a business liability insurance, maybe you have a facility or people come to visit you at your home office or what have you, have some conversations about that. If somebody slips and falls on your premises, how does that impact you? Could you lose your house over something like that? Look into it. You might need umbrella coverage. You might need some business liability insurance. Again, not telling you what to do. Don't come back, oh, Mr. Stewart advised me to do so-and-so. And I'm just telling you things I have, things that I've done over the years, things I wish I knew when I first got started in this industry, things I've seen that have saved people in this industry, things I've seen that have hurt people in this industry by not taking preventative measures. Here's one. You ever found yourself saying, when I get some money, I'm going to get some health insurance? Nope. Health insurance is a non-negotiable. Get it. Get it through a significant other. Get it through the marketplace. Get it wherever health insurance is not something you get when you get some money, because one health event, something happens to you or one of your loved ones, you're going to spend every dime you have trying to prevent a negative outcome. So whether it's experimental medication, treatments, flying across the country, trying to find a doctor, you're going to do everything you can. And some events can be $250,000 or more just for that one event. So, no health, no wealth. Whatever business you're trying to build, whatever family you're trying to protect, if you can't talk anymore, or if you can't move anymore, or if somehow you've been impacted, you need insurance that protects your health, that protects you against critical illnesses, that provides income if you can no longer do what you do. Because just like we tell our clients, we're all one ambulance ride away from your entire life changing. Everybody's fine till you're not. I could be fine right now. Next thing you know, I'm clutching my chest like Fred G. Sanford and, telling Elizabeth I'm on the way home, right? Everybody's okay till you're not. So you need health insurance, all the stuff you sell, all the stuff we sell to our clients, and we tell them why they need to have it. We need to have it. You ever heard the expression, the cobbler has no shoes? Make sure that your health insurance and critical insurance and disability insurance house is in order, because what a tragedy that would be for us to be the vanguards in this industry of telling other people how to protect their wealth, and our wealth is not protected. On that note, from investments, there's all types of stuff that you can do. If you want to buy real estate, get it. One thing to keep in mind, it's hard to run two businesses at once. I haven't met too many successful insurance agents and real estate agents that are trying to maximize both businesses at the same time. I'm not saying they don't exist. I've even met a couple, haven't met a lot. So this idea of multiple streams of income is a little bit of a myth. What you want to have is one strong river of income and then some tributaries of investment, right? You don't want to be watching 3 and 4 things at the same time. So if you want to invest in real estate, that's fine, but you got to make sure that if you're buying real estate, you have a management company watching that for you. So have a management company that you trust, that you can trust them to handle that next layer, because you can't be in 2 places at the same time. So a lot of people have found that getting into other ventures, business ventures, real estate, things of that nature, a lot of folks have found that it's best to do that after your insurance business is solid and you're looking for investments, not to try to do that dual track. Now, something you can do while you build your insurance business is, of course, build renewals, but you can't be 100% reliant on renewals. If you're like, hey, I got Medicare Advantage and they're going to pay renewals. Well, yeah, for as long as the government funds that program. But what if, the political landscape changes and that project's defunded? Now where are your renewals going to come from? So you can't be 100% dependent on that. You sell life insurance. Yeah, you can depend on your renewals. But of course, every day of life, your clients are getting older and older, and they're getting closer to that day of eventuality, which when the premiums stop, the renewals stop. So renewals can be a part of your strategy, but it can't be your whole strategy. You need to invest those renewals in something else. Something else that you can invest in is a solo 401k. It's worth doing some homework on that. You don't have to work at a Fortune 500 company to have a 401k. Highly recommend you do some homework. Find out about solo 401ks, find out about IRAs, find out about super 401ks. These are investment vehicles you can put away, $60,000, $70,000 a year, tax-free, if you know how to use these vehicles. We can't dive too deep into it right now, but these are things that can wipe out your wealth. Overpaying in taxes wipes out wealth. Getting audited wipes out wealth. Negative health events wipes out wealth. And that's why this next one's really important. Have a financial professional in your life. If you're doing your own taxes, you're probably already making a big mistake, because we're insurance agents. That's what we're good at. And even if you have a finance background or you used to do taxes back in the day, let people that specialize in that. I have an agent who paid, now, everybody's situation is different, but she went from paying $20,000 or $30,000 a year in taxes to paying somebody $700 to do her business and personal taxes, and reduced her tax liability down to zero. So did it really cost her $700, or did she make, $29,300? You follow me? So we get excited sometimes about business, and maybe you've heard these things before and you've gone to a seminar or seen a website, but it's so important that you just take a week and put all this stuff in place. Because otherwise it'll just always, one of these days, that was smart. I got to do this. You got to buy some time and just boom, knock it all out. Get all the accounts, get yourself prepared to make money. That's going to help you in a couple of ways. First of all, when the money comes, you're going to be set up in the wisest, most tax efficient way with the least amount of exposures. But the other reason that it's going to help you is that it helps you believe that the dream is true. If you've had the blessing of having children in your life, then you've had the pleasure of getting the nursery prepared, right? So you're buying the crib and the baby cams and the teddy bears and bottle warmers and, oh, let me get this little hamper so when I put the diapers in there, it'll wrap them up and it won't smell. The closer that the baby gets, the more you want that nursery to be prepared because that baby is coming. It's real. When you make these type of financial preparations, you're telling your mind, the money is, I need these things. The money is coming. I need to be prepared. I need to be set up in a tax efficient way because my 100, 200, 300, 500, 700, 800,000 is really coming. This is not just some fantasy, right? Make mental and physical preparation for your success. The other reason that you want to have these vehicles in place is because ultimately a lot of your protection of your wealth and the fun that you're going to have are related to taxes. So I'll give you an example. Take me. Right now, I'm pretty fortunate, been in this business a long time, but I did not come into this world with a bunch of money. So nobody ever sat me down. My dad gave me all the wisdom that he could, but he was not a six-figure earner, so he couldn't necessarily tell me things to look out for and prepare for. And certainly wasn't a seven-figure earner. So hopefully you all take some of this information and use it. But as you start to grow, you're going to have to really start making choices. Either going to pay taxes on the money or have fun with it, right? So your taxes really aren't done at the end of the year. Your taxes are done at the beginning of the year and all the way through because you're making decisions. You're like, hey, I've got myself as tax efficient as possible. I get $50,000 left over that I'm gonna get taxed on. Is there something I can do with this $50,000 to have more fun with it? So maybe, for example, you're like, well, I always wanted that Mercedes, and they say that the lease payment is $2,000. Maybe you lease the Mercedes. If you're going to pay taxes on it anyway, turn that into a fun expense as opposed to paying taxes on that money. And you might be thinking, yeah, but I can't lease a car because then at the end, I'm going to go over on my miles. Not necessarily, because at the end, just trade the car in or sell it. You only have to worry about miles when you actually turn the car back in. If you trade the car in and you pay off the payoff, then the miles don't matter. But just food for thought. Maybe you're like, man, I'm going to pay taxes on this money anyway. Good time to take a vacation. So you and a couple of agents go on a business-related trip to a place that happens to be fun and has other activities that you enjoy, such as Vegas. If you're going to pay taxes on that money anyway, have some fun with it. If you were in a position where, man, I've tucked away all the investment stuff, I bought my health insurance, I got my business, my checking, I got this money, I got to figure out something to do with it. Double down on your lead investment, right? Because leads make us money. So you might say, well, I normally buy $1,000 a week in leads, but getting close to the end of the year, I'll buy $2,000 a week worth of leads and just work a little bit harder. See, taxes aren't bad. Taxes get a bad rap, right? The only thing that's bad is when you overpay. We got to pay taxes because we need roads and schools and things of that nature. You just only want to pay your fair share, right? So taxes aren't bad, but overpaying on taxes is bad. So having to pay taxes is a good problem to have. If you're making enough money that you have to pay taxes, that's kind of the goal, right? If everything you get is free, it gets subsidized by the government, this and that, well, you're not paying a lot of taxes, but your life's probably not that great. So being in a financial situation that you have to pay taxes, that's not bad. You just want to pay them in the smartest way possible and make sure that you're protecting you and your family at the same time. Case in point. Let's say that you got this money put, I can't find another place to put this money. Well, if you're going to give it to the government anyway, why not start a 401k for your 18-year-old child? Why not start a 401k for your significant other? Open up an LLC and all that type of stuff for your significant other. Pay them, $50,000. Let's say you had an excess money, pay them $50,000. Let them load their IRA and their solo 401k and pay for all those benefits. If you're going to pay tax, if you're going to give it to the government, why not use that money to benefit yourself? But again, these things that we're talking about right now, I realize, like, Henry, I came here to find out how to sell more insurance. And you're going to hear all about selling more insurance. And yes, you need to do that too, right? You need to sell more insurance to increase your income. But keeping what you have is just as important. The net benefit of saving $50,000 or $100,000 is the same net benefit of making an extra 50 to 100. Does that make sense? So saving and reducing exposures is the same as making more. Now, when it comes to making more, one thing to keep in mind, these other strategies that you're hearing, well, that's the stuff we kind of already know. So yeah, you got to increase your activity in 2025. You want to be more efficient in 2025. You want to find a mentor and follow that mentor in 2025. You want to make sure that you have processes that are scalable so that if you choose to build a team, you can teach them these things as well. But that infrastructure, many agents lack infrastructure. And that lack of structure ultimately leads to their demise. So although we were here to talk about scaling up, I thought that part of scaling up is protecting what you currently have. If you benefited from this, that's awesome. And sometimes people say thank you. The best thank you can give to me is to have the best 2025 that you can have. Dallas, floor is yours, sir.
Henry Stewart, buddy. Let's go, Hank. Phenomenal job, dude. Thank you, and great to see you, man. Appreciate you so much. Hope you're awesome.
No problem. Thank you.
Also, we got to go play some golf at some point. I've been playing again, and I'm like, I've never played golf with Hank. You would probably smash me in golf, but we got to do it again at some point.
Golf, let me tell you, come to my house. I live right on a golf course, but I assure you, I will not smash you. When I golf, I'm driving the cart. So.
Okay. All right. I got you. I'm in. Thank you again, buddy. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Stewart from Senior Life Services. What an amazing dude. I've known Hank for probably 5 years, something like that. Highly intelligent, one of the best speakers in our industry. And when he speaks, he's a phenomenal storyteller, but he brings knowledge. He brings information. He brings a heart to help agents around the world, and I know you can feel it. I know you can tell it. If you enjoyed my buddy Hank, let him hear you in chat, and make sure that you go check him out on Instagram as well. Hank Stewart with SLS. Kelly says, infrastructure for your business. Great information. I love it. How amazing. We got one more left, by the way, but how fun has today been? Have we delivered? Full transparency. Have we delivered on a growth summit with education, training, and speakers to help you increase your income, double it, in fact, in 2025. Zinwa says, Cody, I was going to ask Hank if he's going to be one of the speakers at the Roadshow Miami in December 12th. Can you give me a nod, yes or no, Hank, on Miami, December 12th? It looks like a yes. That looks like a yes. Let's go. Okay, yeah, it's hard to unmute. Once you're muted, Brett has to do it, so my apologies. But yes, Hank is going to be in Miami. That's amazing, dude. I'm excited for that. That means that the Miami Roadshow, not only going to be the biggest roadshow ever, but the best roadshow ever. Because when Hank is there, the dude always delivers, man. He always delivers. I don't care where you're at. You don't have to live near Miami to come to Miami, because Hank's going to be traveling from near Atlanta to Miami. And as of this morning, we're at about 100. Hank, this is crazy. We're about 160 tickets sold for Miami, and we're still 4 weeks out. I expect we will get to closer to about 250 agents registered for Miami. It is absolutely insane. Also, somebody bought 21 group tickets literally earlier during this event, which that's the most anybody's ever bought for a roadshow. So I was like, that's freaking cool too. But yes, you will see Hank in Miami with myself and some other amazing, really cool people. I bought my ticket. I'm going to be at the roadshow in Miami. What's up, Zenwa? I love that. That's amazing. Logan said had to pop in and out today. Very cool. Okay. Great information. Courtney Zenwa says, I will be there. Let's go, man. I love that. I love hearing that. Okay. We got one more speaker to continue to bring it home strong today. When it comes to selling final expense over the phone, this organization's been doing it forever. They do an amazing job. I love anytime we can get Lewis or Kim or anybody from Final Expense Direct to come hang with us. And so please help me welcome Lewis Beauchamp from South Texas, Final Expense Direct, FE Telesales. Lewis, what's up, sir? Oh, we got
follow instructions first, right? So I can unmute myself and make it work, you know?
Boom, buddy. Great to see you, man. I appreciate your time so much.
No, buddy, I appreciate your time, Cody. Thank you so much. An amazing organization, 8% Nation. God bless each and everybody on this phone call. And today, Cody has given me the task to talk about mindset, motivation, and metrics. Okay? Mindset, motivation, and metrics. All right, so here we go. I'm going to start off, I guess the best thing to do this is really just kind of ask a series of questions. And you guys be introspective, you know, and see how this all works. But we'll start off with real simple, right? How easy is this? What motivates you? What the hell is it? What motivates you? Have you really sat and thought about it? You know, people tell you to write it down. Okay, great. But have you seriously thought about it? What makes you get up in the morning every day and do what you do? It's a grind. Anybody that tells you it's not are fooling themselves. Why do you do what you do in the morning? Are you the kind of person that is reaching for the alarm clock to turn it off, knowing when it's getting ready to come off? Or do you pound it 2, 3, 4 times and snooze and get a little extra sleep? Something you should probably do on the weekends. Why do you do what you do? Is it for you? Self-gratification? Is it for your family, your kids, your husband, your wife? Why? You get up in the mirror and you look at yourself. Do you say, damn, I'm pretty. Let's go have a great day. Right? Well, what is it? Think about it. I mean, there's no secret. Motivation mindset is hard. It's a difficult thing to keep positive every single day and keep the devil out of your head. You got to read. You got to be introspective. You got to be healthy. You got to feed the mind, the body, the soul, all of it put together. All right? Find people, surround yourself with people that are positive and get rid of all the negative nonsense. I want you to take a second and think about when in your lifetime was it that a trigger, there was a trigger, something happened in your lifetime that you said, enough is enough, I'm taking care of myself, I will determine my outcome, and I'm going to take care of my family. Look, guys, we're insurance agents, all right? All right? Remember the old days for some of the older ones that have been doing this? You know, we were like a sleazy car sales guy. You know, why do we do what we do? We live and die with our voice, the words that we speak. Are you taking the time to do the hard work to master your craft? I'm specifically in telesales. So I'm talking about, are you listening to calls? Are you monitoring and measuring your activity? Mindset, motivation, metrics all work together. What's that trigger in your lifetime? Can you recall it? Can you smell it? Can you touch it? Can you see it? Can you bring it back to life when you need it, when you get pounded? For me personally, my trigger was my dad's death. I am a first-generation American, son of Cuban and Puerto Rican immigrants. All right, and I watched my dad bust his ass all day long to give us the American dream. And I was able, God bless, had the ability and the wherewithal to pass that on to my son and daughter and watch them as they develop their family right now. So I ask you again, what was that trigger? Think about it deeply, honestly, think about it. Can you recall it? Can you smell it? Can you touch it? Can you feel it? How many people on this call did something competitive when they were in junior high or high school? Athletes, baseball, football, soccer, track and field, wrestling, lacrosse, hockey. gymnastics, cheerleaders, pep squad, drama, choir, chess, ROTC. Why did you do that? What made you take that leap and expose yourself out there in front of people? Did you enjoy it? Did it make you happy? You fulfilled? And all of a sudden you did something good and you went, oh, hell, this feels good. I like it. Win is for real, guys. There's nothing wrong with it. This isn't about handing out trophies for participation. Mindset is work all day long. You got to build the soul. You got to build the heart. You got to build the mind every single day. I'm going to ask you a question. Truthful. Did everybody on this call that participated in something competitive in their life, did they enjoy practice? Think about it. Don't lie. Did you enjoy practice? All right. Did you go, if you were a football player or a baseball player, any kind of an athlete, choir, track, same thing. Did you enjoy going to do that every single day and exposing all of your bad features and bad habits? Did you think about it? Did you work on it? Did it make you feel better when you win? If you win, we win, they win. Practice, practice, practice is motivation. Practice is mindset. They say practice and repetition is the mother of skill. Just think about that real quick. Practice, repetition is the mother of skill. This isn't easy, guys, what we do. All right? And so it's a situation that occurs all the time. You know, related to that athletic tempo I just talked about, how many people in here watched the movie The Replacements? Anybody remember that movie, The Replacement? Keanu Reeves, Gene Hackman. Two things in that movie that strike me and it's still with me today. Do you remember the part when they were in the room and coach was trying to motivate it and he turns over and on the board he writes the word fear. 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 What do you fear? Are you willing to do whatever it takes to stop that fear? Are you willing to do the hard work to stop that fear? What they say, quicksand. Quicksand, quicksand, quicksand. The harder you work, the harder you struggle, the worse it gets, the worse it gets, the worse it gets. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I'm done. How do you get up? Why do you get up? Second part, if you remember the movie, all of the high dollar athletes broke the line and started playing, and they had an absolutely terrible game. They, excuse my French, just sucked. They were so bad. And they were coming off the field, and the reporter walks up to the coach and he says, "What's wrong? What happened? What's the difference?" And he goes like this and he pounds his chest and he goes, "Heart. You got to have heart. You got to have heart." I believe there's a saying that I live by that says, if the mind can believe it, conceive it, the heart has to believe it. And then the body will typically go do it. So what was that trigger event, guys? What was that trigger event? How do you constantly go through the day when you're getting pounded and recalled? There's no magic answer for that. It's each and every one of us. This is not easy what we do. Hell, that's why we're the 8% nation. That's why 92% fail. 92% of the people that come in and do what we do fail. They don't have the mental fortitude to do this. Metrics, learning your numbers, especially if you're in telesales, which I can relate to. I started a long time ago knocking doors, but I spent the most recent part of my career coaching and teaching and actually doing telesales. And I can remember when I first started doing telesales, everybody said, know your numbers, metrics, know your numbers, metrics, know your numbers, all right? I was pounding plastic, direct mail leads. God forbid if anybody on this phone call ever did that. Pound and plastic direct mail leads. And the first thing I figured out is that if I can talk to maybe 9, 10, 11 people, I would write 2 apps. I was a 22 to 25% closer. So how in the world do I get in front of 10 people a day? How do I have 10 conversations a day? So I went back further and I was looking at my call counts. And I found out that somewhere between 25 and 30 dials, I'd say hello and I got an answer. And I'd actually have a conversation with somebody. So what did that mean? What does that mean? That means that I have to dial pound plastic 300 numbers a day so that I can talk to 7, 8, 9, 10 people and go write my 2 apps. That was a metric. That was a number. It was real. It happened every single day, every week, every month. I didn't make sales every day, but when you look at the whole year, it balanced itself out. The second metric that I've discovered, which is kind of a weird one, is I really looked into my talk time. My talk time. And I found out that somewhere around 17 minutes, if I could keep them on the phone for 17 minutes, I had a 90% chance of writing an application. 90%. So now my mindset changed. My motivation changed. My goals changed. And what was it? My whole goal right now is to start off pounding 300 numbers, and then I need to do whatever the hell I have to do, ask whatever questions I need to ask, engage in conversation to keep that person on the phone 17 minutes. And as soon as that happened, I was triggering myself into an app. I learned my craft. I studied, I listened to phone calls. I learned how to actively engage in listening to what they were saying. I learned how to create an environment of trust, delivery of discovery questions. Why? Why is this important to you to do today? Have you ever had to help somebody pay for a funeral? What did that make you feel like? And I learned how to have a conversation, a meaningful, friendly, credible conversation with people. The hard work, not during 8 to 5, but all day. This is your business. You're not, maybe some of us are here, but you're not a W-2 typically. You don't punch a clock. So you got to understand it. You got to work for it. Mindset, motivation, metrics. All I had to do then was dial 300 numbers because I knew what the outcome was. It made my stress go away to a certain extent. So think about this, guys. If the mind can think it, the heart believe it, the body will go do it. You know, you're going to hear a lot of different things today. I pray that you are able to take small nuggets out of each and every person that you're talking to and go see if you can do what you do now a little better. All right. As part of the 8% Nation, for all of us that are on this call right now that are in leadership, we should learn how to coach and mentor and push forward all the dynamics of the things that we're talking about. There's reasons why we are where we are. Do we work harder than you? Hell, I don't know. But at the end of the day, you got to believe in yourself. You got to find that trigger and make it happen. Realize it every day. Visualize. If your heart has to believe what your mind thinks, the body's going to do it. That was in reverse of what I said the first time. But you get what I'm talking about, right? Right? All right. At the end of the day, none of this is easy, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Cody, I don't know if you can hear me, buddy, but I appreciate the time. You know, it's been a wonderful afternoon this morning with you guys sharing. You know, take advantage of each and every single person that you're going to listen to today. Make it happen. Have your mind think it. Have your heart believe it, and let the body go do it, guys. Go make it work. If you got time, you want to find out about us, guys, go to our website, Final Expense Direct. You can go to our YouTube page and like and subscribe, and maybe we can help you grow in 2025. Cody, awesome, awesome, awesome event, buddy. Like always, we can always promise you you're the best. You're the best, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my friend. Amazing job. Have an amazing weekend. Huge thanks to Louis Beauchamp from Final Expense Direct. If you guys have enjoyed hanging with Louis and listening to him, let him feel you and hear you in chat. Amazing organization. They've been around for a long time. I've known Louis for, I mean, literally probably the entire time I've been doing this, man, like probably 8-9 years, a very long time. Super impressed by them. Here's one thing that's really cool is like the amount of people we have relationships with, our network has expanded. You know, like, do you think your income's going to go up if your network expands? You get access to people like Louis and Hank and these other super impressive people. 100%. Our business has grown because of the association and the network, right? It's a absolute, but you have to get in the room just like you are today for that to happen. And you have done that, by the way. You have got in the room. We've had a special fun day, right? I've been on the mic a little bit less, right? I had some help a little bit with Dallas and Joan and some of our team, right? Which was amazing. Okay, because again, I spoke 5 hours yesterday. I'm doing this. I got to go to Memphis tomorrow. If anyone wants to come to Springfield and take me to Memphis, just let me know. Okay. Either way, we did this because you are leading into 2025, right? What is it? November the 15th. We are in the middle of November, a month and a half left before a new year starts. So many people always talk about, bro, I want the new year, new me. I want it to be amazing, new you, all this stuff, right? People, I mean, how many people set, I'm kind of curious, right? Like how many people set a New Year's resolution on January the 1st, December the 31st? And then how many of them actually are still on pace for the New Year's resolution or still committed to it by the end of January, by January 31st? Not many, right? Not many. That is a big separator. Okay. That is a huge separator. Also, you have learned a ton today. Okay. I would say some people have 3 pages of notes, 13 pages, 30 pages. Somebody mentioned like 42 pages of notes earlier, which is crazy. No matter how many notes you have, you cannot do it all. We want to inspire you. We want to inspire you to take a step, to do something, to accomplish something, to commit to something. But guess what? You can't do it all. But you can decide to do one thing. Based on today's call, I'm going to do this. And I'm going to do it well. And maybe it was back from my initial talk at the very beginning, right? Maybe it was, dude, I need to have a target. I need to raise my belief. And I got to go do twice as much as I'm doing if I want to double my income for next year, right? Whatever it is. Okay. Also, we had a bunch of you guys that have registered for our social selling challenge. Once again, I'm going to give you one last chance to spend 3 hours with me next week talking about social media. Again, 3 hours. We charge $5,000 an hour for coaching. That's $15,000. Good thing it's group, right? And you get to pay $99. Okay, so while you're on, it's discounted only $99 again to learn social media. Also, we're including an executive ticket to 8% Nation 2025, which is really cool, and a $99 CABOOM credit. It'll be a code that you'll receive on Monday. And again, the challenge calls for those that registered. Thank you again. Cheyenne just added the link, CodyAskins.com/SSC. That specific challenge is Monday at 5 p.m. Central. When you register at the Social Selling Challenge page, you are automatically registered for that Zoom. And that is Monday at 5 and Wednesday at 5. We've got a special guest, my friend Deanna, coming in on Monday to spend some time with us. Okay. And so if you are register for that, I can tell you what, man, it's one of the best decisions you have ever made. Congratulations on getting outside of your comfort zone. Congratulations on making a commitment when it's so hard to make a commitment. Congratulations on saying, I don't know that I am where I need to be, but I still want to keep learning. I still want to keep improving. I still want to keep growing. Well, guess what? You've made the decision to do that, right? Because even when I'm looking at my sales floor over here, we got a glass wall on this side of the studio, then a glass door and wall on the other side of my office. I can see Cheyenne. I can see a bunch of the sales floor from here. There are three things that we look for when we are looking for salespeople. Okay. And when we're looking to help salespeople, and I'm looking to hire people, even in my office, right? Like I think the lowest earning sales rep in my office, there was 9. I think the lowest earning sales rep was like, I don't know what it was, but I think it was like $2,700 last week, right? Total compensation. Okay. Which is a pretty good week, by the way. Okay. That's not too bad. However, really quick, there's 3 things we look for. And I want you can kind of hear the marker top trying to come off through the mic probably. Here is 3 things that I look for that I want you to say, am I this person? First one is reliable. Right? I tell people on day 1, like, dude, if you're gonna have a tummy ache, you're not gonna show up. It ain't gonna work out with us. It's just not. Okay. 2, look for people that are coachable. Right? People that are coachable, people that want to learn, people that aren't know-it-alls. Like anytime somebody comes in and starts telling me what they're gonna do and how they're gonna change the script and how they think this other way is better than this way, I'm like, go back to selling cars, because that's not how we roll here. We have a system that works. We plug people in and they make 6 figures, normally in their first year, if not their second year, here at Cody Askins LLC in Springfield, Missouri. Right? So we look for people that are coachable. Okay. We don't look for arrogance. It just doesn't work, man. They start telling me what to do. I'm like, there's the door. It just, you know what I mean? It's just, that's what we've built, right? Reliable, coachable. And then the last is truly someone who is completely committed. They are focused. They show up. They will put in the work, and they want to get better. They want to improve, but they also want to improve their life. You're here because you are wanting to improve your life, which is amazing. Your family deserves it. Generations after you deserve it. You deserve something truly incredible. Okay. That's what you deserve. And you're on this because you're like, dude, I want 2025 be better than 2024. Can we agree? You want next year to be better than this year. Guess what? It can be. I want to encourage you that it can be better. It's going to be better. Joining the challenge, it just helps it get a little bit better, by the way. Knowledge is like, the more knowledge is not going to ever hurt you. And if you think social media is one of those things where you're like, dude, I would like to know more knowledge. I'd like to be better at social media. I mean, heck, I live in 2024 in wherever in the world. Social media is not going away. It's only getting bigger. It is getting harder. There's a bunch of people in our industry that are very old fashioned, that were ignoring social. And they were telling me, dude, you doing YouTube videos, you leaning into social, you learning all this marketing crap and branding and everything else is stupid. It's never going to work. Now they're coming back around and literally apologizing, saying, dude, I was wrong. They're saying you are committed, you are helping, you are known, and our industry is shifting and better and attracting more young people because of what you have done. But they doubted. And that's what happens. You have people in your family that will doubt. People doubt. They will doubt, and then they will eventually start to desire what you're doing, because their doubt will subside, and your lack of doubt and success will actually start to create more confidence in them, and it'll create a desire where they're like, at first they're making fun. The next thing you know, they're freaking cheering you on. And then they're like, jumping in your DMs like, hey, I want to do that too, man. Like, that's the cool thing about what we do. Okay. If you guys have enjoyed this, give me an 8 in chat as we are wrapping this thing up and it is closing to an end. I've had a blast with you guys, man. Like, you have been awesome. You've been engaging. Chat has been insane and incredible, insane in the membrane. I have had a ton of fun. I love getting a chance to do this. Anytime I get the chance to hang, literally hold onto a mic and help people, it's an amazing day. Huge shout out to Dallas and Jonah and Brett and Dylan and our entire team who are behind the scenes or front of the scenes helping produce this event. Cheyenne jumping on, talking about CABOOM. We appreciate her, our whole sales team in the other room that's watching you guys like a hawk. Okay. If you need help with us, for many of us at all, get on the challenge, or you can go to CodyAskins.com or CABOOMLeads.com to schedule a call with my team if you would ever like to learn more. As always, if you took any video or pictures, please tag me on social at Instagram at Cody.Askins. I'll make sure and share that. We appreciate you being here for the last almost 5 hours. You rock. 2025 is going to be special. We want to continue to pour into your business. We want to help you. We are here for you. Thanks for joining. Have an amazing Friday, awesome weekend, and we'll see you soon. Adios. Kaboom. Get on the challenge.